Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
I had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom, in select theaters this weekend.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, greetings, metalheads. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and whatever the hell names you want to hang on me, Robert Meyer Burnett, and it is Midnight Metal, episode 49, very special episode of Midnight Metal, but why ruin it when the man who made it happen can tell you all about it? But you know why he can't tell you all about it right now, and while I'm going to have to keep talking for a minute before I bring him on? I mean, it's not his problem that I forgot to actually put him in the show, right? You know what happens. You have these kinds of, you kind of have these things that happen on the show because it's live. And, of course, sometimes you forget to actually put your co-host in the show. But that doesn't last long. Please give him a warm welcome, Mr. Dave Parker. Dave!
Yes!
Are you feeling metal tonight, Dave?
Finally, Rob, I've got 2 tickets to 12/11, and I'm ready to rock.
Wow. Okay, that
because
was delivered.
Usually it's 2 tickets to midnight, but you started late, so.
Or 2 tickets to Paradise.
Paradise? That's no. That's decidedly not metal.
That is true. It is not metal. But you might still have those 2 tickets.
But I am living after midnight, rocking till the dawn. And I am fucking excited, man. This is going to be a really great show. It's going to be amazing. People are going to have, I think, the stories that they're going to hear will probably blow their minds.
I hear that Mr. Green is a great raconteur.
Absolutely. This is a Renaissance man in many ways, and he has got so many metal stories. It's a metal meltdown tonight, man.
Well, you know, and I even have a letter from Dietz all the way from Saarbrücken, Deutschland. He wrote a letter specially for Mr. Green to share his thoughts with Adam.
It's very cool. That's very nice. Are you going to read the letter in Dieter's accent though? Just to make it really authentic?
I can't do that. I feel I would be making fun of my friend if I tried to do it.
And other co-host. And you have to see him in the morning. So.
Yes, that's right. I will see him in the morning, and that's going to be good. So, Dave, did you have anything metal? First of all, did you listen to the Guns N' Roses song that dropped?
Hard School? Fuck yeah. As soon as it dropped, I bought that shit right away.
It's pretty good.
It certainly brings back a lot of good memories. It's like, boy, it's been a long time since I've listened to a guitar solo, in a song. They just don't do it anymore. And yeah, I know you guys talked about it last night, but I was like, it's kind of nice to hear them back together, with a new song or newish song, and it kicks ass. I think. So,
I thought so
yeah.
too.
It's
and
really,
Axel sounded great.
Yeah. So yeah, that was very exciting. Trying to think what other metal things happened this week.
I'll tell you what really happened that was metal this week. I mean, I'll give you a little preview. In 4K, the Steelbook.
Now, which country release is that? Is that the American one?
Yeah, this is just the Best Buy. I think
okay.
I've got the Zavi
Right.
special edition coming, and
Okay.
a couple more things. But yeah, dude, very excited.
That's awesome.
So, good.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
good
trying
for
to
me.
think. Yes, NR Avatar. I'm all over it. And hello, everyone. Hello, NR and everyone. I hope you're having a fucking great week and a even better weekend. Rob, some pretty exciting. Okay, probably more gothy and emo-y in a sense. Dropped today.
Really?
The Sandman teaser dropped today.
Oh, dude, let's now. I got to tell you, that Sandman teaser was right out of. I mean, that's the first issue of Sandman.
1.
Issue
and
1.
I love that Charles Dance is the character.
Oh my god!
The casting looks so amazing, and that's the thing. We're only getting a tiny bit of what this series is going to be, and oh my god, it's fucking looks amazing. And I love the Sandman. I mean, to me, I think that was when comics to me really transitioned into like literature.
Oh yeah, well, most people know the Sandman's my favorite comic series of all time.
Yeah, no, mine too. And I'm pretty sure you introduced it to me, but I think the run had already been done, so I just started reading the collections and stuff. The other thing to go in conjunction with Sandman that dropped this week, also, is Audible came out with Volume 2 of the Sandman. They're doing, and this is not just an audiobook, guys, with some boring narrator. This is a full cast dramatization it's like listening to a movie. James McAvoy is the voice of Dream.
And Neil Gaiman
incredible.
narrates.
And Neil Gaiman narrates, and they're doing Seasons in the Mist.
Yep.
Which is
my favorite. It's my favorite story.
Really, really great stuff. So yeah, if you're on Audible, I mean, and you haven't listened to the first one, and you like dark fantasy and horror, because it definitely goes into both, you should check out the first and then the second one I'm listening to now. It's amazing.
I was blown away by the first series. I couldn't believe it. I put it on and I was messing around here in the garage cleaning stuff up, and I had to sit down and pay attention to it. And it was just spectacular.
Yeah, no, it is, and it's 13 hours long. So
I know.
It's like you can't complain that you're not getting enough.
No.
So yeah, that's really great. Midnight Mass came out on Netflix. That dropped yesterday, I think, or Friday, maybe Friday into Saturday, which is Mike Flanagan's new horror series, which looks pretty cool. I have not dived into it yet. I haven't had time, but yeah, a lot of like cool stuff. I watched Candyman this week, the reboot.
What did you think of that?
I was very surprised. I liked it more than I expected to. They did a lot of very clever things that tie it back into the first one. Funny enough, and I'd never say this, I thought it was a little too short. It seemed like they cut out some really pivotal, important scenes that I think kind of you need. At least it felt that way, just to get that time. There's elements, and I don't want to like get into specifics because a lot of people probably still haven't seen it, and I don't want to ruin it for them. but they dive into different elements of the horror genre that you certainly haven't seen in a Candyman movie before, and I kind of dug that stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's cool. I haven't seen it yet. I want to see it, but I've heard some mixed things about it.
And there's definitely mixed things about it. I mean, it's not, but it's much better than any of the sequels, and they really are trying to do stuff. They might be trying to do a little too much, for one movie. They were cramming in a lot of stuff. But some beautifully directed. The score is very interesting, though it's not Philip Glass. You have a moth.
I know there's moths everywhere. I don't know why.
Oh God,
That's metal. They're metal moths, Dave.
well, that's good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. The Philip Glass score for Candyman is one of my favorite horror scores of all time.
The theme is still incorporated into it. It's just not Philip Glass. So it's beautiful. I don't know how to say the guy's name, who's the lead character in it, but he also played Black Manta.
Yeah. Was it
Yeah, he's very good in the movie. Acting wise, everyone's very good in the movie. So, and there's, again, it does benefit you to at least be familiar enough with the first movie.
Yeah.
You definitely get more out of it. So, yeah.
You know, when Arrow put out that box set, I watched Candyman again recently, and I forgot that movie's really good.
It's amazing.
Yeah, the first Candyman.
That first movie. Yeah.
I mean, that
it's
was
very scary. And
Bernard Rose had directed Paper House before that, which another movie I really liked that had a Hans Zimmer score, a really early Hans Zimmer score that had a theme that was very similar to the Candyman theme.
I mean, it's great that he could get, these guys. I mean, the fact that he could get Philip Glass to do a horror movie was pretty bold at that time.
Oh yeah, no, it was really bold,
and it's still one of the best genre movies of the entire '90s. Yeah,
I absolutely agree.
And it was very early in the '90s.
Yeah, I think it was 1990.
Yeah. So,
no, it's great stuff. I'm a huge fan of Candyman.
But I've never read The Forbidden.
Oh, really?
I've actually never read the short story that it's based on, which I want to, because I want to see what the differences are. But for some reason, that one, I mean, I know it's set in, London, and it's different in that sense.
It's very different
and very different. But I'm looking forward. I need to like revisit that story. Or not visit it for once.
Well, it's funny because I really, one of the things when I lost my storage locker, a lot of my first edition dark fantasy books were there, my signed first editions, and I had all the original first edition hardcovers of the Books of Blood.
Of course you did.
And they were all signed. I had them. Dude, don't even. I can't even. I start thinking
some things are not meant to be in storage.
Right. Well, I had to put all of my.
I know.
I had no room for so much of my stuff. I mean, I still have an incredible amount of stuff now, but I had 3 times as much stuff. But in a way, how much stuff do you really need? But those books, although again, I have to say, I had to rationalize this for myself because I was angry for about a year. I didn't get over it. Every time I think about it, I would just get infuriated. But the books are meant to be read, man. I mean, I'm surrounded by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books right now. And I kind of feel guilty sometimes. Like I should give them away. That people should, why are they sitting here? But then again, I like having them.
But yeah, you enjoy them. I mean, and you have read them at least once. Sometimes I'll buy books and they will sit on the shelf for a year or more. And then I'll just go, I feel like reading that now, and then I'll grab it. So it's like, I don't know. I've parted with many books, and sometimes I regret it, and I end up having to buy the book over again. I'm like, oh, why did I do that? I was like, oh, I'm clearing space, and I'm being good that way. But fuck that, because you just end up buying it again.
Yeah, I'm reading a book called The Quantum Spy that the Funkalicious Zephyr Chan gave me to read that I'm quite enjoying. I just finished the latest Joe Ledger novel from Jonathan Mayberry, and Stephen King's new one's up to bat next. So,
nice.
yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that.
Nice.
And
Did you have a particularly metal week this week? Metal moment? Anything like that?
No, I mean, there's just a lot of doing a lot of work, doing a lot of groundwork for this new project that I'm working on that you know something about. That is
Right.
a lot of phone calls, a lot of meetings, a lot of prep. I did I did another Designing Hollywood podcast with the Emmy Award-winning costume designer for WandaVision. And
very cool.
It's very funny because she also did Thor: Love and Thunder, which is pretty metal.
Nice.
That's
very.
But the thing is, when
metal.
I'm talking to, I've now interviewed 4 costume designers on Marvel projects.
Right.
And I really have to be careful because it's very interesting. One of the things I've learned about these costume designers, all of them are artists, but a lot of them don't quite understand the geek space. So I'm like, I have to be very careful. Like we were talking about, like the colors in Ragnarok, for instance, and I was like, So she was like, Taika Waititi wanted to bring in a lot more color in, and I was like, so did you do the same thing for Thor: Love and Thunder, as far as color is concerned? I just got to be. I wanted to be like, tell us about the costume for the God Butcher. I can't.
Right.
I have to be very careful because she'll be like, well, I mean, they know they're not supposed to give stuff away, but when they're thinking about their work, they're not like, how could this possibly be a spoiler? And
costumers exist in their own sort of special bubble.
Yeah.
In their own right. One other metal thing I think is metal. And someone asked me what my favorite book was. I don't know if I have exactly a favorite book, but today I got Something Wicked This Way Comes on Blu-ray.
I saw that you got that, but don't you have to? Isn't that only from the Disney Movie Club?
Yeah, but luckily there are people who do who are part of that, and then they sell it on eBay. I got that, and I got Watcher in the Woods coming.
Yeah, see, I need to get Something Wicked This Way Comes. I saw that you got that. I knew it was coming out. I do definitely want to get that.
I love that movie, and that way, and I love that book as well. I'm really surprised, and it just seems like such a no-brainer. And I don't know if he's tried or what. Boy, does that seem like a perfect adaptation. Movie? No, Tim Burton.
Yeah, that's that's a really interesting idea. I'm surprised.
Dark like Sleepy Hollow was.
Yeah.
I mean, at one time he probably would have cast Johnny Depp as Mr. Dark, but I don't think that'll happen now. Who knows?
No,
but it would be fascinating to see his design aesthetic thrown to that material.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I mean,
but the Blu-ray looks great. It's just nice to have like a nice HD version of it because it's
I agree.
Very difficult. Yeah.
And that hasn't been. It's not a forgotten movie, but no one talks about it.
It's loved in the genre circles that I hang around with, which are people with good taste. So.
Yes, we don't know people with bad taste, Dave.
Oh, yes, I do. I know
do?
plenty with bad taste, but not that.
You're supposed to say no. I mean, what if our friends are watching this? They're all going to ask you, do I have good taste now, Dave?
No.
Is it going to be somebody that you just never know? I mean, who knows? What's
Joe Bashar, I love him, but all he ever wants to watch is crap.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that have that sort of what would you call it? That camp. He's got
this amazing theater in his home, like a nice small personal like theater with an amazing sound system, and we're constantly watching old 70s stuff in mono. It's just a crime, man. I just like what the fuck you doing?
Well, if it's
that's Joe. That's what.
Is it ever something cool like Race with the Devil or
No, not even.
Dirty Mary Crazy. Dirty Larry. Was it Dirty Larry Crazy Mary? Dirty Larry.
Yeah, we have to force him to play like stuff that actually shows off what his home theater can do.
What's the worst thing you had to watch at his house that you're like, why am I watching this?
Hack-A-Lantern. On Blu-ray. He bought it on Blu-ray.
Well, if you're going to watch it, you might as well watch the best version of it that's available. It could be worse. He could force VHS tapes down your throat.
Yeah, no, it's just movies that were shot on VHS and then transferred to Blu-ray, and we'll watch those.
I did that with Body Melt. I'd never seen Body Melt. I bought it from Vanguard. I found a DVD of it. And I was all excited. And, of course, the DVD was clearly a rip from a VHS tape. And thank God bless Vinegar Syndrome.
I know. I got that one, too.
Oh, my God. What a special edition that is. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow, this movie actually looks quite good. And, of course,
Amazing.
My girlfriend still makes fun of me that early on we were dating. I'm like, yeah, I got this movie Body Melt. I've never seen it before. Would you? And I was bringing stacks of movies to her house, and we were, and she goes, "What is this?" And I go, "It's called Body Melt. It's an Australian body horror film." I was trying to talk about David Cronenberg, and it's not that. So.
He's not Australian.
No, but I was explaining what body horror movies are, the genre of body horror, and horror. But I'd never seen it before, and that taught me a lesson. Although she suffered through it, but she still, 5 years later, makes fun of me for showing her Body Melt. But
as she should.
She was very happy that I did receive that Vinegar Syndrome, beautiful special edition with the die cut cover, the die cut O-ring. Because if you're going to own Body Melt, you should. Yeah,
gotta. Yeah, of course.
So, Dave.
Yes.
We have a very exciting guest coming on this show this evening. Somebody, a friend of yours.
He's excited.
And
he is. So for those who don't know, Adam Green kind of burst onto the scene, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 2007 with Hatchet, which became now an independent modern horror classic franchise. I mean, he managed to spin it off into multiple sequels, and there's action figures, there's there's a companion book that goes with Victor Crowley. He's also done the film Frozen, and I can't wait to hear his Disney stories because that's going to be really interesting.
I own that on right. I have that on Blu-ray.
But before the Disney Frozen, he made this movie called Frozen, which is 180 degrees away from what Hatchet is, and it's fantastic.
I grew up skiing.
It's a nail biter. Yeah, me too.
I'm a skier, so when that came out, I that was one of those movies. I'm like, oh, I got to see that like immediately.
Yeah, and he's done that. He's done. He created a television show called Holliston that has up to this point ran for 2 seasons. It was on the Fearnet network, right? Which was, but now it's playing on Shudder, and that was the first. It's a modern day horror centric sitcom, like they did in the 80s and the 90s, like it just in that almost sort of 3-camera classic sitcom with a laugh track and everything else. He's constantly doing new things. The amount of work he does puts all of us to shame. He doesn't sleep. He just works on.
He did stuff. Friday the 13th, the game too, didn't he?
He wrote the Tommy Jarvis diaries for the Friday the 13th game, which, because I suck so bad at the game, I've actually never uncovered them. So that's how good I am at the game.
Well, maybe you can get some tips from Adam.
Probably. I'm going to need some. But he's also the co-host with Joe Lynch of The Movie Crypt, which is a podcast all about filmmaking. And he gets everyone. Don't think that it's a podcast just about horror movies or anything like that. This is just about filmmaking, and it's amazing the massive guests he gets on, the deep dives, the real personal stories that come out. That's the thing. Adam could be on here probably till the dawn, and not.
Didn't he do a little something for us last year?
Yes. Why don't you tell them?
No, you should tell him.
No, you tell him.
No, you.
You brought it up. You tell him.
I did. I was throwing it to you. I was setting you up. That was like I was bumping. You're supposed to, spike it.
No, you tell him.
Did a little work for us on a little Blu-ray.
Yes, he definitely was. We shot the extras for my section of The Hills Run Red at his offices, And then he and Joe did a commentary track with me for it, which is what made the whole movie sell so well.
Which is delightful because I hadn't heard it
Yeah.
until I actually got the Blu-ray, and
okay.
I'm looking forward to thanking him for doing that. You know, it is. We did say he was going to come on at 12:30, and I'm sure.
Hold on, but I just want to say one other thing before he gets on, because then I will forget and I'll get flummoxed and I won't say it.
Flummoxed. That's a great word.
You're welcome.
I never hear people use that in casual conversation.
I looked it up today, just for this. No, the thing is that Adam has been a really good friend and incredible supporter of not just me, but so many people in the genre that were all coming up together at the same time, but specifically for me, to the point where he was the one who got the Hills Run Red into Fright Fest that year. He made the call that got the movie into Fright Fest. And, that's something that I could never express gratitude enough for.
By the way, how cool is that? How cool is you going to Fright Fest?
It was great. What I remember of it. No.
It's okay. It's supposed to be that way.
But no, but he's been a really good friend, and we've gone through the good times and the bad times together. Sometimes we're both at the bad time at the same spot. But he's never stopped encouraging, even to the point where the other really important thing that Adam does every year in conjunction with the Movie Crypt is he does a 48-hour live on the air telethon for Save the Yorkies. It's called Yorkie-thon, and he does it every year. And it's all live, and he has live guests come on. He has music. He has script readings, which he has asked me to do and direct the past several years. He has live commentaries, and it's all the money raised is to save Yorkies, which is a really great thing. And it's a brutal thing, staying up 48 hours, literally staying up 48 hours, just never stopping, he and Joe. And, then they need like a month off to recover. But he's also the last thing I wanted to say.
Can you always,
quickly,
does the Yorkie charity, can you donate to that year round? And if so, can we put a link up for that?
He will let you know.
Okay.
The last thing is, Adam was really sort of my sanity saver and saving point during the pandemic, because when everything locked down, it was very hard to go see anyone. But the fact that Adam, myself, and Spooky Dan were all like not going anywhere, we knew that it was safe to hang together. So the three of us would get together, we'd talk, we'd watch movies, and it was really some of the only like social interaction that I had for a long, long time. And that really saved me. I can't even imagine if we didn't have that, it would have been really, really bad. So, I'm incredibly fortunate to know this man and to introduce him to everyone here. He's got incredible stories about music and metal and everything else that you guys are just going to freak out about. So without further ado, let's bring on Adam.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Adam Green to tonight's Midnight Metal. So Adam, it's good to see you. I think we've seen each other a couple times. I got to ask you though, are you feeling metal tonight? Oh, we can't hear you.
Oh,
we heard you laughed once before, but for now we can't.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. It's okay.
Oh, Rob.
It's because you took so damn long with that beautiful introduction, Dave.
Sorry.
Okay, what about
There,
now?
Yes,
Can you hear me
yes,
now?
get back. We
Yep,
can hear
yep,
you
yep.
now. Welcome to Midnight Metal. Are you feeling metal, Adam? We got to ask that to everybody who comes on the show. Whatever that means.
I'm always feeling metal. You can't really see it because of the shot, but I have like 400 records or something behind me. And I listen to them all day long while I procrastinate writing. It's awesome. That was a hell of an intro, Dave. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Also, just to comment on some of the stuff you guys were talking about before I came on. First of all, this is my first. It sounds like I'm returning to a nightclub. This is my first time on YouTube since the pandemic started, and I was doing like the daily live streams.
You're kidding.
We moved all our. Yeah, I mean, I've looked at stuff on YouTube, but I haven't streamed anything on YouTube. And as soon as it was starting late, I felt your pain so much because I know all these stupid things that fucking go wrong, and you're just sitting there waiting for 15 minutes to start right on time, and then it's like low, like signals off or restart, and you're like, fucking why? And everyone's like, where are they?
And it was my fault. Suddenly, I was setting up the show, and my mic didn't work. Like Dave couldn't hear me. I'm like, what the hell? Like, you know, and it's stuff that happens that never happens, and that like had never happened before. I'm like, what the hell?
I tested this mic 5 different times, and then the second I came on, it didn't work. So now I'm just using my laptop mic. This is just for show. But also,
you sound good though.
Good. I'm glad. The new Guns N' Roses song is fucking great.
Yeah.
I don't know when all of Axl's vocals were recorded, but to hear him sing like Axl again, because I've seen them since they reunited 9 times. I saw Not in This Lifetime, and you know he's not screaming like that anymore. He can't. And nobody could for like over and over every night.
That
to
song.
Hear him,
it was recorded during the Chinese Democracy sessions back in 2008.
okay.
And
then did Slash re-record the guitars then? Because it sounds like Slash.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
They went back and they reconstructed that song the same way they did with the song that came out in August. And so, which I thought was, because I too, I felt exactly the same way. I'm like, well, he sounds really good in this track. And it's been a while since we heard that classic Axl, that unique only, I mean, in rock and roll history, that sound is something only he ever could do.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure. So, well, that's a little discouraging in some ways, though, because I was hoping that both of these songs were them recently in a recording studio together, and that we have a new record coming soon. But even if it's just stuff they didn't use on Chinese Democracy, which, by the way, I will fall on the Chinese Democracy sword till the day I die. I think that record is fucking great, and I just wish they had called it Axl Rose, and then people would have given it much more of a chance. But with how long it took to come out, nobody was ever going to say nice things about it, no matter what it was.
Right.
But that's Axl's Elton John record, as far as I'm concerned. And I think it is so good. And now people are giving it a chance. I mean, on that tour, they played all but one song, I think, 1 or 2 songs off of Chinese Democracy. Not every night, but every time they would play the songs, the audience was super into it, which was great to see. People weren't running to the beer line or anything like that.
Right.
Okay, and what was the other one? You guys were talking about Sandman, and how that's like one of the most important graphic novels. Have you guys ever read We Three?
Oh, yeah. The Animals comic.
To me...
Oh, but you've told me about it, Adam.
Someone was going to do that. Someone was going to do that as a film, too.
Was it Bruck?
Guillermo.
Guillermo was?
But Guillermo wanted it to be animated and rated R, and that was the deal breaker. But to anybody who is watching right now, if you've never read We Three, it's just one graphic novel. You can read it in an hour.
Yep.
The way it was pitched to me by Jeff Katz at New Line way back in the day was it's Terminator meets Disney's The Incredible Journey, the one about the dog, the cat, and the rabbit trying to get home.
Oh, yeah.
And by the end, you're crying like E.T. And I was like, shut the fuck up. And it's exactly what it is. It's the most beautiful graphic novel you'll ever read. And the ending, oh, God, just kills me. But yeah, Sandman definitely right up there. But We Three is mine.
Yeah, well, the thing about We Three, it's a singular story, but it's great. The thing about Sandman, the reason I love Sandman so much is it's literally a story about storytelling. And if you read all 75 issues of Sandman, first of all, it's so creative, but it gets as horrific. If you're a horror fan, even that's why I can't wait. the first season of Sandman, if there's a series, there's a story called
Section.
24 Hours when they go
Yeah.
into this diner with Dr. Destiny, and what goes on in that diner in 24 hours is hellish.
Well, then there's also the section with the convention.
Yeah, well, that's later.
Right.
That will come because that has the Corinthian in it. The
Right.
serial killer
that isn't-
convention.
That's way later.
Yeah,
No,
it's, that's part of the Season of Mist storyline.
Is it?
Yeah,
Because they adapted that in the first audio dramatization of Sandman. They adapted that
Yeah,
in it.
yeah. But and then
I thought it happened before.
I've known Neil Gaiman a little bit over the years, and like I asked him, I said, "Are you going to do like A Dream of a Thousand Cats?" which is the only comic book I ever gave to my mother because she's a crazy cat lady, and he was like, he's like, "Yep, we're going to do it," and I'm like,
Wow.
because they're going to do they're just adapting the I mean, that's what I wanted to see happen is that I wanted HBO to do it, but they would adapt the comic. And when I saw that opening with, like you said, Dave, with Charles Dance and Adam, did you see the teaser they dropped where Netflix had their ta-da fan event, and they dropped like Cowboy Bebop, the opening of Cowboy Bebop, the live action, and they showed that opening scene when they first capture the Sandman right out of Sandman 1. I couldn't believe it. I'm like,
I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, it just dropped today. It just dropped today.
And the actor that's
okay.
playing Morpheus he looks great. So, and I know people have talked about the fact that they race swapped Death, but that doesn't really bother me. Like I don't care. I don't know. Yeah, I think
Look at
it's
Doctor Strange. The way
And
made a big deal about the race swap. Who cares? Like it.
apparently
it was
a
better
lot of
for
people
everybody. But
I know, it's crazy. It's like, oh, you're going to complain that Tilda Swinton is the ancient one now. Okay.
right.
But they complain when there isn't enough representation. Then they complain that there's too much, and then they just shut the fuck up. How about that? Just shut up.
Well,
Nobody
if
cares.
it's good to me, it's like it's all about character and
Yes.
story. It has to be about character and story first and foremost. And I always say that I'm always like, never put your agenda or your universe before your characters and story. We're gonna make a whole shared universe. Well, how about telling a great story about great characters first, and then the universe will take care of
Yes.
itself. As you know, you have a
Yes.
shared universe. You know, you've made films in a certain universe, and
Yes.
they have to be good. You gotta have your audience out there. They've got to already like your stuff. You can't just say, I'm gonna make a horror trilogy. Are you now? Well, good luck.
Yeah. It's it's something that I learned sort of the hard way, I think. It's going to be really hard to guess which studio it was, but I had a meeting at a studio that is pretty much only known for doing horror remakes. And it was a super frustrating meeting because I only went because they wanted to hear something original. And I was like, really? And say what you will about all their remakes aside, they're really good guys.
Sure.
And so I went and I pitched something that is just like, I only pitched it one other place and they asked me to leave because they're like, you can't make that. So someday I'll do it, but it's an idea that scares me so much every time I try to write it that I have to stop, right? And I finish and they go, we love this. Can we call it Rosemary's Baby? And I'm like, it has nothing to, what? There's not even a baby in it. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, we have the rights to that title. It will open at 32 million. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not, then I'll be the guy who ruined Rosemary's Baby because this isn't Rosemary's Baby at all. And they're like, 32 million, Adam. 32 million. And I'm like, they don't give a shit. It's just money. It's like, if we have this title and this poster, and then we'll make a movie or whatever.
Yeah, we'll figure out how to put a baby in there. That's fine.
Yeah.
But one thing they said, though, is they're like, you can't always worry about the fans. And I took such offense to that. I was just like, what do you mean you can't worry about the fans? You're nothing without the fans. The fans are everything. And they were like, but they're going to come anyway. They're going to come even if every review says it's the worst thing ever made. They're going to come and they're going to buy the Blu-ray and they're going to buy the special edition Blu-ray and they're going to buy the box set. So don't worry about them.
And they're right.
Make a movie that can appeal to other people. And they're right, sadly.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
how many times have we as fans how many editions of Evil Dead have we bought? How
Oh
much
my God.
shit did we waste our money on? Because we have to have all of it. Like you were talking about the books on your shelves. My book collection is at home, but I can never part with a book. And I do read them again sometimes.
Yeah.
But I'm such a crazy reader, which, by the way, what I'm reading this week,
Yes.
this is J.J. French's book that just came out a few days ago.
Now,
It's
who
called
is J.J.
Twisted.
French for those who don't know? And if they don't know, you shouldn't be watching
Could you
the
put it
show.
over? Put it closer. It was cut off. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay. J.J. French is the founding member and the lead guitarist for Twisted Sister. And it's more like a pamphlet than a book, or at least to me it is. I read like a book a night. I'm crazy like that. But it's so fucking funny. And it's so good. If you're a Twisted Sister fan, then you know that like it wasn't just Dee as the front man, especially in the beginning. JJ and Dee did all the banter, and the sense of humor to that band was part of what made them so popular. And this book is all about the pitfalls of being in the business. Because JJ, after Twisted Sister, some people don't know this, he produced Seven Dust, which they were one of the biggest nu metal bands.
Yeah.
So, which is really where he made most of his money, was that, not Twisted Sister. But he's the one who thought to protect the Twisted Sister logo. He's the one who fought to protect the brand. Every time a politician started using "we're not going to take it" over the years, he would go after them to stop. Most famously was Donald Trump using it. And
That's
Dee
right.
called him, because Dee was friendly with him because of doing Celebrity Apprentice.
Right.
And Dee said, "I hate to ask this, Donald, but can you please stop using my song at your rallies?" And Donald was like, "No." And Dee goes, "Donald, the first line of the song is 'We've got the right to choose.'" And Donald was like, "Oh, yeah, we're not using that." And that was the end of it.
Oh. By the way, since you are coming on this show, Adam, people send in, super chats and tips, and we have somebody, Man, has sent in quite a few. And
Man?
Man, just Mann, Terrence Mann, Thomas Mann, Michael Mann, could be Michael Mann, you never know.
If it's Michael Mann, that'd be great. He owes me money. I'm just kidding. No, he doesn't.
Michael Mann says, "You're not drinking. I sometimes hate myself to be this drunk before most people." Well, man, on this show, you can do whatever you want. That's why it's Midnight Metal. So thank you. He also said, "I don't get an
don't
invitation."
worry, Rob is catching up with you.
It's okay. I don't get an invitation. I don't get an invitation. He says, "I didn't know you wanted to be invited." Anybody can. You can always go to the website, theburnettwork.net, and you can actually apply to be on the show. So, and then Man says, "No, do my brother. Maybe you're drinking too much now." And he just sent in another super chat, and he said, "So money, Midnight Metal." Well, man, I want to thank you for watching and being here with us tonight, and thank you for your support.
Yes, thank you.
And Anthony
Don't you
Gonzalez.
before we... Oh, okay, go ahead.
Anthony
Sorry.
Gonzalez says, "Hey, metalheads, welcome Adam. Robert, you still haven't brought John Ottman on the show or your starships. Come on, don't make me Admiral Ozzel you. Not'll happen, Rob, because you've got the touch, you've got the power. Oh, and that Parker guy is metal as fuck."
Fuck yeah!
You
And
got
John
the
Ottman
touch.
is so unmetal.
By the way, Transformers
John
the
Ottman's
movie
a
is
hell of a
coming
nice
back
guy,
to
but
theaters.
Why?
I mean,
No,
the
the animated
animated
one.
film from the 80s.
Oh.
Yeah, with the original song from Boogie Nights. Dave, you are metal as
what?
fuck. Adam, do you think
I
Dave
am,
Parker is metal as fuck?
Yes. 100%.
Except Adam's more metal, because when he gets into the stories, he puts me to shame with the people that he's met and worked with and everything else. But Rob, before that, let's get to Dieter's letter.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Adam, I do a show every Sunday called Let's Get Physical Media with a guy I met during the pandemic. I needed the 5-disc 4K rollerball set from the original Norman Jewison 1975 rollerball that was coming out in Germany. And he was a viewer, and I contacted him. I'm like, "It's only out in Germany. You've got to get this for me, and I need it." And so we became friends, and we started talking. And he turned out to be a very cool guy. He's very funny, and he's got a dry sense of humor. And somehow we're like, well, let's do a YouTube show together and talk about physical media, because he would buy me all these European discs. When he found out you were going to be on the show, he wrote me a letter today, like this afternoon. So I'm going to read this letter because Dave brought it up. And Dave wanted me to, I can't copy Dieter's German accent. I can't, I would sound like a bad Mike Myers impression.
But you can do this. Rob, where is Dieter from so Adam knows?
Dieter's from Saarbrücken, Deutschland. That's how I say it on the show every day. And that is a town that is close to the French border. So that's where he is. So here, this is from, and by the way, Dieter's favorite things in the world are the movie Ford Fairlane and Jennifer Lawrence. So that's how that's where you know he's coming from. So hey, Rob and Dave, thanks for bringing Adam on the Midnight Metal Show, where he should fit right in. So let's not talk about you two and your midlife crises and get to the more important stuff.
Let's talk about Adam's midlife crisis.
Adam, thanks for being on the show, and just a quick summary from the douchey douches point of view. I loved Frozen, and I did use the title as a little video tip on our Let's Get Physical Media show. I really like the Hatchet series, which, when it comes to 2 and 3, had some censorship problems in Germany. So if you wanted those 2 titles without the German MPAA, aka FSK interference, you had to go to some other online ordering places in the world. And what I totally dug was your Holliston series, especially since it has the best front man in the world in it, Dee Snider. I was in tears laughing at the episode with Kane Hodder and the running joke about not mentioning Freddy versus Jason. That brings me to my question. The IMDb still lists the beginning of season 3, but it never came. I would like to know what happened, Adam, if that's possible and you can talk about it. A series gone way too soon while others go on for way too long. And as a physical media lover, thanks for always putting cool extra features on the disc. On a more current topic without any relations, have you seen Malignant? What is your take on it? That's all more or less. Thanks again for being on the show. A little bit of a different scary sleepover. Greetings from Saarbrücken, Deutschland, a.k.a. Germany, the horrific Dieter Bastian.
Thank you, Dieter. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. And the fact that you go out of your way to buy physical media, especially living outside of the United States, where far too many just pirate everything. That really means a lot, and it's because of people like you that people like us get to still make stuff. So thank you. Okay, let's see, where do I start here? Okay. All right, well, I guess Holliston, we'll do that first. But the way Holliston worked was, normally with any TV series, they usually don't make a decision if you're coming back for another season until close to the end of whatever season is running, because it's all based on the feedback that they're getting, the critical response, the fan response. Fearnet was not carried in every single home at first, and when the homes that did get it, it was like channel 300 and whatever. Like, you had to look for it to find it. And we got a second season order the morning after episode 2 aired, because the response was so incredibly positive, which none of us expected, because doing a sitcom with the studio audience laugh track and the whole thing as the flagship original show for a horror network was such a outside the box idea, but the fans just were right there. So when we went to make season 2, when I wrote it, I now had the benefit of seeing and hearing from fans for a season. And I knew that what they were responding to the most was the relationships between the main characters. Horror fans liked seeing themselves depicted as normal human beings and not a sight gag or the weird supporting character. They liked that these characters represented things that we all go through, as, and horror and metal are like, they couldn't be more together, the communities. But if anyone knows what it's like to not get the girl or the guy, to have every door slammed in your face, to not fit in, to not think you're good enough. Like, it's us. And that's what people were really responding to. So when I wrote season 2, I was able to lean much more into that. The network, however, was like, just keep making horror references. And I'm like, nobody cares about horror references. Just because you reference something doesn't make you say, oh, I know what that is, therefore I now like this. I'm enjoying watching it because they just said Army of Darkness, and I like Army of Darkness. Like, that can only go so far.
I worked on it.
So we started to, yes, I know that. What did you do on it?
Exactly.
You also worked on Texas Chainsaw 3, right?
Yes, I was on Army of Darkness. I worked for Tony Gardner. I was at Altarian Studios. And
I love him. Love him.
Nicest guy in the world. And that summer, it was Army of Darkness, Mick Garris's Sleepwalkers, and the Swamp Thing TV series. And I was
my God.
And I was basically the PA, but I had also worked. I started my career working on Leatherface, but I worked at Warner Brothers in physical production. So my job was basically to go to all 3 of those sets every day and bring all of the latex pieces, the appliances that were made, and any effects pieces that were coming right out of the studio. And like when I was waiting to pick stuff up, I was painting Dick Durock's masks for Swamp Thing. You know, I was sitting there. It was like the greatest. And Army of Darkness shot both at Introvision. They shot a lot of the movie on the old Introvision stages that were over where the lot is next to the Formosa. So Introvision was there, and then I would go up to Acton.
That's where my first office was.
Yeah. Okay. So you know, and then I go to Acton where they built the castle, and that's where what Tony Gardner had done was all the Evil Ash stuff, and a lot of the skeletal Deadite warriors, and then K&B did a lot of the other stuff, and so I was running around like. In the morning, I'd see Machen and Mick, and I'd be like, God, she's one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. She's so sweet and nice on Sleepwalkers. And then I'm driving up to Acton. It was just the craziest summer of my life. And then my first job was Leatherface. And I was just the art department PA on that. And that was the hardest job I ever had. I worked 6 days a week, 20-hour days, and it was the greatest time of my life. Just got out of film school. So good.
Our guest on this week's Movie Crypt, the one that'll drop publicly on Monday, is William Butler, who was in Texas Chainsaw 3. He was Friday the 13th 7, and he also worked with the effects crew on Army of Darkness as well. So that's what made me think
and he was, by the way, he was a really nice, like I was 22 years old. I'd never been on a movie set before, and he was just one of the nicest people. And I mean, Ken Foray from Dawn of the Dead, who I could barely speak around because Dawn of the Dead is one of my favorite movies of all time, and Viggo Mortensen. It was a wacky set. And Mike DeLuca was the production executive, so he was always up, being cool, too cool for school. And I would walk in the office and he'd be there. I'm like, hey man, and he was like, who are you?
Yeah.
Most of the horror people are the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Yep.
So with season 2, the show really became the show, but the network and us weren't really jiving. Still, despite that, they ordered a 3rd season at the end. Now, Fearnet wasn't Nielsen rated. So as far as how we were doing goes, the way that they judged, there was, some people might remember this, there was a platform or an app called Get Glue. They changed the name to TV Tag. And basically it was like Letterboxd before there was Letterboxd. But you checked into whatever you were watching, and then it would connect you with whoever else was watching that thing at that time. And so it was a cool idea. But they were like, we want you guys to place in the top 100 by the end of the season. And it's like, okay, we're not just competing with what else is on television that night. We're competing with everything in existence. Like, if you wanted to throw on a DVD of Army of Darkness, then you could check into that and it'll show you who else is watching Army of Darkness. So to place in the top 100 of everything in existence when we're on a network that most people don't even know they have. We were just like, well, that's over. And we placed number 6 on our season 2 finale. And not because the show was that big, but because that particular audience who used that app all knew the show.
But that's insane.
So, yeah, it was crazy. We beat Dancing with the Stars. But again, that audience doesn't care about Dancing with the Stars.
Right.
So that's why we did so well. So we got a season 3 order, which meant the budget doubled. So like we were on cloud 9, and then Dave Brocky, who played Odorous on the show and Odorous in Guar, of course, passed away. And then like 11 days after that, Fearnet got dissolved in a merger between Time Warner and Comcast. So it was a nightmare. Like that show took 13 years for me to get made. It was set up at UPN with Tom Shadyac producing it, and
wow.
Disney Touchstone as a studio in 2003. And then it was at G4 at one point and didn't happen. Like it was such a long road, and to finally be there and then have it all taken away overnight was devastating. So that's why you see season 3 listed on IMDb, because they had greenlit it, but then everything went to shit.
Is there a chance it could come back?
There's always the chance, but anything that can go wrong with this show will. And we've had numerous times where people said they were making the show again or whatever. With Shudder, Shudder wasn't interested in the show. This is so frustrating. Fuck. And because as soon as Shudder came out, everyone was like, huh? Put it there. Like, that makes so much sense. And Shudder wasn't interested. Whenever my agent would call, they would say, we don't want the Fearnet show. And
is that what killed it though? That because it's branded as a Fearnet show as opposed to, I mean, what about like Netflix deciding to put Designated Survivor season 3? It was an NBC show. Now they're bringing Manifest back from the dead.
Yeah, those are big network shows. Netflix isn't interested in a Fearnet show. Like, you can fall from bigger to smaller, but it's very rare that you go from the smallest
sure.
up, because they want numbers. We don't have numbers. There's no way of knowing. Like,
right.
And then anyway, so Shudder's response, at least according to my agent, was they don't, they're new. They want their own stuff. And I'm like, nothing they show is their own stuff. They don't have the budgets for their own stuff.
No.
This we could do dirt cheap. Like, why would
and it would
not
become
do
their own.
Yes. But there's egos and stuff. Execs want their ideas to go through. So that was that. And then the pandemic happened, and for like 30 days straight, every day at noon, I would give away everything I've ever made. So, which I'm still grateful that I had enough stuff to last me 30 days. But all the movies, the episodes of the TV show, whatever it was, just to try to help people keep it together a little bit, because it was terrifying at first. Like, the world was shutting down, and you're watching the death toll climb, and nobody can see each other because you might infect each other. And there were a lot of people all over the world that were like alone, and really losing it. So I just tried to give people something to look forward to each day. And just, as always, the nicest people showed up in the chat, and they would keep chatting all through the night. It was amazing. But when we showed Holliston, of course, somebody asked, why is there no season 3? Why doesn't Shudder do it? And Joe Lynch said, why don't you ask them? And all of a sudden, everyone just went at Shudder, and we had an offer within 72 hours. And it was like, okay, sure. And they were, of course, offering like not even peanuts. They have no money. And we said, okay, well, listen, we'll just give you seasons 1 and 2 for what you're offering, which literally was nothing. And but if the show gets a good response, and if people are watching it, you will do season 3. And they were like, yes. I'm like, can we get that in writing? Well, no, we can't do that. But why would we not? That would be bad business to not do it. If it's getting a good response, And for anybody who was paying attention, nothing has gotten the response that show got on social media. Nothing that they've done. And we're waiting and we're waiting and nothing. And so finally, after a few months, we're like, so what's going on? And they're like, well, it didn't do that well. It didn't. You have nothing else that's come close. So are you saying that people tweeted about it and talked about it and posted about it, but they didn't watch it? Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So thankfully they don't own anything, so we can go do the show elsewhere, but it's not the time for that show. And I got to be careful how I put this because I don't want it to come off wrong, but there's, times are changing right now in a good way, and for the better, but now isn't really the time when platforms are like, bring me a show created by a straight white male that is a mostly white cast. Bring me one of those. So it's just not the time right now.
Right.
And I get it and I agree with it. So we'll see. It could always come back, and stranger things have happened. But I know it's hard when you just discover it now.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, where I want more.
Yeah.
But it's been literally my entire life.
Dieter is watching this right now, and he writes in, he says, sorry, Adam, for opening up old wounds, but I had to know. At least the finale of season 2 was great. Thanks for your deep dive on a seemingly small question.
Yeah, there are no small questions with me, only really long answers. So.
I wanted to ask you, I'm curious about how your journey began. How did you get your first feature made? How did that process? I mean, obviously, Dave and I have both gone through that ourselves, but I always like when having another filmmaker on to learn about your journey. What brought you? How did you get to making your first feature film?
So when I graduated college, I got a job at Time Warner Cable in Malden, Massachusetts, which is where the band Extreme is from. Try to involve metal into this somehow. And
Dieter probably just raised his fist at that.
Dieter, get the fuck out! Come on.
I got that job because it was when you're watching cable late at night and those local breaks come on and the commercials are so bad and it's got the staff standing in front of the business waving at the end and like the website, the graphic with the address, like a coupon special, it's just fucking terrible. That's what I was doing. And I took the job because I realized I could borrow their equipment at night and make my own stuff. Because back in 1997, when I graduated college, I know I look like I'm 18, but not. It was
Jesus Christ,
really
rubbing our middle age. Thanks a lot.
It was really expensive to rent a camera, like a good camera and lights and stuff like that. Like there was no really good consumer grade stuff. So I had to get a job where I would be around the stuff so I could steal it. And I made a short that got some attention, and then I made a feature. And the feature was called Coffee and Donuts, which is Holliston. And I made it for $400. And it was just, the crew was me and one other guy, Will Barrett, who's been my DP ever since. And then occasionally friends would come and help for a few hours, like moving stuff. And we would make them the gaffer, the electrician, because we tried to pad the credits to look like there was a crew. Made up names. Will's cat was named Phil. So it's like assistant to the DP, Phil Kate. But Will figured out, because we shot it on Beta SP, so videotape.
Yeah.
And Will figured out in the edit suite, if he put a Phillips head screwdriver in the time-based generator of the record deck and twisted it, it would make the image flash. And you do a half mix dissolve over itself, and it looked like 24 frames per second. And back then, screeners were on VHS. So nobody could tell. People thought it was a movie. Anyone who really knew their stuff knew it wasn't. They didn't know what it was. They're like, "Is this film? What is this?" If you see it digitally, it does not sell as film at all. But on a VHS screener, you really couldn't tell. And it was edited tape to tape, which means every time you made a cut, that's it. You can't go back
I'm very
and change
familiar,
it.
as Dave knows.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Both of you guys with all the stuff you guys have edited.
Oh.
And we made a feature for $400. And I didn't know from what festivals are the good ones or the bad ones. I just looked at what the next one was coming up. And
How
was the
long though
Smoky
did
Mountain.
But how long did it take you to make from the
year.
time? A year, all in.
And I would Will and I would wait for the boss to leave at 5 o'clock and then steal all the equipment, shoot through the night, and race to get it back by 6 a.m. And I got caught halfway through, which I'm assuming I'm going to be telling the Dee Snider story, so remember that I got caught. It was hell. But I was 25 at this point, and that's what you have to do. Even now, even though, yeah, sure, you can shoot stuff on your phone and stuff, but you have to have that tenacity. And it's so hard, and I'm sure everybody who's watching right now understands this. You have to have the day job. You have to support yourself. You have to pay your rent. You got to feed your family. And then to go and work all through the night and not sleep like that, the older you get, it's just not a possibility for most people. So I knew that was my moment, and I literally just stayed awake for a few years, and we finished it, and I entered it into the Smoky Mountain Film Festival, and we got accepted, and I was like, holy shit, we're in the Smoky Mountain. No one knows what the festival was. I don't even, to this day, I'm not even sure it was fucking real. But we got accepted, and we won Best Picture, and they asked for the print, and I had to email back, what's a print? And they said the film, and I'm like, oh, we don't have, that's broken, can I send you a VHS? And they screened it for, I think it was like 800 people or something in the theater. Anyway, we won Best Picture, but off of that and the short film I had made before that, I had some attention from an assistant at UTA who I was calling Uda for the first 2 years. I didn't know it stood for United Talent Agency. And I'm telling everyone, like, I'm going out to meet with Uda. And then I was able to sell it as a sitcom and redevelop it. And that's how it became Holliston. But I still don't really count Coffee and Donuts as my first feature. And people are always like, where can I see it? The problem with it is I didn't know from copyright infringement. I wasn't thinking of that. I didn't ever expect the movie to get distributed. I was just trying to prove that I deserved the chance to direct something. And there's moments in the movie where I'm singing an Aerosmith song, Beach Boys, Korn. Every T-shirt I'm wearing is copywritten. Like, we can't ever do anything with the movie. And people are like, well, change the music. It was videotaped. There's no tracks. There's no, like, you can't go in and change it. But every now and then I will do a surprise screening of it. I did a screening of Frozen at the New Beverly here in Hollywood, and then surprise everyone by showing Coffee and Donuts afterwards because it wasn't advertised and because no one bought a ticket. I'm still legally, I'm not supposed to do that. The Corona Apocalypse, those live streams that I did on the final day, I showed it. And 2 Yorkie-thons ago, the 48-hour live marathon that Dave was mentioning earlier, I showed it in the middle of that. So you never know when I'm going to do it, but I can't advertise it. I can't promote it. I could get in a lot of trouble.
Have you ever tried to get
plus-
a video deal where somebody might spend the money and secure the rights?
No one's gonna spend that kind of money.
Right.
Talking
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of dollars at least.
At least. There's a copyright infringement. There's 2 copyright infringements every second. Like, it's bad. But if you've seen Holliston, you've seen Coffee and Donuts. Like, especially the pilot is Coffee and Donuts, basically. Anyway, but I don't count that necessarily as my first movie. Technically, it was, but it was really Hatchet, which I wrote. I came up with it when I was 8 years old. Or at least the character of Victor Crowley. And I wrote that while I was waiting for something to happen with Coffee and Donuts. And I wrote it while I was working as the DJ at the Rainbow Bar and Grill on the Sunset Strip. Again, bringing this back around to metal. Which, quick Rainbow story. So I'm sure this audience is familiar with the Rainbow. It was like in every 80s music video. That's where every band hung out. And the people who hang out there religiously still think it's 1986. And that's one of the most amazing things about that place. It just doesn't change.
How long were you the DJ there?
I was the DJ there regularly for a year, but on and off before that and after it for almost 3 years. And most people don't even know there's a DJ because you have to crawl in through a hole in a wall into this booth. And if you're on the dance floor upstairs, you know there's a DJ. But and then for the dining room, they just play mixes. They still play. Remember when you had to make mixes on CDs to play in your car? They still use my car CD mixes that I made in the dining room. So I know what song is coming next all the time. Anyway, so I wrote Hatchet in the DJ booth, showed it to my agents, and they were like, this is never going to get made. It's a slasher movie. Slashers are dead. And I'm like, no, they're not. I'm like, people want a good slasher movie. It's been a long time. And then they said, you got to either decide to make it funny or gory. But right now it's so violent, and then it's funny, and horror comedy doesn't work. It's too hard to market. It'll never work. So everyone passed, and a major studio, their rejection letter, which was very nice, said it was very complimentary about the writing, but it closed by saying, unfortunately, we don't see this movie getting made because it's not a remake, it's not a sequel, and it's not based on a Japanese one, which in the mid-2000s. So I took that rejection and made it the fucking tagline of the poster, which I thought was funny. It was a dumb move. It really angered everyone at the studio because it was like I was rubbing my dick in their face afterwards, being like, you look what you said, and now look how big it got. Like, that's not what I meant to do. But it was like a statement of where the genre was at. And that tagline, when it was doing festivals, got a lot of fans' attention. It made a lot of people perk up because a lot of us were really disenchanted with what was happening at the time. All you got were remakes, PG-13 slashers, which I'm sorry, if there isn't slashing in your slasher movie, don't make it. And then there was like the torture porn thing, which was just so mean. It was so mean-spirited, and it wasn't fun anymore. So all I did was make the movie that I wanted to make. But everyone passed on it. And then my friend Sarah Elbert, who I've always worked with, she had just produced the special features for the Friday the 13th, the first Friday the 13th box set, the one that was only parts 1 through 8, and it had these weird covers for everything. It wasn't very good. Not Sarah's fault. She just produced the interviews with people. But she saw the script on my floor in my apartment, and she said, "What is this?" It was called Victor Crowley then. And I was telling her, everyone passed, it's not going to happen. And she said, I just worked with all these people who worked on the Friday the 13th movies, and after hearing their stories, I bet we could do this. We could just do it ourselves. And I'm like, do you know somebody with $1 million? Because I don't. I'm not doing it on videotape again. And simultaneously, another friend's wife who I met said, oh, my husband is a money-finding producer. Those are the ones you need, not creative producers.
Right.
No.
You need the ones who go and find money. And he was looking for a low-budget horror movie because Cabin Fever had just been made for 1.5 and blown up. Saw, obviously, like that was the model then. You make a movie for 1.5 or less, and you get into Sundance or Toronto, and then Peter Block shows up, buys your movie, and throws $25 million in marketing behind it. And so the guy who ended up, or one of the guys, the guy who financed the most of it, wouldn't even read the script. He had to have someone read it to him at the pool. That's how decisions get made. In France, I think that's where he was at the time.
Oh, there's a language barrier then. He needed someone.
No, he's from New York.
Oh,
he's from New York. But I'm forever grateful to this man because without him, the fact that he took a chance on me. And also, by the way, 4 Hatchet movies now, action figures, Halloween Mess, comic books. He still hasn't gotten his money back. Go figure that one out.
Wow.
Hollywood accounting. So, okay. So aside from just having a script, I thought, well, let's make a trailer and we'll put it online and we'll make a website. And I'm sure now that sounds like, yeah, so what? But then I'm not trying to say I'm the first to do it, but I didn't know of anyone who had done it before me. And we made a trailer where Will and Sarah and I flew to New Orleans, and all we did was pay to go on a haunted swamp tour. Or it wasn't a haunted tour. It was a regular alligator tour. They didn't do them at night, and nobody would say why. They were just like, "Oh, we're not allowed to do those anymore," which I worked into the script. Anyway, and Sarah and I stood in front of Will while he hung off the side of the alligator boat into the water and held the camera against the water. And it was just a shot of the camera moving across the water. And then Sarah's friend had a 6-year-old daughter who was missing her teeth, and not for a bad reason, her just teeth were growing in. And we had her read the story of Victor Crowley, and she couldn't read. So Sarah would say each line and Eleanor would repeat it after her. And we added echo to it and spooky sounds. And that was it. That was our trailer. And immediately horror sites started saying they had seen it and it's great. At least they said it was good. Nowadays, it would just be, it's meh. It's meh. I love when people say that. Cringe. Makes me cringe. Meh, cringe. Fuck you. And everyone got excited. And it helped when we were showing the investors our proposal package to be able to say, when you get home tonight, just Google Victor Crowley Hatchet and look. And already there were people talking about it. So that really helped us raise the financing. So we shot it in 2005. So to me, that was my first movie. But
Sure.
Technically, it was Coffee Nuts. See what I mean? How did you get your start? Well, it's 30 minutes later. I'm the only person who can go to the store for 5 minutes and come back with an hour-long story.
This is one of the things I've done on this channel is interview industry professionals about how did this happen, and I think that, now we live in a world. What I find fascinating about the world we have now is that with YouTube and things like that, they've built a worldwide free distribution network. And if you can figure out a way to use it, like you said, put out that trailer on YouTube and it gets some traction, suddenly you can find money, maybe. I mean, you never know. And people are like, well, what is your social media presence? And you're like, well, my trailer got 4 million views, and then suddenly maybe you can do something with it.
Yeah.
It's a really tricky thing. And I always remind people that you could make the coolest thing ever that you really put your heart and soul into. You did everything right. You had a budget, and you can't compete with somebody saying, hey guys, today I'm opening this box, or a guy falling down the stairs. So people get really discouraged when it isn't lightning in a bottle, when they put something on YouTube and it doesn't suddenly get a ton of views, and they get really down on themselves. That's dumb luck. That's all it is when something goes viral. So I guess if there's one thing you take away from this is that, I came from nothing. My dad was a gym teacher. My mom was a Hebrew school teacher. No connections. I didn't know what I was doing. I made so many mistakes and just kept tripping and falling and stumbling my way in the dark. But I did it. And I know times are different now and everything, but you can do it. And everyone's going to tell you no. They're always going to give you reasons why no. That's their job. That's what executives are paid to do, is say no. When they say yes, they're putting their ass on the line.
Yeah.
And it's just easier to say no.
But
just whatever your dream is, just do it.
I love hearing you say that. I mean, one of the things that I like with Coffee and Donuts, you made something that you finished. And I think a lot of people, that's where I think the perseverance in actually finishing something is where it gets hard for people. Because, I remember when Dave Parker, who's now next to you on this stream, when we did the trailer for
Hi, Dave.
The Hills Run Red,
Remember me?
He's here. When we did the trailer for The Hills Run Red, there was somebody in my life that was important to me that was like, it's been like 6 months, and you've been trying to get this movie for 6 months. I mean, aren't you bored and tired of it? And I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
yeah, she was a fucking prize.
No, come on. Hey, now. I wasn't going to say who or what it was. I was like leaving it.
I didn't say who or what it was.
Unspecific. But to me, it was just like, it's part of the process. And the journey of The Hills Run Red was a 3-year journey. And the first year of it was Dave and I staring at each other. This was after the trailer. It was almost 4 years. And we were just, I remember we went to lunch at a diner, Dave, on Van Nuys Boulevard. Some very very clear glass, like a diner that was where the whole front of it was glass. And I remember sitting at the table with you, and we're staring at each other, and you were like, "Is this going to happen?" Because Warner Brothers
movie's never going to happen.
Warner Brothers said they were going to make the movie. And it was like 6 months after they said they were going to make the movie, and you're just like, are we going to do this? I'm like, yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Well, it took a fucking year. After they said they were going to make the movie, and then we got like,
and then they call it,
and then they call you like in a week. You have to go to Bulgaria right now.
In 2 weeks, it's like, wait, what?
That's always how it goes.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, go. But that's the thing. Like, you have to be willing to hang in there. At the same time, though, some really great advice that Zach Levi gave when he did our podcast. If it's been years that you're trying to do something and it's not happening, there's been not even like, you're not even coming close, and you're miserable over it, then walk away and do something else. Because the whole never giving up thing, if you're not happy at all, if you're getting no joy out of it whatsoever, you're only doing it because you're so hell-bent on doing it, that's not going to help it get made either. Sometimes, too, another important lesson I learned along the way is, and I learned this from Some Kind of Monster, the Metallica documentary, which I loved. I thought that was one of the bravest things a band has ever done, especially them, to let everyone see them at their worst, at their ugliest, at their weakest. And, a band who was all about being macho and being, fucking metal, Metallica. Amazing that they did what they did. And James Hetfield at one point realizes that he was holding on to the things he was passionate about and that he loved so tightly that he was suffocating all of it. And you gotta let it go at a certain point. Doesn't mean you're quitting, but you gotta let it go, and also let other people in. With the Holliston comic books, we had agreed to do it, and then Dave died and all this stuff. I couldn't deal with it. And for the first time, I let somebody else step in and write something, because I write every episode. I do everything, and I would not let anybody else touch it. The cast is allowed to give notes, but that's it. And the guy, Greg Wright, who wrote the graphic novel, did such a good job, way better than I would have done, because I had never written in that medium before. He had. But it was such a great lesson to learn. Just be willing to let other people in, and to let something go and relinquish your death grip on it. So, okay. I was, there's so many like metal stories.
Right. And I want to get to those, and I think I can give you a good way to lead into that. But before that, I wanted to ask a question, because, for the most part, all your stuff has been self-generated. It's all been independent in one form or another. Frozen being what the maybe the biggest one as far as like connected with the company and everything else in that sense.
By the way, great movie.
Thank you very much for that. Whenever another filmmaker says that, it really means a lot.
Well, also, I mean, it was not only was it well done. As a skier myself, I love the concept. I was like, "Wow!" It was just brilliant. And
for those who don't know, just give them the quick scenario of what Frozen's about. So if they haven't seen it, and where they can see it, if there is a place that they can see it right now.
Frozen is about three skiers, or two snowboarders and one skier, who get forgotten through a series of human error. They get forgotten on a chairlift, and the mountain isn't going to be open again for 5 days. And so they're 50 feet in the air. There's a winter storm coming. They're either going to freeze to death, starve to death.
Bro. So good.
It's a what would you do situation, but it was shot 100% practically on the side of a mountain in Utah at 10,000 feet. It's definitely my proudest moment, and that was just, I wrote that as a challenge because it was like, we've all seen contained thrillers, you know, people are in like one room or whatever, but to tell a whole story on a chair, and again, same situation where people love the script, but they're like, how, you can't pull this off. There's no way you can do this. And then when I was saying I'm going to shoot it practically and I'm going to hang myself from the cable to film and somehow get a techno crane up there and all that, but thankfully somebody went for it.
Dude, it's so good.
Yeah.
Are you a skier or a snowboarder? Did you grow up?
I was, until I thought of that movie. My high school had a Sunday nights was the ski trip to a mountain called Wachusett.
Me too. When I was in high school, junior high, we skied every Saturday.
Well, Wachusett is only open Friday through Sunday, except for like the week of Christmas and stuff. They weren't open every day. There were a few mountains in Massachusetts. They just didn't have the business, and they weren't very, very big mountains. So that's the first thing usually people have a problem with is, what ski mountain closes for 5 days? Lots of them.
Yeah.
And then my other favorite is, why don't they just cover their faces the entire time? That's why you don't make movies. Because if you did that, nobody who wants to watch a fucking movie where for 90 minutes, it's a movie. It's not a documentary. Anyway, yeah, but it always means a lot when other filmmakers, because I know they can see how hard that movie was to actually pull off. But it was just the #2 movie on Hulu again this last February for like 2 weeks or something. It through word of mouth, it always keeps coming back around again, which is so great to see. But I'm not sure exactly where it's streaming right now. I'm sure it's on one of them.
The Blu-ray's great.
Usually at all times.
Yeah.
The Blu-ray, 90 minutes of special features. It's like a full second movie about how we did it.
Yep.
It's
great.
If you're interested in filmmaking, it's almost a better watch than the movie itself. Adam Barnick directed it. He did such an incredible job.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It's great. But I have to say, like what I loved about that film is, like, anyone who's ever skied, you know, if you're taking a chairlift, they always stop the chairlifts at some point when you're going up to wherever you're going. And growing up,
and they don't tell you why.
No, and growing up in Washington State, you know, there was Crystal Mountain and Stevens Pass that I went to, and they're big ski areas, big resorts with long. Some of the chairlifts are half an hour long, and you know, you would stop in places where you're in the middle or over a very craggy peak that drops more than 50 feet, and it would just stop, you know, and you're dangling. And I'm like, my God, whoever thought of doing this as a movie got it, just understood what it's like, because anybody who's ever skied has those moments where you think to yourself, what if this chairlift doesn't start up again? And
they
we're
know
stuck
I'm up here, right?
It's like, yeah, that was just one of those movies when I first heard about it. I think I saw the trailer before. I did see a trailer. I'm like, oh my God, I have to see that movie. But because it was just a genius idea.
Well, it's happened. If you Google it, look it up. Like there are accidents like on ski mountains all the time. They just don't talk about it. And so the producers at one point wanted to go with the inspired by true events. And I was like, don't do that. Like, it's already, there's going to be people, whenever you make a movie that actually scares people, the defense mechanism is to try to constantly discredit it. Well, that's not real. It wouldn't happen like that. Well, why isn't, there's, I actually recommend you watch it. There's a guy on YouTube who's got a huge following where he just shits on movies, and he's such an easy target to go after. But if you know anything about him, you would feel bad for him too. So please don't go after him. But everyone's got to find their thing, even if it's being super negative. But he did a thing just tearing the movie apart, and it's hilarious. In the movie, you can't always see their breath. Now, some of it is just, that's how light works. You know, if you're shooting here and the light's there, but then if you move over here, you can't see it. But most nights when we would first get out there, you could see everyone's breath like dragons. And then as the night went on and our body temperatures dropped, you just didn't. I don't know. That's what happened. That's life.
Yeah.
Go do it. But you can clearly see, and he uses the footage of us, the behind the scenes footage. We're on a mountain in Utah in February at 2 a.m. And his whole thing is trying to say we weren't really cold. And therefore the whole movie sucks. And I'm a liar, because on the commentary I say that you could see our breath at the beginning of the night and then you couldn't. And he calls a college cold breath specialist that he gets on the phone, who's like, yeah, this guy's lying. He's lying to you. But like people get so scared by this movie that they get this like defense mechanism going of like, it's not a documentary. First of all, did you believe the Marvel people can fucking fly and shoot shit out of their eyes or whatever? I don't watch Marvel movies. It's a movie, but there's two things about Frozen that are completely unrealistic. One is when Parker pees her pants. If you were wearing ski pants like that, it would come out the leg. It wouldn't puddle in the crotch area. But the whole point was like she's reached her lowest, most degrading point, and then she gets the strength to start fighting back, because she's just a victim up until that point.
Yeah.
But then she starts changing. That isn't realistic. And they stopped making safety cables on chairs. I think the Mountain told me it was like in the late 70s or something. Now they're just clamped on, and somehow they don't fall off. I don't get it. But it used to be there was a cable inside, so if it did snap and fall off, it would at least catch it at 10 feet or something like that, 10 feet from the cable. So I don't want to spoil the end of the movie, but it has something to do with that. If it was 2010 when the movie came out, chances are really strong it wouldn't have had that safety cable. But other than that, it's pretty damn close to realistic.
Yeah.
And that's why it scares people. But when that movie came out, the TV show hadn't started yet, so most people didn't know what I looked like. And I could still go to the theater on an opening weekend and just sit behind groups of people and listen. And man, everyone thinks they're Spider-Man. First of all, they're so tough in their seat. I would just use my ski pole and vault to the next chair until I reached one of the poles with a ladder on it. What? You would do what? Or I would jump off upside down and just spin my skis really fast and hover down to the bottom. Yeah, no, I've done it before. I've totally jumped. I've jumped from something higher than that. What is that, 50 feet? Yeah, it's no problem. Like, and then as the movie's going and the characters are doing things that real people would do, they just fold like a deck chair, and they're so devastated by the end of the movie, and they're scared and they're visibly shaken, and then they stand up and go, "Movie fucking sucks." And they leave. It did everything you wanted it to do. I watched you watch it like this. You cried more than your girlfriend at the dog story, and now you okay. So
no,
yeah,
it's I have to say it's a wonderful movie, and if you're a skier, you grew up skiing or boarding, you know, anytime, if you've ever been on a chairlift, you got to see Frozen, because it's truly, you did a remarkable job, sir. As Gaff said at the end of Blade Runner, you've done a man's job, sir. Frozen is a movie you got to see. And you know what? That was a movie that I was excited to see. And I was like, I hope this is as good as I want it to be. And it was. It was one of those movies where I'm like, man,
how are they going to pull this off?
This movie delivered, man. It delivered. By the way, we got a super chat that came in that this is interesting, and I'd love to get your take on this. This comes from Comic Quirks.
Please don't watch Frozen on YouTube.
It's
Please pay
YouTube.
for it.
It's YouTube with ads,
Yeah, don't do that.
and it's on YouTube with ads. And someone said it was also on Amazon Prime right now.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Comic Quirks with Jimmy says, "Hey, so I finished the Facebook commercial for my work, and my local news ran with it. Now I'm doing a vape shop commercial. It's all rolling in now. Thank you for the inspiration. Question: how do I know my worth for getting paid for the work I'm doing?"
Oh man.
That's a tough
the
one.
hardest part of this when you're starting out. And one
He's
of
doing
the most popular-
commercials, local commercials. They're getting some traction. What do you charge?
Okay, now here's the news you don't want to hear. But I'm starting here because then it's going to get positive. When I worked at Time Warner, and this is 1997, 98, they gave the commercials away to the client for free. They charged zero. So my worth as the one who came up with the idea, wrote the commercial, shot the commercial, edited the commercial was zero. But that was because they would include it with the price of the flight, meaning the advertising time that you were buying. If you're going to have this many breaks on ESPN or whatever. Now with the internet, people don't pay for airtime. You know, they put it up. But if they're showing it on the local news and stuff, that does mean something. So the problem you're facing is that they think that if you want to charge for it, they can find somebody else who won't, or that they can do it because they have a laptop and a phone or whatever. So you got to be careful because you don't want to get taken advantage of. You've already made stuff now and shown that it not only did you make it, but it's good and it works. Otherwise, people wouldn't be coming to you for more. I would try to find other people that are doing what you're doing and talk to them and feel out what they're charging. Because if you charged what you're worth, no one would pay it. And that's sad, right? But eventually you'll get there for sure. But you got to be careful because they'll end up with a shitty version of what you could have done just because they all think, well, I can find somebody who will do it cheaper. That's how independent movies are getting made now because they don't have the return they used to when there were video stores and people paid to rent movies and stuff. Now everybody steals shit.
Yeah.
So they won't put a lot of money into the budget because they're afraid they won't get it back. And if you're not willing to direct the movie in 10 days for no money, somebody is. So they don't care if it's good. They just need the cover, the little or the thumbnail to be good. And yeah, so it's tricky, but try to find some other people who are doing what you're doing, where you're doing it too. That has a lot to do with it. I've always thought when I got to LA that the cable commercials were going to be insane. You know, like everyone is out here trying to be a filmmaker. The next Steven Spielberg is making cable ads today, Jurassic Park tomorrow. The cable ads here are the worst they are in the entire country. And I don't get it. But anyway, but yeah, try to talk to some other people and just be realistic and start out small and let them know you're starting out small. Like if it's this vape shop, if this is your first time working with them, just say, because this is our first time working together, I'm willing to do this whole thing all in for X. I don't want to say a number and have you use that number and have that be the reason why you lose the job. But feel it out and just you got to be prepared to do a lot for free up front, and it sucks. It's so not fair, but we all do it.
Great advice. Anonymous has another good question. Anonymous says, I know some directors are known for a particular genre and feel it's too risky to try something completely different. Have you ever wanted to switch gears out of horror/comedy, or do you find it too risky, or are you just happy doing horror?
I've done like stuff that people haven't seen. I wrote a Nickelodeon children's animated show. I've done like claymation stuff. I do a lot more than horror comedy. Frozen is not horror comedy. It's a survival thriller.
Straight
Spiral
up.
was a psychological thriller. The big thing I was doing before COVID destroyed it was a huge budget children's adventure show called Killer Pizza. Chris Columbus was producing it, the director of the Harry Potter movies and writer of Gremlins and Goonies. And it was, the first season was going to be like $116 million. And for somebody who can't even, like, Frozen was $3 million for a budget, and that's a lot now.
Yep.
But it wasn't then. It was it was like, finally I was there. Killer Pizza took 10 years to get to that point. And I was at the effects shop that was going to be doing the effects. They also do a little show called The Mandalorian, and looking at all the Star Wars stuff and everything and going over the monster designs with them. And then all of a sudden it was, oh, there's this flu going around and it's serious. Fine. On March 6th, I got the email with the approved budget. And then March 11th, everything shut down. And for every 2 months, they'd be like, don't worry, as soon as this is over, we're going to get started again. And then around like September of last year, so a year ago, they were like, yeah, it's dead. It's dead. We're pulling the plug. And that was it. So, and I, but I don't want to scare people away from ever trying to do this with all the horror stories. But the good news is, yeah, it's bad. It's hard. It's so hard. You get the shit kicked out of you all the time. But you get back up, and then every now and then a good thing happens, and it's so good when it's good. It's so good. And that's why you keep going.
Yeah, just as long it's like when you get to set, then it's like, oh, okay.
No, it's
that reminder. It was like, okay, all this bullshit was worth it because now I'm on set.
To me,
now I'm getting to do what I want to do.
To me, it's the first time an audience sees it in a theater, and you hear, like, if it's whether it's a laugh or a scare, but you see the whole audience laugh or jump or whatever. That's why you went through everything, was for that moment. Well,
I make movies
right
not to play in theaters, Adam. So I don't know what you're talking
about. No, that's not that. Hang on.
My goal is to make sure I don't play any theater.
You know what?
Or get any sort of theatrical release.
Hang on a second. Let me just say, Dave, come on.
We didn't get a theatrical release, pal.
We didn't get a theatrical release, but one of my dreams in life, growing up in Seattle, was to have a movie at the Seattle Film Festival.
No, and that's always great.
Our world premiere was there, and that was one of. I mean, look, I will never forget that. I'm just saying. By the way,
you remind everyone every week. No.
I do not. No, I remind everyone every week that if you live in Columbus, Ohio, you can go see Tango Shalom in theaters right now.
Adam, have you seen Tango Shalom yet?
I heard it's from the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Except he didn't direct it.
He didn't direct. I know. That's what they wanted to advertise. He was my fellow producer, but they wanted to say it in the advertising campaign. But Gabe Bologna, the director, he was like, "That's fine. If that's how you want to sell it, good." By the way, Dieter Bastian writes in again. Adam, any person you wished for a scary sleepover?
I mean, I'm sure there were plenty. Because I think we only did 34
I wasn't
episodes.
He would have had to do one with me and Spooky together.
Well, the problem was,
except we weren't running a draw.
When the show, the problem is that when the show started, we were just doing it, but it was so many hours, it was so much work, and the crew had it. Like, the show was so popular, like over 1 million views, and yet 0 for a budget, and especially editing each episode was like a month.
Right.
So we stopped doing it, and then people just kept asking for more and more and more, and finally we were like, all right, we're going to try the crowdfund thing, because everyone's been saying forever, just crowdfund Holliston or crowdfund whatever. It never works. It just doesn't.
No.
Usually when you see one that does work, they already had the money, and what they're doing is making sure that the investors are covered. So they're going to hit that goal no matter what, because the money's already there. So I'm not saying it's in every situation, but some of those bigger ones that you heard about where it's like they raised $7 million in a week. Look closer.
Yeah.
So, okay. My point is though, we try to crowdfund and all we asked for was $5,000 an episode. For every 5,000 we raise, we will do an episode. That way, really the editor, most of all, will get paid for their time. Still not fairly paid, but something. And the camera, the sound, everyone will get paid something. The show will be better. It'll be longer. It'll look better. It'll sound better. And we only raised enough to do 4. The show has 1.3 million views. And that's how few people would give $1. Nothing.
Yeah,
Because the thing is, you put it out for free first, so it's like, why should I have to pay for it now?
Yeah.
It's always the conundrum with this type of stuff, and it's just like, ish, you know.
So no more scary sleepover.
On this channel, there's been an ongoing debate for a long time now about whether you'd fuck an alien, and it would start out like Sarek and Amanda, Spock's parents. You had a woman from Earth who had an interspecies romance with a Vulcan, Sarek. And so extrapolating from there, the question has always been, now how alien could you go? Like obviously humanoid aliens, all right. Like I'd fuck a Twi'lek from the Star Wars franchise, the dancer in Jabba's, Jabba's palace, with the big,
I think I have.
There's a Jedi. Okay, yeah, there we go. So would you fuck an alien? Now the question that we wound up at is like, imagine a xenomorph from the Alien franchise. What if a xenomorph was engaging and intelligent? You could actually carry on a really interesting conversation with a xenomorph.
Wouldn't that be Syl? Wouldn't that be Syl though? Basically?
It could be. Look, the
from
question.
Species.
Now here's the thing. I don't want to color Adam's response to this because our friend Stubble McShave in Sweden, I know Stubble McShave in Sweden asks this question. Great to see Dave and Adam. I think we all want to know the answer to this age-old question. Could Adam ever do it with an alien xenomorph? If not, how far could he go in his quest for extraterrestrial affection?
I mean, it all comes down to personal safety. If it's not going to give me an STD, and if it's not going to potentially like pour acid on me when it gets excited or bite off anything, then the answer is a resounding yes. I will find a way.
Wow.
I
Even
definitely
with a xenomorph? Even with an alien?
How great would that story be?
Oh, Jesus! There's not enough time in the world for you to tell that story.
A true film, spoken like a true filmmaker.
I would do an Arcturian.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter when it's Arcturian, baby.
Doesn't matter if it's male or female.
Which is fine. I mean, human sexuality. If you're not boning down for procreation, anything goes. I mean, human sexuality is about creativity and imagination and mechanics. It's all fun. And
Rob,
games.
you bring up a good point here, and I want to bring up a question to Adam. I don't know if he's ever researched this or not, but I know E.T. is one of your favorite movies.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's my favorite movie of all time.
It's by the way.
How do those things breed?
Well, E.T. is a plant. So
see, people didn't know.
Because you read the sequel. You read William Cotswinkle's sequel novel, didn't you?
Hold on a second.
Oh, there's a story for that one too.
Come on, give me props for knowing that. What's up?
Oh, we knew.
Okay, so the reason why I have this is because Dave Parker got it for me. And at the time when Dave gave it to me, he said, you won't be able to read it. And I was like, won't be able to read. You can't see it because it's on the other side of the room, but I have a shrine to E.T. in here. And I love E.T. And I'm like, of course I'll be able to read it. I can't read it. I've tried 4 times. It's the worst book ever written. There's literally pages that are just adjectives. There's not even a fucking sentence in there anywhere. And do you know what else William Kotzwinkle is known for writing? Nightmare on Elm Street 4.
He was one of the writers. Yeah.
Yep.
One of the writers, yes. But this is what the ride at Universal was based on, because Elliot's supposed to go to E.T.'s planet. Because
By the way, is that a hardcover?
Yes.
This is the library edition.
Wow.
So, yeah, this thing is very, very special to me, even though I can't read it.
Wow, I'm very impressed,
so
Dave.
Frustrated.
I didn't even know. Well, I have to say, I too. Now, let me ask you, since you brought it up, Adam. Here's something I don't understand. Back in the summer of 1982, I went 2 weeks before it opened publicly. People don't remember this, but E.T. was made in the utmost secrecy. Nobody knew what it was about.
Oh, remember the cover, the paperback came out before, and the cover was like this sort of
clouds, the lights in the clouds,
the blown out clouds. It was like, I don't even know what I'm looking at the cover.
I went because Steven Spielberg. I mean, the year before he'd made Raiders of the Lost Ark and of course Close Encounters, and everyone loved him. Jaws. I went and saw that film at a theater called the Crossroads Cinema in Seattle, actually in Bellevue, and it was packed. They used to sneak movies publicly to generate word of mouth, and everyone wanted to see E.T. And I go to this theater and I'm there, and I had no idea. I knew it was about an alien. I don't think I've ever had an experience in a movie theater that was more transformative than seeing E.T. with a bunch of people that didn't know what it was. And I didn't know what it was. Everybody was weeping at the end. I mean, the emotions, the joy. I think one of the great things about movies, I call it awe and wonder. If you can create awe and wonder in a movie, you've won. And I don't think that there's anything. I mean, you see it now because Amblin's logo, but imagine the first time when you saw those bikes cross the moon.
But remember, too, like, I'm sure there's maybe a few years between us, but only a few. We were Elliot's age. Like, at least I was when I saw it. And I had all of those Star Wars toys in my bedroom and all of the things he had. So it was my biggest dream come true that an alien would come and come to me and be my friend. And I remember my grandfather had just died a few months before I saw the movie. So I didn't quite comprehend death yet, but that movie was just at the exact right time in my life. But I remember leaving the theater and thinking to myself, I know it wasn't real. I know it was only a movie. Honestly, E.T. didn't even look very real through most of it. It was like a rubber puppet. Why am I crying like this? Why was everybody crying? I mean, people were hysterically sobbing leaving the theater. And it wasn't, look, if we're spoiling the movie for you, if you haven't seen it by now, you're never going to see it. It wasn't from him dying. It was him going home. That's what wrecked everyone. And it's that one moment, and it's the way it's shot, but it's I'll be right here when he touches Elliot.
Oh, dude,
and you're like,
come on.
And the music and John Williams, and I'm sure most people know this story, but the people working on the sound mix were making fun of it. They were like, this is a bomb. This movie sucks. And then all of a sudden they come in with John Williams' score and they're all fucking bawling. Like, this is the greatest movie I've ever seen in my life. But if you take the score out of that movie, it doesn't work. But that score, oh my God, it just kills you. They still, every year they play it at the Oscars. Like, it's, that movie is perfection, and it's all hearts.
To follow up with you on that, what I find very interesting is it almost has no cultural footprint today. And I'm astonished by the fact that E.T. was at one point the biggest movie in the world. And do we live in such a dark, cynical culture or time when E.T. is really about, it's a rapturous, joyous event. You know, when you watch it, you can't. Like I put on E.T. I'm swept away. It's like The Godfather. I can't stop watching it. And
but I think it is still. It does still have a cultural imprint. Kids, every parent, there comes a point where they sit their kids down and they watch that movie. Some of them are too anxious and they go way too young, and I get so upset with friends. Like I don't have children, unfortunately, but I have friends who are like, "Yep, tonight's the night showing my kid E.T." I'm like, "He's 4. Don't show him now. He's not going to appreciate it. He's not going to be able to comprehend it. Just wait a few more years."
Yeah.
Because you can only see something for the first time once.
Yeah.
And even if you don't quite remember it, but you remember images of it or whatever, it's ruined. Like, don't show them too young. Wait. Same thing with Star Wars. Wait until they can really understand it and not just see like cool things to look at on the screen. Regardless, though, I do think that movie is still a huge part of family life. You don't see people referencing it every day with like saying "E.T. phone home" like
They used
like
to.
we all did for 3 years. But look at that
Reese's Pieces.
that
That commercial,
AT&T
the commercial that came out.
which they were working on when I was there for Killer Pizza. So I saw it, and I saw they had a bunch of ETs, different versions of them and stuff all built. And I had to sign an NDA. I knew that Boba Fett was going to be a Mandalorian because I saw it, and I know something else about what's coming with that, and I can't say it, but fuck, it's going to be so cool. But to be there, and I walk in, and immediately, out of everything at Legacy, I just go, like, honed in on the ET. I'm like, is that an ET? I mean, of course it was. And then I'm noticing there's a bunch of them, and they showed me, like, an early version of the commercial, and I didn't like it. I didn't like the commercial because my problem with that commercial is the way that commercial worked is they spent a fortune on it, and then different communications companies all over the world bought it and then put their logos at the end of it. So if you saw it in the UK, it was like Sky Network or whatever. I almost said Skynet. That'd be dangerous. Or here it was like AT&T or whatever part of the country you lived in. That's what it was. But if the point of the commercial was supposed to be that our communications service is so great, you don't need to travel to another planet to communicate anymore, then why did ET have to come back here to see Elliot? Like, shouldn't he have just called? Wouldn't that have been a better commercial? Now he really
FaceTime.
can phone home. Yeah. But instead, he just goes through all the beats of the movie again because it's that hard to communicate. Like, I just felt like the message got lost. But how cool to see Henry Thomas with ET again. I love that Henry Thomas has made such a comeback lately. Like, he was always there. Like Psycho 4 and Dead Birds. Like, he was always there. But, man, has he really made a comeback. And
oh, yeah.
I love him.
And just doing great work. Just amazing work.
Yeah, great work.
66 Starship Alien says, "Hi, Adam. Was there a horror event when you were young that triggered you into tapping into fear, as with Frozen? My horror interest comes from watching the original King Kong movie on TV as a 9-year-old and having nightmares of dinosaurs living in the sea."
For me, it was just the holiday of Halloween. I used to, and I still do. I would get so depressed when it was over. Maybe some people can relate to this. I'm not sure, but one of the things that I am constantly needing to work on with myself is I ruin events because like I'll be so excited for whatever Christmas Day, right? And then it's here, and the whole day in my head I'm thinking there's only 11 hours left, there's only 10 hours left, and then it's over. There's only 9 hours left. Fuck, 8 hours left. It's almost over. And I don't enjoy it because the whole time I'm scared it's gonna go away again. And of course it's gonna be back again in a year, but I get really depressed over things like that. And I also, when I was younger, I didn't know what depression was. I didn't know it affected me in the least until really only like 8 years ago when I finally had to confront it. But Halloween was everything. Like all year, I would just focus on it, and I couldn't wait for the holiday. Everything about it, the smells, I've never really been into getting dressed up in the costumes, believe it or not. That was never the important thing about it. But it's like a religious thing for me. Like Halloween dinner, when I haven't done it, well, with the pandemic, I haven't done it in the last 2 years. I'm not doing it again this year either. But it used to be this big Halloween dinner that was like a religious event where it was just 10 or 12 of my closest friends and family. And I've done this since I was 18. And I would cook for like 2 days, like a traditional Samhain dinner, which is mainly Thanksgiving type food. And then we'd all set places at the table where each person would bring a framed photo of a loved one. And before we would eat, we'd all go around the table and just tell a very quick, happy, funny memory of the person we were remembering that night. And then I have these little skeleton bells on the plates, and everyone would ring the bells and to summon them to eat with us. But it's not like a seance. It's not spooky. But it's Halloween was the first holiday. That's where we get Christmas from. Sorry for those of you who are religious. Oops. But that's where like Santa Claus comes from, and leaving cookies and milk out and stuff. People would leave that out for the dead coming back. And it was just celebrating the harvest and the end of the year and remembering, life and death. But anyway, regardless, that's where it all came from, because I would focus on Halloween so much all year long. And then horror movies were a way to get a taste of it. And at summer camp, when the counselors tried to scare us away from the cabin that they partied in by saying Hatchet face is going to get you. And that was like a term in the 80s, Hatchet face. That's what you called like a ugly person, I guess. And I was like, who's Hatchet face? What's he going to do? And they didn't have anything. So I made up the story of Victor Crowley when I was 8. But yeah, that was it. And movie wise, the only horror movie I really remember having a big effect on me was The Thing, John Carpenter's remake, because my brother I had an older brother who was watching it, and I'm like, I want to watch this. And when the dog started turning into the alien and they had to shoot the dogs, I was crying so bad. My parents had to come running in. They're like, shut it off. Like, why were you watching this? And I couldn't watch it again for years. Still, oh God, that and The Fly 2. I had to walk out of The Fly 2.
The Fly 2.
Because of the dog.
Because of the dog. I can't deal with animal violence. I can't do it.
Adam, what are just for horror movies, people probably like to know, what are some of your comfort food horror Halloween movies?
Okay. Well, obviously John Carpenter's Halloween that's the holy grail of slasher films. It always will be. It's the best. Something Wicked This Way Comes, which you were mentioning earlier. Mm-hmm. That movie, the fact that it got made at the budget it got made at back then, that movie is incredible. It's basically a Christmas Story of Halloween movies.
Yeah. Yep. With the narration. Absolutely.
Yes. And the opening images in that movie of fall are just incredible. It's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown is a definite go-to.
So
Garfield's good. Halloween Adventure. What else? But just horror movies in general. An American Werewolf in London, which was really the biggest inspiration for Hatchet. People think slasher movies like Halloween or Friday the 13th, but I ripped off full shots from American Werewolf.
But again, it was also it was that blend of the comedy and the horror. You played the horror straight and you played the comedy funny. It was just the way that balancing act, that very few, and I don't know if anyone has done it better really since American Werewolf. In that sense.
Shaun of the Dead, obviously.
Yeah, that's true.
Slither, Behind the Mask. Like there's been some good ones, but those were Fright Night and American Werewolf in London were the movies that inspired Hatchet, and because like Dave just said, they were entertaining and they were funny, and most horror movies, the scripts were never that great. The acting was usually pretty you were there to get to the effects and see people die, and you had to sort of suffer through the rest of it, waiting for those. Like the 80s slashers, you can't try to say any of them were good. You weren't like, oh, it's a great film, and it had some cool kills. No, like we loved the villain and we loved seeing these people die. But what if you made one where you're actually smiling and laughing a little bit, and you almost forget that it is a slasher movie for a little while.
Well, laughing with it instead of at it.
Yeah.
Because the characters are so stupid, in that sense. I mean, that's the thing. We love the Friday the 13th movies, but,
love them.
There's there's only a couple that are actually like decent, good movies, good scripts and stuff like that. They deliver.
Yeah. I was telling Darren Scott yesterday, a mutual friend, Darren Scott, I was explaining the greatest film going experience of my entire life was seeing Friday the 13th 3D. With the audience. I mean, I can't explain what it was like to be in that theater. Let's call it a very urban audience. And it was the single greatest movie going experience of my life.
So fun.
And I went to this theater. I went to a theater, and I'll say it like I was telling him this. I said it was a predominantly black audience, and I never understood. I was like, why is it that black audiences talk back to the screen?
Because they know how to have fun, man.
No. So I was in college, and I was taking a course, and we went to a Southern Baptist church, and I was in a church. And it was all about the preacher who, my God, he had the Spirit of the Lord, let me tell you. And the audience, it was all participatory. And I was raised a Jew. And my best friend was Catholic growing up. And when I went to Catholic church with him, everyone's quiet. But when you went to a Southern Baptist church, they blew the roof off the place.
Yes.
And the preacher, and I'm like, well, that's where it comes from. It's from church. That's why, and black audiences, man, that audience at Friday the 13th Part 3D, it was the single greatest. And by the way, they were all fucking scared as fuck. They were screaming and yelling, but they were terrified at the same time. And it was the single greatest. I mean, I felt it was so awesome. It was so awesome.
An audience like that can elevate the movie to this height that it doesn't even deserve. But yeah, church. That's what made me appreciate religion for the first time. That's how you do it. That's how you inspire the faith in people. That's how you make it this communal thing. And even when it's not necessarily a call and response, there'll still be people in the church just yelling out stuff every now and then. Yeah. And it's accepted and it's fine. But that's how it's done.
But there was a joy. A joy. The call and response at the church, I'm like, and I it's hard to deal with when you're not used to it. And definitely a cultural thing. But for me, I only went and saw the Friday the 13th movies, all of them at this one particular theater, until I moved away from Seattle.
Yeah.
And it was, every time, it was so joyous. Because the audiences were not only talking back to the screen, but they were terrified. They loved it. They loved being scared. It's fantastic.
Anytime, that's what's so great about film festivals, is that the audiences that are there, for the most part, they're there
to love the movie.
To love the movie. And I'm talking about the fans who go to film festivals.
Well, that's why Sigis is so great.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's a good portion of each screening at the bigger festivals where it's press and people involved with the industry in some way. Like, I wish they wouldn't let them in at all.
I know.
Just let fans see it, because they are there. Every movie that they walk into starts at an A+. They're not cynical. They're not there to shit on it. They're hoping that they're going to love it.
Yeah.
And then you fall however you fall from there based on how your movie is received. But they're going into it just wanting to have a great time. And so it's a hard lesson, at least for me, to learn, because I saw the first Hatchet. I toured for 18 months. I did every festival, Sitges and Fantasia, and it started at Tribeca and then Fright Fest, and audiences were so loud and screaming and cheering and clapping. And then opening weekend comes, and I go to the ArcLight and I buy my ticket, and it's a massively censored version of the movie. They took out a lot of the best stuff, the MPAA.
Wow, what the hell? And you didn't
and
know
the
that?
audience, I knew, but
Right.
I didn't know how much it was going to hurt until, because I had seen it all over the world, and I had seen Mrs. Primario get her face ripped in half, and the audience literally stand up sometimes.
Yeah.
And now it was, people still, they were into it and they enjoyed it, but it wasn't what you got at film festivals. And the reviews out of film festivals were so gracious, so glowing. And then the week that the movie opens in theaters, so-and-so from the Dallas Times or whatever, who was assigned to watch a screener of this, who doesn't like horror movies, and they just fucking tear it to shreds. Like the worst review of Hatchet 1, which was an LA paper, said all this movie is teenagers having sex, doing drugs, and getting killed one by one. How many times do we have to see this? Now, there's no teenagers in Hatchet. There's no sex in Hatchet. No one even smokes a fucking cigarette. There's no drugs, and they get killed in fucking twos. Like, they literally got every single thing wrong. And they wrote
probably
that
didn't even
review
watch the
before
movie.
They didn't watch it.
Right.
And yet, this was it was one of the ones that counted, and they fucking just shit on it. But then there was another one that had said, I wish I had thought then to save these things. This is another thing. Shit, sorry. I've never gotten to talk about this one. But somebody had, a major place had said, I've read that Adam Green thinks he's going to make sequels to this, but I hate to break it to him, but no amount of gore-loving, childish fanboy love is going to make this movie successful enough for there to be a sequel. And at the premiere of Hatchet 2, I was going to read that when I introduced the movie and say, and with that, welcome to Hatchet 2, which I still did a version of. And it was at the Egyptian, and the audience went nuts. But the publicist stopped me right as I was walking out to the microphone, and she goes, the journalist who wrote that is here. Don't do it. Don't read it. You're going to humiliate him. And I'm like, he fucking humiliated me.
Yeah.
Like, whatever their readership is. So to a room full of 400 people, I can't have some fun and poke back. And also, why is he here? Like, why did he even come? But she was right. And even
wait, hang on a second. Was she though? Was she?
I think she was. It's cool, like, to tell the story now to an audience like that, it's one thing, but to have done it at the premiere, it would have come off like I was bitter and still upset over it when I had clearly won. So why do it? Why?
Right.
She was right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have to.
Sorry. I was going to say there's
ahead.
a thing that people do now because it's online journalism.
Yeah.
Where they'll see a movie at a festival and they'll get so excited. No one else has seen it yet. They saw it first. So they will like go down on the movie hard, like fucking, and they'll just say these glowing things. We all remember the review from one horror site that said it was the scariest movie ever made. And we're talking about the sequel to Texas Chainsaw, the remake. Yeah, they regretted that one. But sometimes you just get really excited and you can't control yourself, and you just, well, someone had said that my movie Digging Up the Marrow was the scariest movie in 20 years or something like that.
I also have that on Blu-ray, by the way, just so you know.
Thank you. It's on the Blu-ray box, like in the description, this very positive review. Well, people disagreed with that journalist, so she went and changed the review. And now it looks like we lied and made up the review. And I know what she looks like, and she's in London, and I am going to find her. She's going to come to another premiere, one of my things at some point, and I'm going to call her out on that. Don't look with Frozen. There were reviews that said, once you get past the ridiculous premise that a ski mountain could make the mistake of leaving customers up there, and then it happened that very weekend that Frozen opened, it happened to a guy in Russia. They forgot that he was there, and he got rescued by lighting his money on fire and throwing it in the air. He had severe hypothermia, almost died. And the critic went and changed their review and then made it a positive review about Frozen. You don't get to do that. Leave it up there. Let everybody see what you said. Don't change it. It's a crazy industry that we all work in, and bands, to bring this back to music, bands deal with it all the time too. People shit all over their albums, and then they become these seminal cultural movements. Appetite for Destruction, a lot of people forget that was around for a year before it started to break. A year. Nobody gave a shit about it. And now everyone's like, oh, greatest debut record of all time, better than Boston's debut record. I mean, but let people see what you said. It's important that people see that. The famous review that's called Jaws, the nail in Steven Spielberg's directing coffin. Don't hide it. Leave it there. Let everyone know what you thought. Like, it's
look, man. Let me ask you this. I feel that we live in a time where I'd like to think that certainly Dave and I are. We've known each other for more than 25 years. We're fans. But our default position is we like stuff. We like stuff, and it used to be that fandom. Look, people say, "Well, Rob, you hate modern Star Trek." That's true, but for the most part, I mean, I want to love everything. The Foundation series that dropped on Apple Plus. I read the Foundation books, the 3 Foundation books, when I was like 11, and I can't believe Apple Plus has made a show. I think Dave and I, our position is to love things.
Yes,
we love the work. You have to remember this, Rob. Adam knows me really well too, so there's only so much bullshit about me you can feed him. He's gonna go, wait a minute.
Look, Dave. Look, no, the things you don't love is yourself. We've heard it all. Come on now.
Yes.
Come on, dude.
There you go.
But you do love stuff.
But you're a fan, Dave.
I know. That's the thing. I am a fan.
Dave, the thing about Dave Parker is you're a genre unto yourself, and we love you. We love you. You're
on other people.
Yeah, you don't. That's true.
I don't.
Which is rare in this industry. There's a lot of people that constantly feel the need to say something negative about everybody, and it's just like. It's getting you nowhere doing that.
I'm telling you, the way I look at it is like everyone, especially in the genre that we love, that we want to do and everything. Whatever they're doing isn't competition. I wasn't up for that job, so I should be happy that they're working.
Yeah, damn, absolutely right, man. Wait, can you please state that again? Let people hear this, because this is something really important.
I say this all the time. No one else is doing what I do. No one else alive was like, I have this horror sitcom that I'm trying to get made. No. So when someone else has success, they're not taking something from you, and they're not like, just do what you do, because even whatever it is, the way you do it is your way of doing it. That's your voice. That's your thing.
And I always look at it like, especially if they're doing something and they find success in it, instead of being like, jealous of that success. I'm like, well, if they're doing something that's successful, that's going to create more interest in other people wanting to have stuff done. Yeah. And if you go in there with passion and integrity and show that you are not some person hacking it out, that's going to make a difference. You're not always look, you lose a lot more times than you win, but that's the thing. If you're, if it's that tough, then I should have gotten out of the business a long time ago, but I can't. The biggest addiction I have is wanting to make movies, and for me, 100%. And the amount of suffering and pain and heartbreak that you get trying to do this. Never mind the financial toll that it can take on you as well. But again, like even Rob said, there's stuff that he's talking about. There's an opportunity, and with that opportunity, it can build to get other opportunities going. So it's like, but that's the thing, and it's same thing with musicians. You never know. You never know when you're going to hit, when you're going to write that song, when you're going to do that show, commercial, movie, or something that's going to hit, and it's going to change the direction of everything dramatically. So you have to even in the darkest spots, you have to find that spark, that little seed of light to still keep going towards, I think.
And of course, it's frustrating when you're watching people fail upwards, which happens in every industry.
Yeah.
Of course, it's frustrating, but you can't get obsessed with that. It has nothing to do with you. Like, good for them. Just look the other way, because look, everyone watching right now, when you've seen a movie and you're like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden, whoever made that movie they just got the next Star Wars or whatever the big thing is or whatever.
Right.
And you're like, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Like, you don't know what was going on behind the scenes there, how that happened. It has nothing to do with you. But of course, yeah, you're human. You're gonna get frustrated, but then you got to let it go. What you just said, Dave, about the addiction to making movies, and Robin, are you agreed with that?
I do.
In the last 2 years, I feel like I've lost that a little bit. I feel like
Why?
I don't love movies like I used to, and it's really hard to say that out loud. And I know there's a lot of people that don't want to hear me say that, but because of how we watch them now, there is so much shit, and it's just content, and they throw it at you every weekend. There's 50 new things to watch, and this series and that series, you can binge watch it, and the audience has lost the joy in watching it. Everything is just a thumbnail on a different platform, and people watch 5-6 things a weekend, and then afterwards they're like, yeah, that was okay, it was cool, I don't know, I like parts, it was cringe, meh, whatever they're gonna say. And it's not what it was. And so to go through it and bring yourself to the brink of death and financial ruin just to be a thumbnail on something for a weekend or 2 weekends. Now, it's a little different with horror. Our fans are different.
Yeah.
And it is still an event to them, depending on what it is. But I'm just older and wiser, and I can't keep killing myself for that. Like,
okay.
But what I have pivoted towards is just loving my audience way more, because I don't like the process anymore. I've done it enough. Made miracles out of nothing, and I don't need to prove myself anymore. I don't want to fucking do it anymore. I'm not saying I'm never making another movie. I'm just saying it's not the same. I gotta go. It's the most important thing in my life. But my audience is, and now the world, like the fact that I can tour with each movie like I would with my band back in the day, that I can go from city to city with the movie and watch it with people who drove hours to be there, and talk to them afterwards and take pictures with them, and like, that's what I love. That's what I'm addicted to now, but not the process.
Well, let me ask you. So I too am undergoing, I'd call it an existential crisis. Like, I worked on this low budget movie that my friends and family would not care about. Tango Shalom. It's in theaters right now. It won 4 awards at a New Jersey Film Festival today. It's in theaters.
Congrats.
Yeah, it's fine. It's doing well, but I worked on it for 5 years. Yeah. And for me, it was not something I would particularly be interested in had I not worked on it, but I worked my ass to make it great. Now, here's the thing, like, so it's in theaters, that's fine. It is a thumbnail. We're in theaters only to make it better, to make the thumbnail when it goes to VOD better. You know, and it's fine, and we're selling it and all those things. I loved the process of working on it. I loved it because I was given so much responsibility and so much creative freedom. It didn't even matter if it came out. The fact that it came out, it's amazing. But I loved the process of working on it. And what I have found joy in is this channel that we're on right now. I've been on YouTube for 2.5 years, and I have created, or I haven't. I was the guy that threw the party and opened the door, and the audience showed up, and the audience, I call them the Post-Geek singularity or whatever. the people that watch this channel give me greater joy than the movie making process I wanted to be involved in my entire life, because it's become so difficult and so hard and so demoralizing and
So we're saying the same thing. It's
yeah,
like
that's
the
what I mean.
audience.
It's absolutely the same thing. And now
We're
my
closer
question,
to our audience than ever before. And when I talk about thumbnails, I definitely don't mean like I've been very fortunate that everything I've made has gotten some sort of theatrical play.
Yeah.
But if I was smarter, I would have done everything I could to stop that from happening early on, because I would probably have a lot more money now. I never get anything.
Well,
No matter how successful something is, they always go back to the theatrical and say, well, we spent all this money. But you didn't. Like, you made me stand outside of the theater waving to people and, hey, everybody. And then everyone goes, oh, he's like a car salesman. He's always fucking promoting his shit.
now-
he's got
who else is gonna
he's got
do
the
it?
big sign with the arrow that he's spinning around, like,
Spinning it.
but the thing is,
that's
let me.
been me.
But Adam, for me, I love the process. I love making. I love making things, and I'm involved in every aspect of the films I worked on, not just editorial, producerial, visual effects, sound mixing. I'm involved in every aspect, and that's what I love. And you know what? All I want to do is be able to pay my goddamn bills while I do this. I don't need to drive a Lamborghini.
Here's what broke me. Because I'm with you on it. When I'm on a set with an art director and a costumer and a makeup artist and actors that are fucking great at their craft,
Man.
and we're making something and moments are happening, and then when you get into post and this whole new group of talented people start doing their thing, and as the creator of it and the writer and the director and the producer, and then it's amazing. But what broke me was that I've made everything for the right reasons. It's always been out of passion. It's never been for a paycheck. It's never been because I thought it was gonna do something or whatever. It was never even the popular thing to make. It was always things that people told me wouldn't work. But what broke me was when Hatchet was supposed to be 3 movies, and we finished it, and it was done, and that was it. And then I got hit with the depression, and Dave Brocky dying, and Holliston and Fearnet, and a divorce that I didn't see coming, and all kinds of bad shit. And it was George Romero gave me this pep talk about why Hatchet matters, and I just had never seen it that way. And he's like, you need to keep going. Like, it's not over yet. Like, people love it. Like, it makes people happy. It makes them laugh. Like, and it reminded me what I do, and that I do love it. And I made the 4th one in secret. The company that was producing it knew how much money they were going to end up making. They'll never admit that they made money, ever. They'll never do it.
They can't.
But now it gets more popular every year. More horror fans are born every year. More people find it every year. It's available more places. There's like to have action figures in Target and Walmart. These aren't like custom made things you need to get off a website or something. They're right there with Star Wars and
like
Transformers
Babyface.
and everything else. Yeah, well,
Not yet.
That's what
We
I'm
don't
saying,
get
though.
Babyface.
Not yet. Not
Yeah.
yet. But to give us a budget of $400,000 in 11 days to make that movie in, none of us got paid. We all went into debt. Like, it was, I just remember at a certain point thinking, how dare you do this? Like, fuck you. And yet still bled for that fucking thing, gave everything I could, and then went out on a 58-night tour, driving, just me and my assistant, driving ourselves from city to city to city, got paid $0 for that. 0. The distributor kept 50% of the tickets. The theater kept 50%. Now, I had like merch and stuff, but the merch costs fucking money to make.
Yep.
And then you got to ship it and all that. So it's not making a difference. But fans love it, and that's why you do it. So to not quit, I'm glad I was able to realize I'm only here for these. I always say kids because that's what George Romero said about. George can say kids. I can't, but I do. But I'm there for these kids every night, hearing them cheer and laugh and how happy they were. It's like that's That's the only thing I can think of now, because it was so offensive. I mean, even like Kane Hodder, the guy, he's a legend at this point. He's done so much. He's the reason Friday the 13th remained so popular. He was the only one doing conventions for a long time, carrying the torch for that character of Jason. He's the only one to ever play Victor Crowley. And if you knew what they paid him,
dude,
you would cry. And he still showed up for the kids and for me. And I can't keep dragging my friends in on these favors and abusing them like this. I can't. Like, either pay us something, but and do the movie right. Oh, because I dare anybody to take the script for Victor Crowley and go make it in 11 days. Just try it. Try it.
But now,
I don't
let me
know
ask
how
you
we
this.
finished it.
Here's what if you're given these parameters, would you ever say no? The answer is you have to say it. It's like, God damn it.
Now I will. Now
you'll say no
already.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need to make another Hatchet movie ever again. I could give a shit if it's the right situation, and I know it's never going to be the right one. If it's a livable situation, yeah, then I would do it for the fans and only for the fans. I would never do it for the company that's going to make the money off of it. I would only be for the fans.
Speaking of that, people have been firing in. People, by the way, Adam, thanks for being here. People are having a great time with this.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Sorry, I'm very passionate about whatever I'm talking about.
It's fucking good. It's fucking great.
You guys, fucking Death Wish coffee is so good. It's even better than Dunkin' Donuts. I swear to God, you got to believe me.
By the way, I bought it. I bought it at my local Vons. I love Death Wish coffee. Yep. Okay, so although it is very expensive.
Wait, do they have a decaf?
They don't. Yeah, that I know of.
Don't drink it. Don't even talk to me about Fuck that shit.
Rob,
why would you drink?
The caffeine makes me jittery and upsets my stomach. Adam knows this. I'm the only one who drinks the decaf at his place.
Death Wish coffee rules, by the way. Rules.
It's so good. So I had 3 different coffee companies contact me about doing like an endorsement thing, and I had already committed to one, which the heavy metal celebrity who was in charge of that one is kind of canceled, so that one went away. But it wasn't even me, it was my dog Arwen, who fans of mine know Arwen. She's fast asleep right now, so you can't see her, but they wanted to do Arwen's Yorkshire roast and then like a Victor Crowley coffee or whatever. We did it before with a hot sauce once. That's a whole other story, but they send me the samples and it's always just generic coffee. But then Death Wish sent me stuff, and I was like buzzed off of coffee, and I drink it all day and night. I never stop, and holy shit, Death Wish is so good. And so then they're like, "Oh, we'll send you more samples because I guess we're gonna do something together." I'm not like announcing.
I'm a big fan. But I found it. It was this very it's expensive, but man, I bought it.
It's worth it.
Just because the packaging, and I'm like, I bought that shit, and I'm like, oh, it's real. I mean, I'm from Seattle, so half my blood's caffeinated anyway. But man, that is some good shit. Well, I'm a big fan.
They said, "Oh, we're so happy you like it, and because we're gonna do something together." They're like, "We'll send you some more." I couldn't wait for it to get here, so I still went out and bought more.
Bruh.
Like, I've spent so much money on Death Wish coffee.
Dude, it's you know what?
I'm gonna get the box so you guys can see it.
Delivers.
He's got to go on tour again just to pay for his coffee addiction.
Well, I mean, by the way, look at that office, man. Check that shit out.
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah, Rob, I spend a lot of time. I spend a lot of time there.
I mean, it just looks like a wonderful place.
It is. It's a magical, wonderful office, and his screen and the sound system is amazing. And we've watched, since we couldn't go to the theater, we would see a lot of the when Warner Brothers did their premieres.
Yeah.
So we would watch Conjuring 3, we would watch Kong vs. Godzilla, Mortal Kombat. We did all that stuff.
Okay, hang on. Now, oh, look at that logo. Push it in a little bit more. Other way. Frame left. There we
Like
go. Look at that. I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want to buy that? That's why I bought it. The world's strongest coffee. You ask about that, and they're not lying.
But it's so good. It's so good. And I am like hardcore Dunkin' Donuts guy because I'm from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I don't need that microphone, right? You guys are getting me off. Of
Yeah.
this microphone.
You're good.
But yeah, it's so good. I'm making more of it now at 3 a.m, and then I'm always like, I can't sleep. I'm such an insomniac. I wish I could just sleep. I wonder why. Like,
Yeah, he only drinks 20 coffees a day.
Yeah. Well,
We're gonna find him. We're gonna go to the office one day, and he's just gonna be there, and his chest is gonna burst out because Hey, I know we have some super chats, but before we get to those, another topic.
I haven't told a single metal story.
No,
Yes.
we're gonna get there. But there was a question. Did you watch *Malignant*?
that was from
did not
Dieter.
watch it.
Dieter
That was
asked
Dieter.
that.
Wondered
Yeah.
what you thought about *Malignant*. You haven't seen it yet, so there you guys go. There's the answer. He hasn't watched it yet.
Because I'm on a deadline for the new thing I'm
Writing.
I'm writing right now.
You can't talk about.
It's I just can't say what the title is, because then it would be considered an announcement. But it's
Right.
I'm doing an adaptation of a very popular video game that I'm writing and directing it, and right now I'm in the writing phase of it. And the world of this video game is massive. It's really big, and the best way I can explain it is it feels like trying to take like what Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh had to do when they had the books of Lord of the Rings.
And
then they had to
Philippa
try to
Boyens.
make
Don't
them-
forget Philippa.
Yes, sorry. And tried to make it
Just saying.
into a movie.
She's very sexy, by
that's
the
what
way.
it-
I was a big fan.
So let's just make up some titles. So it's Dead Space.
No, man, it's
Or
Grand Theft Auto
Halo.
5.
It's Grand Theft Auto. It's
People
it's-
have guessed it in the
Adam
past, like,
Green's
with the
Grand
broadcast.
Theft Auto, Cyberpunk 2077, whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
Red Dead Redemption by Adam Green.
I can't say what it is yet. And
Right.
again, there's never guarantees these things are really gonna get made and come out. But I mean, they hired me, they're paying me, and but the deadline that they expect me to deliver, because it's a series that I'm doing. It's going to be, I think, 12 episodes.
It's got to be
And
Pokemon
I should really.
then. Because you got to catch them all over 12 episodes.
It fits with the types of things I do. That's all. I
You're
can
the
say.
one
And
who cast Chris Pratt as Mario.
And it's not a horror franchise game. It's not one of those ones. Like,
Was there ever a video game that you played that you were like, God, I would love to make that?
Rygar. Does anyone remember Rygar?
Yeah.
As a Nintendo game?
Yeah.
I remember Rygar.
Yeah, that's the one that I really wanted to make into a movie.
Well, that's
And,
that's going like. What's the plot of that video game movie?
I don't know, but I just love the world and the monsters and the character, and that's the type of thing where the sky's the limit if you just use what everyone knows, but now you can do your own thing. My problem that I'm having with this adaptation I'm doing right now is that normally I just write my own stuff all the time, and now I need to until the work I did on the Friday the 13th game, which is the Jarvis tapes, which, by the way, they are very hard to find. But if you go on YouTube, people who have found them have posted them all strung together. And
That's no fun.
Well, it's out of everything I've ever done, that has gotten the most positive response. No, like, it's not like I check every day, so I don't know, maybe in the last year or two, people have turned on it for some reason. But I took some big swings with that because I tied Tommy Jarvis into Shocker, Nightmare on Elm Street, Hatchet, Behind the Mask. Like, I tied a whole universe. And I see there's something on YouTube now that explains how I created a horror cinematic universe with those tapes, which was the goal. But I figured fans would reject it. And because think about it, Tommy Jarvis and the Friday the 13th movies, originally Corey Feldman in part 4.
Come on.
And then we had part 5 and 6. makes no sense. His age makes no sense. Like, those movies are not very good movies. We all know that. We just love them to death. So I had
4
to
is pretty
somehow.
good though.
4 is great.
Part 4 is
and 6
4,
is great.
2, 6. Yeah, they all have their great moments, but logic has nothing to do with those films whatsoever. So to be tasked with tying all the movies together and so fans can see what was happening between movies, that was what they asked me to do when it couldn't make sense because the movies don't make sense. I figured for sure people were going to skewer me on it and not accept it, and everyone accepted it. I was like, couldn't find a bad review at first, and then I stopped looking. I'm like, all right, cash out now because you know it's coming. Like, dude, I'm out. But I hear from people all the time how much they appreciated it and enjoyed it, and that really means a lot because to get to even be part of that world in a minuscule way,
Oh yeah,
really is super cool. But
Yeah,
but this game I'm doing is really hard because they gave me a Bible, like the game developers were like, this is our Bible, and it's like 4 pages and really not much to it. So they're like, just, go through the game and you're finding clues and things. But like, I've been watching walkthroughs of fans playing it and fan theories of who these characters are and how they like, it's so massive. So anyway, I'm struggling hard with this in a good way, but so I have not watched Malignant yet. Sorry.
well
Rob,
that's okay.
Couldn't just say no.
No. Rob, how about you? Is there a video game that you would love to adapt from any era?
I'm gonna grab
Dude,
coffee.
Okay.
Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's put us back here. Okay, so I love the Capcom. I was bequeathed, again, a person I was very enamored of gave me a PlayStation 3. That became my first Blu-ray player and also my game machine. And I love video games. I grew up. I loved Intellivision and ColecoVision, and so when I got my PlayStation 3, I really became a gamer.
Right.
And I loved the Capcom game. I loved Devil May Cry, the first Devil May Cry.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
And I loved Onimusha.
Okay.
And Onimusha and Devil May Cry were the two. Man, I fucking love those games so much. And now, look, I loved the Grand Theft Auto franchise. I did love Uncharted. Was the first game where I was like, my God, this is a movie too. I love the characters. I loved Uncharted 1 was the first game I ever played from beginning to end. And I have to say that if I could do any video game franchise in any way, shape, or form, then the first one would be Onimusha, samurais and demons.
Mm-hmm.
And if I couldn't do that, I would want to do Devil May Cry.
Okay.
Those are my two go-to video game franchises. I mean, Onimusha especially.
Interesting.
What about you?
Oh, I want to do Sinistar just so I can have it start.
Oh
with,
my God! Well, that's a sci-fi. Come on,
hunger.
dude. Sinistar fucking rules. I mean, I didn't realize you want to go all the way back.
I say that I think that would be fun. Elevator Action as an action spy movie would be really fun. Altered Beast.
Oh, that's a good one.
That would be really cool. And I'm trying to think what was in Nightmare Creatures. I really love those. Since the Resident Evils of the world, those have all been taken and everything like that. And Adam will be back in a minute. He's just he's doing what I normally do.
Oh, he's gonna Adam will come back.
He'll
By the
be
way,
back.
Adam is back, and
He's back now.
Let's bring Adam back.
Oh, well,
because,
Well, Rob, what you really want to do?
hang on, Dave. Adam is now back.
He's back.
And we have questions. We have many super chats and questions that.
Right, but Rob, I want to mention. I mean, come on. Though it's not a video game per se, I know you've always dreamed of doing Atari Force.
Okay. Right. Well, you gotta. Okay. For those of you who don't know,
And
there.
I'll be back.
Oh,
You
now
go.
you're leaving now.
I'm just gonna get some water.
Well, I
It's
saw I
fine.
wasn't on camera, so I went to go to the bathroom.
No, it's all good, but I can't talk about Atari Force while I have my esteemed guest, Adam Green. So I'm going to table that conversation, Dave. I'm not going to talk about the 20-issue DC Comics series Atari Force that I love. I'm not going to talk about that while Adam is actually here.
Okay. All right.
You go away. I got super chats.
Okay, you do super chats, and then I've got a question for Adam.
Okay, that's good. Adam, welcome back. Thank
you.
I do have some questions. Comic Quirks with Jimmy says, any recommendations on a low-budget cinema camera? I was thinking about the Black Magic Pocket Cinema 4K or 6K. Now,
Yes.
Are you down?
Yeah, I would say those. But I'm also I'm still a fan of like the Canon 7D. It all depends what you have in front of it.
Yep.
Like it's all your lens package. That's the only thing that really matters. So don't worry so much about having the latest and greatest. Get good lenses, and that's going to make the difference. Now the 7D focus is very critical. So if you're planning on shooting something where you're going to have a lot of movement with the camera, you're going to be handheld in and out, just be prepared to give your first AC, or if you're not going to have one of those, your DP, or if you're not going to have one of those, to be very frustrated at times, because you don't want to get into post and realize all your shit was soft, out of focus. Yeah, I never subscribed to chasing the latest, like, oh, now we have this new camera that doesn't even come out on the mass market for another 2 months. And the lens is the only thing that really matters.
Great advice. I couldn't agree more.
Sorry. And another way you can save money, the mini versions of like prime lenses, like Cook minis. Oh, sorry, Arwen's choking.
Oh, God.
You okay? Are you choking? Okay.
Oh, look, he's coming there. Look at that. He's coming back to you.
There she is.
There she is.
Do you want to say hello?
Yeah. Have Arwen say
Dude,
hello.
we're a huge fan of dogs on this channel.
Here she is. Yeah, she's got to go to the vet on Monday because she's got a cough. Yeah. You have a cough. But mini primes and stuff, the mini versions of lenses, way cheaper to rent and really, really good. We shot Victor Crowley with the Cook minis, and way cheaper. Nobody's ever no one's ever questioned it or thought differently. I was skeptical of it, but they're really, really good. So definitely look into those. We're overexposed, aren't we?
I do have to say that I am curious about this. I mean, I know it's a phone, but I'm curious about this new, Apple, and see what the cinema mode thing can actually do.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, Soderbergh shot Unsane on the iPhone 7.
Yeah. Someone mentioned the Canon 7D. I as far as shooting a feature, I don't know. You gotta have to the focal length on that is so delicate and so narrow that I really can't suggest it.
Can I just say
that's what I just said? But the thing of the Mara, we use the 7D a lot.
Yeah,
and it did the job.
Can I just say, anyone who wants to make a film, don't allow equipment to limit your creativity.
Yes, I've never been about that.
No,
like, as long as my DP is okay with it, that's all I care about.
I mean,
you spend more time getting a really a seasoned, experienced director of photography more than the latest toys.
You don't need what you need is people that know how to use the toys in general. All toys.
You need
people who know how to do their stuff.
Is a good script. Because nobody gives a shit.
Oh, well, yeah.
About the other stuff.
Now hang on now.
Yeah.
I was only wait. I agree with you, but we were just talking because this question was about equipment.
Yes.
I'm just saying,
we
Adam.
we all know those directors though that are so into their shots, their cool shots, and their motion control dolly shots, and and nobody gives a shit except for them. So don't fall into that trap, because it's really easy to fall into. If you can't afford the latest gadget or whatever, it's fine.
But I would love
there's
you
nothing
to,
cheaper than a pencil and a piece of paper.
but I would love you to reiterate. Could you just state that again, because it was I think it was beautiful. Tell us
what
what's
did I
really
say?
important. What beyond cameras or whatever. Please restate that again, because it was beautiful.
The script is the most important thing. It's what most people are going to remember. Your movie can only be a great movie if you have a good script. You can have the coolest shots in the world, the latest technology. None of it matters. So I'm not saying the gadgets aren't crucial and cool and important for whatever it is that you're trying to do, but don't let not having them just disenchant you in any way at all. Because at the end of the day, when other filmmakers might, you hear that?
Ooh.
It's bad, yeah. Other filmmakers are gonna maybe notice that stuff, but there's been screenings. I feel bad saying this, but it's the truth. Screenings that we've gone to. It's not that big of a community. It's a lot like high school in good ways and bad ways, and you're sitting there outside of the screening, listening to fellow filmmakers just go to town on their gear, and the way they modded out their Alexa, their Red camera, whatever it is, and they're just and then but meanwhile, like, their movies aren't good, and nobody's talking about their movies, nobody cares about them at all, and don't be that guy or girl is what I'm saying. Just
the only other thing I would say, which is it's not about equipment, but it's a really important thing. Feed your crew.
Well, Dave.
Feed your crew. Take care of your crew. Have good craft service, which is all the snack stuff and coffee and waters and all that stuff available, especially if you can't pay them a lot.
Dave,
make sure they're fed well.
I just want to reiterate this channel, the Burnettwork, has we have two rules about filmmaking, and the first is what you just said. And everyone always asks me, Rob, when I speak, what are the most important things about making movies in Hollywood? I said, well, the first thing you need is great catering and craft service. And they all look at me and go like, what? And it's like, look, man, as a producer, your crew will know if you love them or not, and whether they will die on this hill for you at the lunch on the first day.
Yeah.
They will know. And do not laugh. Your crew needs to know you're going to take care of them, because if you're going to work for another 18 or 24 days, if you're not feeding them well, they will not work for you.
18 or 24 days.
What are you making, a Star Wars movie?
Jesus Christ, are you making Lawrence of Arabia? What the fuck, man?
And the other thing that you need is great hair and makeup people.
Oh, or just great hair.
No, your actors need to be taken care of. They need to know, because if you don't have great hair and makeup people, you want your actors to understand when they walk out on set, they look fucking good, man. And if you don't have that, they'll be pissed, and you'll wind up with Bruce Willis.
Oh
no! I mean, look,
he doesn't need hair. So you've already saved money.
Look, I think the most cynical career in Hollywood right now is Bruce Willis's. I understand why he's doing it. I get it. He shows up for a day or two and gets $1 million, I'm sure, and he can do that.
Walks through it
24 times a year. But I'm like, we love you, Bruce. We love Bruce Willis, and yet, I feel sad. Now, that said, 200 Watt Studio asks, Adam, would you direct for hire? or would you only direct stuff you write yourself?
Yes, I would direct for hire. And I mean this. Well, I don't know. I guess this video game thing, assuming I stay with it through the end, technically it's a job for hire. They came to me with the property and said, "We think you're the right person to do this," and we talked, and I said yes. But yeah, I would totally direct for hire. In fact, I would love to start doing more episodic TV where you're just sort of in and out.
Yep. Me too.
And it's just about doing a good job and giving the showrunner what they need. Just because if I did more of that, then I could go take a year to go do my thing where I don't get paid. And yeah.
And be okay with it.
And be okay with it. Yeah. That's what I always did for the longest time. I would sell a TV pilot almost every year. And knowing it's probably not going to get made because I don't have the clout to push it through, but they're going to pay me my union minimum WGA payment. And now if I'm going to go do a Hatchet sequel or something experimental like Digging Up the Marrow, it's like Holliston, I got paid like zero. And I was the creator, the showrunner, the writer, director, and the star. And I purposely didn't take a fee so other people could get paid. Now I got residuals, and they were broadcast residuals, which are decent. Eventually, years later, I got those. I had to fight for them, of course. They didn't pay me, and then I had to. It's what you have to go through just to get what you're owed. It's not like you're asking for more.
I know.
The deal. It's awful. No other business, whatever you guys do for work, imagine if every Friday or whatever day of the week you get paid, you had to go and fist fight for that check. And then they still expect you to not have any hard feelings and still show up on Monday and do it again. Every fucking time. Like, when do I get paid when I'm supposed to get paid? Oh, well, it's you had money for everything else. Oh my God. Yeah. The money is the worst part of it. So that's why you should really do this when you're young, because once you have children and you're older and stuff, like, you can't play these stupid games anymore. And when your
imagine
stuff
your
is
wife
really
going,
popular,
"Where's our paycheck? Where's your check?"
You can't. You can't. You can't get by on just the spirit of collaboration, and it's just you're making cool art. At a certain point, it's life, but it's especially hard when your stuff is really popular and it's making a lot of money. It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah. Cinema Gulp says, Adam, I don't really have a question. I'm just a huge fan of your Hatchet films, and I wanted you to know that you are a true horror legend, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. It never feels like that, but thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Way more than you know.
I figured you'd love that. 200-watt studio. And what can you say to that other than that's fucking rad? 200-watt studio says, what do you think of Cabin in the Woods? I liked it. It balanced the humor and horror well. What do you guys think?
Yep.
Just
yep.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Gotta pontificate a little bit more.
Look, it's that movie had unlimited resources, unlimited time, unlimited everything. So of course it's good. If it wasn't, that's why I don't care about Marvel movies. Like, I don't care how much money you have, Disney. I'm not impressed. Like, there's nothing at stake in a single one of those movies. And then people are like, no, but in Avengers, they all died. No, they didn't. Stop. In fucking Superman, when we were kids, he flew around the world backwards. Just stop. Fuck off. Nobody cares. Like, it's like, I'm not going to pay to go and watch you show me how much money you have. I don't care. I just don't. Would I like to direct one? Yup. Sign me the fuck up. It'll be my favorite. I will get a Marvel tattoo. But yeah, I don't care. I just don't. And so, like, Cabin in the Woods was fine. It was fun. I liked it. But I don't have like more to say. Like, they had a lot of money. It was great.
Adam's more of a DC guy.
No, but look.
I was waiting for Rob's brain was melting during that.
I was not. It was not melting. Look. Here's the thing. Look, I don't. My whole raison d'être for my life, what I want is I just want great stories being told. That's it.
Me
I
too.
Don't care. I don't care. I mean, I think a great story can be told for $100,000 or $100 million.
But when nothing bad can happen to your protagonist, nothing bad can happen to him, and they can never lose. Like next, give me something else.
I look. I completely understand that, and for me, I grew up reading comic books. So, what I love about what Kevin, by the way, I do believe what Kevin Feige has done, despite because he started at Paramount. The guy has delivered. No one has done what he's done in Hollywood history.
No question. And even though there's no story, they are in my opinion, there's nothing at stake in a single one of those movies. But the ride is very enjoyable for the people that are into it, and I can appreciate that. I think the movies are incredibly well made. Yeah. Hats off. I'm not shitting on Marvel. I'm just saying
they're just not.
Why does it have to be? But why does each one have to be longer than the last one? And that's why I stopped going, is that I realized the anxiety that would set in when the lights would go down. And I realized I'm only there because I'm being a sheep. Everyone else is excited, so I'm trying to get excited. But I'm panicking because I'm like, how long is this? And then every time you think it's over, now there's another set piece where it's the same effects and they're flying and they're jumping and they're doing. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. I hate this. So I stopped going.
I have to say that the movie that I am most excited about is David Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future. He's shooting in Greece. I read that script 25 years ago. I cannot believe it's getting made. And to me, directors are sacrosanct in my mind. They are the authors of the 20th century, now the 21st. And the people that make those movies, like you, Adam, when I see you make something like Frozen, I'm like, Jesus Christ, the mind that had to set up those shots and understood, like you said, I'm shooting practically. You're not now you can shoot in a volume where now you could actually have a LED screen surrounding you, and it's technology
that movie. As good as the technology is, if that movie had been shot on a green screen and a soundstage, it never would have worked.
Nope.
It was the audience knows that those actors are really going through it, and that's why the tension remains consistently. But we were just talking about the 7D and critical focus. Think about this. With Frozen, now when you're shooting film, because Frozen was shot on 35 millimeter film, you have your camera and your principal, your actor, whatever it might be that you're filming. And you literally, your first AC measures with a measuring tape and gets that focus just right. Because it's not like a video camera where you can see a screen that's showing you. You have like an output, a tap, but it's going in and out, and it's not accurate. Now with Frozen, our camera is on a 50-foot techno crane, the film camera, and it's moving in the wind. It's blowing and it's moving. And then the chair that the actors are on is blowing. So our first AC was literally just looking from the ground and zenning it in, guessing. He had no idea. So we couldn't get a first AC for weeks. People would come in for their interview. I would explain what I was doing, and they're like, well, right, but it's going to be on a soundstage, right? And I'm like, no, we're really going up there. And they're like, no, I'll never work again. The whole movie's going to be out of focus, and you're going to blame me. I'm not doing it. Now, when you see Frozen in the theater, you can see where it does get soft at times. But
it's in the wind. It works for the movie.
That's what I think.
It
I don't
works.
think the audience cares if it gets. If
No,
the focus gets a little
as a matter of fact,
soft.
I'm the viceroy of verisimilitude. It works. You watch that movie and you're like, Jesus fucking Christ. That's what makes it work. It's real. Dude, it's so
Yeah.
real. It's so good. I love Frozen. I love it so
Thank
much.
I'm just saying, don't let the technical stuff bum you out too much. And it doesn't make you any less of a storyteller. You're not as great of a filmmaker if you're like, no, just, but put your focus, especially when you have a limited amount of resources. Just don't let that stuff get in your head and make you think that you can't do it or whatever. Like, just, yeah, that's all.
Cinema Gulp says, may I say, having the great Dave Parker and the great Adam Green together on one show is so exciting for me. Thank you to the great Robert Meyer Burnett. Well, let me just say, I can't say it. Look, I can't. Look, Cinema Gulp, I thank you for that, but I have to say that this is all Dave Parker's doing. And I've known Dave for, we have a quarter century friendship. Adam Green would not, he would not be here without Dave. And Dave,
That's not true. You just have to ask. I always say
well,
that
I
to
know,
people.
but
I'm always happy.
I didn't know you. I mean, I was like, I'd be like, oh, hey, Adam, remember the time we hung out? Oh, no, we didn't hang out. The Dave,
But I know your work. I know of you. We
yeah,
have
of course,
friends.
of course,
I would
but
say.
I
just say no
appreciate,
to
I
the
appreciate it.
ones
But come
where-
on, look, come on, we gotta give Dave Parker some love here. Dave knew you, and he was very excited. He's like, Rob, I have a guest for Midnight Metal, and I'm like, great. And Dave, by the way, Dave Parker has been the booker. He should be a booker on every kind of YouTube show ever because he brings, if you want to talk about Chaosium, or if you want to bring on the man.
I only know
Jeffrey,
that band because of Dave.
Right?
And I love them now. I think they're so good.
I mean, I love Jeffrey Reddick. We've met before, but Dave called him up.
He's the best.
And of course, now Adam Green, you are here because of the great Dave Parker. Just saying.
Well, this is what Dave and I would be doing anyway.
Exactly.
I know, right?
If we were not here.
Shh, don't tell people this. Come on. You have to make it look like this is like some crazy, awesome shit.
We literally, throughout the pandemic, sat right here, exactly what
Yeah.
you're looking at, and just talked. But I couldn't. Look, I took the pandemic very seriously. I still take it very seriously.
I do
and
too.
Hope,
Yeah.
I hope all of you do as well. Hopefully you don't know somebody who's died of this yet. I do, and it
I do
was
too.
Yeah, I know.
fucking horrible.
Somebody
You
I
do not want
really
this.
loved. He's gone.
For me, it was one of my closest friends' dads, and it was the worst of everything you've seen on the news about not being able to be with the person. Here, I'll sum it all up with this: he was perfectly healthy. I think he was 60 or 61, and in the end, because they were out of hospital beds, they had to move him to the comfort floor. And he knew what that meant. It means they're going to push you into a room and come back in a few hours and hopefully you're dead. And then they're going to put you in a freezer truck outside until there's room. And his family couldn't see him. They pushed him out into the hall. They saw him through the glass, and he was terrified because he knew they were bringing him in there with other people choking to death and dying. Don't fucking let it happen, because you don't need to let it happen. You can be careful about this shit. You can get vaccinated. You can wear a mask. I know it's so polarizing to actually take care of yourself, because much better to take fucking horse deworm or gargle Windex or shove fucking bleach up your ass or whatever. Stop. Just fucking do it, and let's get past this. That's all I'm gonna say.
I feel I shouldn't like. After that, I agree with you 100%. What I don't get is when did it become? Let's take precautions. Let's take care of all of us. We live in a society. We don't joker me, but we live in a society where we should look out for our fellow man. It's not just about us. We're part of a civilization where it requires us to look out for our neighbors and our fellow travelers.
I just don't get the fact that, oh, it's a fucking hoax. It's a fucking hoax. It's not. It's not anything. It's fucking worldwide, guys. It's happening everywhere. We can see where we get, the entire thing. So it's like, all the governments of the world decide, oh, we're gonna get together and just fuck with everyone.
Dave, that's entirely what they did. Come on now.
Yeah, no, it's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry that I just don't understand that.
6 billion shots have been given at this point. 6 billion. And instead, we all have to fucking talk about Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's balls in Trinidad.
Swelling. Yeah.
And how great, though, that all the governments immediately jumped on that because of how big her following is to shut it down. Whenever your story starts with, I heard from a friend that this and that, and that's all of them. It's always, well, my friend has his coworker, people are dying from taking the vaccine. No, they're not. No, they're not. That never happened. Didn't happen. Maybe they died of something else and they happen to get vaccinated or whatever. Didn't happen. So stop. Just stop spreading it. Stop. Anyway, okay, I'm done because I get way too fired up about this. But I've watched people get sick because they were so fucking stupid and they listened to Facebook or they listened to Donald Trump. 90% of the Fox News network was vaccinated by the end of fucking January, and they're the ones out there being like, I don't know, is this safe? We have to. Stop! You're killing people.
And by the way, how many people have died? Like, if you look where COVID is,
they didn't need to.
Right.
Look at it where it's academic. California is going down, and look, man, it's everything is academic. You can look at it and go, the actual stats don't lie. So let's look into it. But
unfortunately, we live in a world where people don't want to believe anything that they don't like.
Yeah, it was
easier to just weird.
Now there's so much.
I'm sorry.
Misinformation, disinformation, and everything, and there, it's like you don't know who to trust anymore because you know what? Humans are fallible and they make mistakes too with things. But so you got no one that you're going to listen to, trust, not science. You're going to listen to Donald Trump.
Because science didn't have all the answers immediately right out of the gate, then people are like, well, then you can't believe me.
Well,
look,
and yet
I don't mean to sound like I'm not trying to be cynical or whatever, and this is coming from a place of I care. Every time I see the number of deaths go up, it kills me because it didn't need to happen this way.
Nope.
It didn't need to happen, and we've now passed the 1918 Spanish flu. In 2021, when we had a vaccine in a year, we've passed that number because of sheer stupidity. So stop it. Or if you don't want to get vaccinated, don't. And I hope nothing bad happens to you, but don't keep spreading your bullshit online because there's people that aren't intelligent enough to tell the difference. They don't know better. So don't stop. Just don't take it. Go have a fucking party. Do whatever you want to do. I hope you're going to be okay, but I don't want to see anybody get sick, and I don't want to see anybody die. And after what I watched my friend's father go through, you don't want this to happen to anybody you know.
No, you really don't. You don't. I mean, and I think people just don't quite understand how awful it can be.
Yeah.
They don't know.
And the thing is this, you never know. The last thing I'll say is like, look, you just don't, it might affect one person very lightly, and the other person it can put in the hospital. It just seems to like affect everyone differently. So you never know. So it's like, why even play Russian roulette with this thing? that part I don't get. But let's get on to.
Okay, well, hang on, Dave. Let's get on to what Stubble McShave asks.
Okay.
Stubble McShave says, I've found that what I appreciate most from stories years after I've consumed them is not the spectacle or the plot details. What I remember is the characters and the character interactions. The spectacle sells the movie, but it's the characters that last. Is that true?
Yes and no. I think it depends on the movie. I think for most people, I don't know if they realized how much the characters mattered to them when they saw Star Wars in 1977. They had never seen anything like the spectacle before, and that's what everyone talked about for years. But now, when you think about Star Wars, which was not an original story in any way, shape, or form. But it was Han Solo. It was this cast of characters. It was the actors that played them. It was like it's all become so iconic. Even Carrie Fisher's kind of got an accent, doesn't have an accent, has an accent. Like it didn't matter. You just enjoyed watching those people go through that story, even though it's classic Shakespeare. It didn't matter. It's just enjoyable. And then, like, horror movies, we remember the slashers because of how memorable the villain was. We all loved the hockey mask. We loved Freddy's glove. Then there were other slashers that were like just a dude with a knife. No one's gonna remember that one.
Yep.
So the spectacle does matter, and the look and the set pieces for sure. But you are right though, 100% that it's the characters, the story. That's what's gonna make you go back to it for sure and think about it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Why Rob is relieving himself. I'm gonna go to the super chats that I can see. So if there's other ones, I'll let Rob know. But Tom Jr. Jackson goes, Adam, your thoughts on Kino Lorber releasing To Live and Die in LA on 4K Blu-ray? Maybe convince Rob to get it, which is a joke because Rob will get that movie to the end of time. He'll have it implanted into his brain when he can do that.
Yeah, I still don't have a 4K TV.
You're missing out. But you have a great TV and a great sound system, so it's okay. Cinema Gulp says, just when I thought Adam couldn't possibly be any more down to earth and cool, I agree with you, sir. I'm sorry about your loss. I'm with you guys.
You know what's sad though is that you got to be afraid to say anything now.
Yeah.
It's I gotta be careful what I say. It's just enough. Just stop. That's all I'm asking people to do. Just stop. Or if you just can't, if you're like, and be honest, be like, I can't. I need to keep sowing doubt, and I will never do what anybody asks me to do. Awesome. Yeah. I'm with you. I support you. Just shut the fuck up and go do it in quiet by yourself. But stop affecting other people. That's the other thing too. When everyone's like, but if you're vaccinated, you could still get it and spread it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
just
why
like just like when you get the flu shot, you can still get the flu.
I got my flu shot
Crazy.
Friday.
Right.
But my friends have children, little kids who can't get vaccinated yet. So I got to be careful because even though I'm not going to get sick and I'm not going to die, I could pass it to them by mistake, and they could so it's just.
And that's gonna a whole other thing because they said, oh, now we can get kids vaccinated now. We can start, or they're getting ready.
Hey
to
man,
approve that.
I get being skeptical.
Sure.
If this had come out before the election, would you have taken it? No. Especially knowing what we know. Have you read the Bob Woodward book, man? Literally, Trump would have given out fucking battery acid and started putting into people to make it look like he had succeeded. I would have been skeptical too. I don't trust everything, but I did the research. There's plenty of it, enough of it out there. And, okay, we'll stop.
So moving on, Rob, I did read the last two super chats.
Oh,
so I got those.
Stubble,
so Tom Jr. Jackson and Cinema Gulps.
Oh,
so
good.
This is awesome, by the way, you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching tonight, for staying up so late. Thank you guys for having me. This has been really
well, Adam.
The numbers just keep going up, and here's the thing.
Thank you, by the way, for being here.
It's 3:30, so you let us know when you got to go. But I look, I have to ask this question, which will lead. And here's the thing, guys. I'll say that.
Should I call my lawyer?
No, hold on, Rob.
I'm just checking.
Rob, just simmer down for give the jaw a little break for a minute. Let me speak.
Wow. Okay.
just relax. So first, I want to say this, guys. I'm going to cue Adam and it'll allow him to tell a couple stories, and we'll wrap it up because it is 3:30, almost 3:30. So we'll wrap it up after this section of it. We aren't going to do the 5 or 6 hour marathon that Rob likes to do because I'm old and tired. So there we go. But I will say this, and Adam, just give them this information too. If you want to hear more stories about Adam's experiences with some of rock and metal royalty, he brings a lot of that discussion to his own podcast, The Movie Crypt. So, Adam, where can people listen to that as well to hear some of these stories and some they won't hear tonight more in depth?
Wherever you listen to podcasts, just type in The Movie Crypt. It started 8.5 years ago. We've never missed a Monday. We're on episode 440, something like that at this point. And yeah, wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, we were on a network called Geek Nation for the first 4 years. When we left, they went out of business the next day. And they took all of our episodes down with them. There's no way to put that much content back up. There just isn't. At least not on the actual podcast apps. You're even paying for the top tier of podcast distribution. There's not, like, our episodes are so long, especially back then the show was like 2.5, 3 hours long a week. Anyway, so the old episodes, you need to be part of our Patreon to get, because over the last 4 years, we've been releasing them once a week, slowly getting them back out there. So yeah, but
and what is Patreon and what and being a Patreon supporter, what does that get you? What does that get them? And for how much?
Okay, all we ask for is $1 a month, $1 a month. That's it. And then you get the full new versions of every episode. You get to hear who the guests are going to be and ask the guest questions if you want. And you can ask questions for Hollywood Therapy, which is our like advice column thing that we do. But yeah, $1 a month. That's it. Then if you want more stuff, we also have live events we do. There's the classic episodes. It just goes up and up and up. But it's a wonderful community of people. Most of them have been together almost a decade now with this. And then, of course, there's our 48-hour live marathon at the beginning of every December to benefit Save a Yorkie Rescue. I know some people are like, Yorkies, they need to be rescued. Every breed needs help. But Arwen, as you saw before, is a Yorkie. She's been the mascot of our show this whole time. So when I first met the people at Save a Yorkie Rescue, the fact that they're a very small rescue and fully volunteer, all charity, it just made sense to help the underdog like that. And I was at first like, are Yorkies really a breed? You don't really see a lot of Yorkies in the shelters and stuff. Aren't they rich people dogs? My dog, Arwen, was rescued out of a meth house. And some of these dogs, the very first year we did it, there was a dog named Phantom whose owner had held her face against a wood-burning stove because she wouldn't stop barking. And we saved her. She looks very odd now, but she lives with a family with 3 kids, totally happy, and a little tough to look at, but that's okay. So yeah, every animal, as long as there's human monsters in the world, animals are going to need our help. And so the fact that we get to do this every year and raise a bunch of money and save a bunch of dogs, and the best part is usually within 2-3 months afterwards, Save a Yorkie Rescue makes a book with the pictures and the stories of every dog that was saved, every one of them. And for the last couple of years, they've made it available digitally. So we post it on our Patreon page for everybody to see. And you don't need to be a patron to see it. But so if you gave a few dollars that year, if you bought something at Arwen's silent auction, whatever it was, the fact that you get to go and look and see the actual faces and read the stories of who you helped, there's nothing else like it.
Awesome.
I have to say, I grew up in a crazy cat household, and until my girlfriend Elizabeth wanted to get dogs, we don't have Yorkies. We have she wanted a Burnettdoodle, and I have to say that now I have we we have we have a half and half, a doodle who is one part Irish Terrier and one part poodle. and she's insane. And she lived in a barn for the first 4 months of her life. And her bark is the shrillest bark I've ever heard in my life. And yet she's very loving and caring and all of that. And I didn't know what it was like to have dogs. Now I have 2. And I have to say that all dogs have a empathy, and they're smart, much smarter than they're given credit for being. I mean, everyone who's ever owned a dog understands this. So it's not something that's a revelation, but it was a revelation to me. And now I own 2 dogs, and one's crazy and one is so empathetic and understanding that he is an old soul. But all dogs should be saved. Dogs for the last 20,000 years were bred to bond with humans. And any dog that is forsaken, any dog, needs to be rescued, needs to be saved, needs to have a human companion.
Remember this too. When you donate to an animal rescue or whatever, that money is also being used to neuter these animals so that they won't keep having litters and litters of puppies that nobody wants, that nobody can take, that have to get put to sleep every day. Yeah. So many people don't neuter their pets for whatever look, we have people who are taking horse to wormer to fight the coronavirus. Like, people they're dumb. Most people are just dumb. But when you donate, it doesn't mean that you need to necessarily rescue the dog yourself and take it in, or the money goes to very, very good use and it's desperately needed. But if you are somebody who has been lonely and throughout your life or whatever, you've never known love until you've had a dog or a cat or a parakeet or an iguana. Here's a story that's going to blow your minds. Now, obviously, a dog is the most outgoing with its love. The second it meets you, just like the movie Up. Hi, I'm Doug. I love you. Like, that's what a dog does. Like, they just live for you. They just want to love you.
By the way, that they've evolved to do that. They've evolved to be our partners.
Yeah. And they would take a bullet for you. They would die for you. They would do anything for you.
Yes.
And what's sad is even if the people who don't treat their dogs well, people who beat their dogs, the dog still comes crawling back and just wants to love them. And it's heartbreaking to see that happen. But, okay, so I get attached to anything. When I was little, I had sea monkeys. You guys remember those?
Yep.
Shrimp.
Shrimps.
You put the powder in the water. They're bacteria that swim around. But the picture looked like these, like, monkey,
little people. Yeah.
Cartoon. Yeah. I was at school and somebody walked up to me. I had them in like a bubble and I had it around my neck. And this older upperclassman, I was in like 6th grade, comes up to me and he looks at it and he goes, "Are these sea monkeys?" And I go, "Yeah." And he pulls it off my neck, spills it on the floor, and stepped on every one of them. And he goes, "Faggot," and walks away. That guy, later in life, wound up being held down behind a bar and jokered with a knife. Good. I hope you get AIDS in jail, John Hayes. Okay, so there was my vet had a iguana named Melrose in the front of his when you walk into the animal hospital, but he was a big iguana in a small terrarium, and I was always like, shouldn't that iguana be in a bigger one? Like, it doesn't look comfortable, and never really thought much of it. But then one day I asked, and the story of Melrose, which eventually they put up, Melrose unfortunately passed away 2 years ago, but that they put up was Melrose's dad brought him, I think it was him, to the vet because he was going on a business trip and said, "Can you just watch the iguana while I'm gone?" Because the iguana would get separation anxiety from his dad. And I'm like, reptiles get that attached? They do. Unfortunately, the dad was in one of the planes that hit the towers on 9/11. And unless Melrose stayed in the terrarium it knew and could see the door, he would stop eating and try to die. So if they moved him anywhere else, if he couldn't see the door, wouldn't eat anymore. And he waited for 16 years watching that door for his dad to come home. So any animal, if you love it, will love you back like you've never known. So I can't recommend it enough. So many need a home. Don't adopt one if you can't take care of it, or if you're not responsible and you know it, don't. But please consider it, because it'll change your life for the best. I wouldn't be here today without her, and I didn't want her. I didn't want her at all. My ex-wife was like, "Can we get a puppy so she could take fucking pictures with it on Instagram or whatever?" I'm like, no, I don't have time. I work too much. We already have 3 cats. No dog. And then got her and saved my life.
Dude, I have to say I'm with you. I had a cat for 12 years, and when she died in 2007, I was like, I'm never going to have another pet again. Never. And I love that cat. I mean, she slept, I literally was, like this. She slept on my head every night. And 4 years ago, Elizabeth's like, we have to get a dog. I'm like, I'd never owned a dog. And she wanted a Burnettdoodle. I'm like, Burnettdoodles are like some created weird genetic experiment. I mean, they're not even real dogs. She was like, no, and she did a lot of research and she actually found a breeder. And I'm like, shouldn't we go adopt a dog and be responsible? And she's like, well, no. So we go and get this dog. Gilbert. We named him I wanted to name him Truffaut. French director. I'm like, this we're gonna name this dog Truffaut, right? And she's like, okay. If
I
that's
wanted to name Arwen Detective McManus, because I thought that would be so funny at the dog park, being like, Detective McManus, and like this little Yorkie comes running over. This year's Halloween short, anybody who's a fan of mine knows, this is year 23. So it's our 23rd annual Halloween short. It's always one day, no money, whatever we come up with. This year's Halloween short, I can't say the name of it yet because we never say it till it comes out.
Right.
It'll be out in 2 weeks. Columbus Day weekend. Has to do with Detective McManus. That's all I can say.
Dude, can I just say I've been watching The Wire.
Do you like it? I can't get into it. And everyone says it's the best show
dude,
ever.
it's so good. Like Elizabeth never seen it, and not only that, but because of the recent death, I've been watching all kinds of videos about people being interviewed about it. It's amazing. But I have to say about the dog thing, I was shocked at how smart and empathetic a dog can be. Like, dogs are much like, dogs are smart, whatever. No. When you own a dog, like and we named him Gilbert. I wanted him to be Truffaut, and I for the first week, and Elizabeth was like, okay, he's Truffaut. At the end of the first week, I'm like, he's not some French director, and you wanted to name him Gilbert, and he's Gilbert. To me, he's so Gilbert. I can't, and I'm like, my idea of turning him into some French film director homage, it doesn't work. And the dog will define who he is or who she is. And Gilbert, when Elizabeth wanted him to be Gilbert or Gilbert because she's a French speaker, to me, I'm like, he was such a Gilbert, and I have to say, he's changed my life. I've known him for 4 years, and Elizabeth hates that he sleeps on the bed. I'm like, how can you have a pet that doesn't, like my cat, before I met her, slept on my face every night. I'm like, how do you have a pet and not sleep on the bed? She's like, that can't happen. I'm like, I can't have a dog that's not going to sleep on me. I don't. And Gilbert, every night, I have to make my legs in a certain way, and he jumps up and he figures out a way to sleep in my triangular where the knees bend, and Gilbert
Yeah.
Fitz, and then he puts his face down, and he's a 65-pound Burnettdoodle. And I'm like, my God, I can't imagine sleeping without him.
Yeah.
There we go.
Anyway.
Rob, let me get to this question. And Adam, you can jump it. You can shorthand some stories potentially.
Here's the good thing. The two best Adam Green stories in terms of metal go. One is the Steven Tyler story. One of them is the Dee Snider story. Steven Tyler has a documentary called Out.
Hold on.
You got to tell them both now. You just you teed him up. Come on now.
Hold on. Because what I want to do is I want to have him tell these stories, but I want him to start by jumping off with this question. What does metal mean to you, and how has it influenced and affected your life?
Okay. Metal to me means emotion and community. I'm most at home at a metal show or a metal festival, even though, like, right now my hair's a little long from the pandemic, but I don't have tattoos. I'm not like, I don't look like the usual metal guy other than how I dress. Yet I never feel safer and more, what's the right word?
At home?
At home, yeah. I just don't feel judged. I don't feel like I'm unwelcome or I'm not good enough or whatever than when I'm at a metal show or a horror convention. I feel like everyone there is my friend. And metal, the emotion behind it, the technique behind it, all of it has been such a healthy, safe place to get out such an arrangement of feelings, especially depression, suicide, things like that, where you can scream it out and then feel better. I never understood when people are like, but if you hear somebody sing a song about that, it makes you want to do it. No, it doesn't. No more than reading the Bible made people want to go kill everybody. Well, I guess some did, but regardless. But when I was 8, same year I saw E.T., same year I went to summer camp and heard about Hatchet Face and came up with Victor Crowley. My grandmother was like, what do you want for your birthday? I wanted a He-Man doll. She was like, or not a He-Man doll. I wanted Battle Armor He-Man specifically because I had a bunch of other ones. And she said, I'm going to get you a boombox. That's what they were called. And you should start listening to music. Now, I had a record player that was a hand-me-down from my brother, and I had Hotter Than Hell, Rock and Roll Over, and Love Gun, and Boston's first record. But I wasn't super into music. I liked Gene Simmons, but I didn't really, you know.
Kiss Alive?
No, I didn't get that till later.
Okay.
But they were all hand-me-downs from my brother. And my original Hotter Than Hell is ripped to shreds. Like, anyway. So she's like, what band do you want? And I didn't want music at all. And there on the TV was Twisted Sister. And it was the video for We're Not Gonna Take It, I believe. Because I think the video came out and then the record came out, like how they always do that, like the single drops, then the record comes out. And she ended up getting me You Can't Stop Rock and Roll, because I don't think Stay Hungry was either it wasn't out yet, or You Can't Stop Rock and Roll was the one that she saw first. But I listened to that fucking thing until it broke, and then I buried it in the backyard. True story. Two tapes are buried in the backyard of where I grew up.
Wow.
You Can't Stop Rock and Roll and Appetite for Destruction.
Most people bury the people they've killed in their backyards, but apparently it was all music for you.
Yes, but that's how important those albums were to me. And so what I got out of Twisted Sister was that because, like anything, I need to know as much as I can find out. And back then it was Circus Magazine and Hit Parader.
Oh,
there
man. How great was Circus, by the way?
It was great, but I read this article, this interview with Dee Snider, talking about how long it took for Twisted Sister to hit. And it was really inspiring. And that no matter how popular they were and how much the fans loved them. They were selling out the Nassau Coliseum as an unsigned band, and no record label would touch them. And it just got a ton out of it. And their songs were about standing up for yourself, being who you want to be, not listening to anybody else. They didn't sing about sex and drugs and stuff like that. Like Dee always had a song for his wife, Suzette, which was like his first love. That was what I got out of it. And I'm who I am today because of Dee Snider. And so in fourth grade, we had to do a report on the most influential person in our life. And everyone did their mom or their dad or their grandmother. And I did Dee Snider. And I get up in front of the class, and I actually do have the doll still. My mom helped me make a doll of him, and it's in this office.
Wow.
Fuck.
Dude,
I don't know where.
Come on, dude. Don't leave us hanging. What?
I know.
Teachers. What did the teacher think?
Okay, sorry. The teacher said, before I could open my mouth, she said, "Sit down. You're trying to be funny." And I said, "No, I'm not. Can I finish?" And I did the report about how this guy doesn't do drugs. He sings about standing up for himself. Someday I'm going to go to Hollywood. I'm going to make the Victor Crowley movie, and I'm going to do this and that. And anyway, long story short, I get my first and last A+. And the teacher was like blown away, because everyone else was like, my dad is my hero because he is tall. Like, you know, fuck. Like, I'm going to stand up to the system. I'm going to like change the world. But I believed it. And so then, I haven't told the story in a while, so I hope I'm not rusty. There's a great version of this, by the way. My show, Scary Sleepover, you can see it on YouTube. The Dee Snider episode starts with an 8-minute version of this with, it's much better. Okay.
We are very privileged to have you tell it right now live. Thank you so much. Come on, it's amazing.
Okay. So I end up going to college, and I go to film school at a place called Hofstra University on Long Island.
Yeah.
And I hear that Dee Snider now has a new band called Widowmaker, and they're playing at the Strand Theater in Rhode Island. And I'm like, I have to be there. And so I hand wrote like a 4-page letter to him telling him I'm in film school now, and I'm going to make the Victor Crowley movie, and it's because of you. Like, you were such a great influence on me growing up, and I want to be like you, and thank you. And that's all it was. And all I wanted to do was get this letter onto the stage, and maybe somebody would pick it up and give it to him, and maybe he'd read it. I didn't need to meet him. I didn't think I'd ever hear back from him. Nothing. And I get there really early, because I'm early to everything, and I press myself against the front doors. I'm assuming there's going to be a mob of people. Fucking Widowmaker, come on. And I'm the only one there for a long time. And I notice, because I'm pressed against the glass, so no one can get in front of me, this mop of long blonde hair walking back and forth behind me. And I turn around, and it's him. And I'm like in the street in Providence by myself, because nobody would go with me to a $5 Widowmaker show, mainly because of the drive. But they're like, I don't want to go see that. And I'm like, oh my God, holy shit, you're Dee Snider. I wrote you this letter, and I couldn't let go of it at first. And he's like, I got it. And he goes, you want me to sign something? And I'm like, yeah. And I give him my ticket stub, and he writes, I still want to rock Dee Snider. And he leaves. And he comes out to do the show, and it's like he's just playing for me. He's pointing at me while he's singing, and they're just doing Widowmaker songs. And then he goes, we don't do Twisted Sister songs anymore. He goes, that was a different time and a different band. And he points at me, and he's like, but for you. And does the 3 songs I fucking quoted. Goes into You Can't Stop Rock and Roll, into We're Not Gonna Take It, which of course he was gonna do, into I Wanna Rock. But make sure on I Wanna Rock that he gets the microphone right in front of my face so I can sing it with him. Then at the end of the show, he gets all choked up, and he's like, I want to dedicate the last song to my friend Adam here. He's like, who wrote me a letter. He goes, it means way more to me than you know. Thank you for seeing through the makeup and the bullshit and hearing what I was trying to say. And I'm like, is this? And everyone around me is looking at me like, who are you? And I'm like, I'm fucking nobody, man. Like I can't, and no one's with me to see it. Thankfully, Dee tells this story because for years I think friends thought I was making it up. And anyway, so that's it. Show ends, and I'm just like, I've never met a famous person in my life. And this was my idol. Like I lived for Dee Snider, and so I graduate college and I get a job making shitty cable commercials at Time Warner, and I make a short film called Columbus Day Weekend where Jason and Michael Myers stalk the same campsite by mistake, and then they fall in love with each other. And it was garbage, but it was just for a Halloween party, whipped something together really quick. Ends up getting passed around, and I get an email from a guy who says, I work at UTA. I thought it was UTA, for those of you who've been here the whole night. And he's like, there's agents laughing at your short. You should come out here and meet them. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I didn't have any money. And so it took me a while to save up to be able just to get a fucking plane ticket to fly to LA. And by the time I got here, nobody wanted to meet with me anymore. They didn't care. And they had moved on to this short with cardboard cutouts that swear a lot. And they thought it was going to be a big hit show for Comedy Central. And no one ever heard of South Park again. And my friend who was the assistant at the agency was like, is there anything you want to see? Because you're only here for a night. And I was like, I want to see the rainbow and the whiskey. And I just want to see the Sunset Strip. He goes, okay, well, I'm not going to go to any of those places, but I'll drop you off and pick you up. So he drops me off on the Sunset Strip, and I'm feeling awful. I just wasted all the money I had to fly out to LA to have a meeting with agents at UTA, and nobody met with me, and it was a waste. And I'm
Can I just interject quickly? When I was making Free Enterprise, we wanted a UTA client, and I personally delivered 3 times the script for Free Enterprise. I had to go through the back room, go to the mail room, and everyone.
Wilshire, there, yeah.
Yeah, and everyone at UTA was like, "Oh, we never got your script." And in the original festival version of Free Enterprise, it said, "Special thanks to," and then it was. I swear to God, it was in the script or in the film. It said, "No thanks to UTA." And when it finally got picked up for distribution, they're like, we have to change the end credit roll. You can't say no thanks to UTA. I'm like, fuck those people. I wanted an actress. I went 3 times. They made me walk through. I was the director of the goddamn film, and they made me walk to go to their mail room to deliver the script. And after 3 times, they said, we never got it. I'm like, fuck you, UTA.
Yeah.
But anyway, just saying.
Okay. So I'm on the Sunset Strip denouncing LA, never coming back here. I don't need to come here to make movies. I'll make movies at home. And I look up, and on Tower Records, there's a sign that says, tonight at 7, Get Twisted with Dee Snider signing copies of his movie Strangeland. And I'm like...
And I was there that night. I went there that night too.
Dude, the fact that you were there, and then eventually we would meet...
I know.
Okay. And I'm like, this is a message from God, but I only have 30 minutes before I get picked up, and I got to leave. And there's a line. And do you remember, Dave, he pulled up in that purple car? I don't know what kind of car it was.
Yep.
But that fancy sports car. And I start negotiating with people in the front if I can get back cuts. And I'm like, please, I need to meet him, and I'm leaving town. Like, I only have a few minutes. Please, can I cut? And people are like, no, go to the back of the line. Such assholes. And I get it. I'm asking a lot to let me go in line. I know. I'm sorry. Finally, somebody was like, well, I won't give you front cuts, but I'll give you back cuts. And I'm like, cool. And the guy behind him was like, hey. I'm like, back cuts. And he was like, damn it. So I get in, and I can see Dee had black hair because he was going through his goth phase. Okay. And And I get up and they're like, excuse me, you need to buy the DVD to meet him. And I'm like, the what? They're like, the DVD. I'm like, I don't have a DVD player. Like, I had no money. And they were like, you can't meet him unless you buy it. And I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? Okay, fine. I pull out a credit card. Didn't have enough money on the credit card to get the DVD. I had to split it up over 2 credit cards to buy a $25 DVD.
Yeah.
That's fucking broke. And
By the way, it's
so,
also fucking metal as fuck, dude. Come on.
there was no way I wasn't going to see him again. And so I get up to him and I'm nervous as shit. And I slide it in front of him and he goes, what's your name, man? And I'm like, I'm Adam Green. I met you. And he looks at me, takes his sunglasses off, stands up and hugs me. He remembered me. And he goes, what are you doing in LA? And I'm like, oh my God. I made a short film where Jason and Michael Myers are gay. He's like, what? I'm like, and then I came out here to meet with Uda. He's like, who? I'm like, and they were dicks and nobody would talk to me and I don't know what I'm going to do. And I'm about to cry. And he's like, you know what you're going to do? You're going to go back to Boston. You're going to make something else. You're going to tell, what are they called? I'm like, Uda. He's like, okay. You're going to tell Uda to go fuck themselves. And I'm like, that's right. So I go home and I get Will, my DP of 23 years now, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna make a feature. And he goes, what is that? I'm like, I don't know. I think it's what we did, but longer. And so we make Coffee and Donuts, which again, if you missed the first part of the night, I told that story. And Coffee and Donuts wins a film festival, and I'm like, holy shit, this is insane. And I come out to LA, and nothing happens. And I'm struggling at the Rainbow and I'm eating out of the trash every night. And I finally, Hatchet is getting made. And I told this story about all the times I had met Dee Snider and how, I missed one. When I went home and was making Coffee and Donuts, my boss caught me. I showed up one morning with the equipment and he was waiting for me. And he goes, how long has this been going on? And I go, last night was the first night I've ever stolen the equipment. And he's like, if you touch this stuff again, I not only have to fire you, I have to prosecute you. He's like, do not touch this equipment again. Now, just so you guys understand how in the wrong I was. I know it sounds like an innocent thing. I was just borrowing the video camera and the lights. A Betacam SP in 1997 was about $60,000.
Yeah.
If I had broken it, I couldn't fucking pay for it. Like Time Warner would have been shut down. But even worse was it was a Betacam SP, which means that's what it shoots on. Betacam SP tapes, which are about $45 a tape back then. I couldn't afford tape stock. So what I did, this is awful, and I'm not proud of this.
No, dude, come on, bring it on. Tell us.
When you would shoot the commercial, you would shoot it on a brand new Beta SP tape, you'd edit the commercial, and then the raw footage went up into a mezzanine at Time Warner where you held it for 10 years. Because if the client decided, we have a new website now, we want to make a change to the commercial, you needed that old footage. I went and took the old footage tapes out and shot my movie on them. So if anyone ever needed the footage, they were empty cases. And at one point it happened. They're like, Dean's, no, not Dean's. We didn't do Dean's. Jerry's Army Navy. Can you go get the old footage? And I knew. And I'm like, oh my God, there's nothing in there. And I just went and I destroyed the case. And I'm like, there's nothing there. And I like, dude, look, again, I'm not proud of it. And people have called me out on this before where they're like, you tell us not to steal your movies, but you borrowed equipment from Time Warner. Yeah, I did. And I'm not proud of it, but I did what I had to do. You don't need to steal our movies. You don't need to live. You don't. So, okay. I go to Great Woods that night in Mansfield, Massachusetts. I don't know what it's called these days, but Time Warner had a luxury box. Great Woods is like Arrowhead Pond, or it's a concert place, a venue, outdoors. Sure. And they had a luxury box that was for their MVPs, MVCs, most valuable clients. So the people who spent a lot of money advertising were given free box seats to Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen.
Oh my God.
But when it was Slayer when it was LA Guns, Adam Green got the tickets because no one else wanted
them.
anything to do with them. I remember one time my boss walked through the office. He goes, "Anybody interested in seeing Queensrich?"
Oh my
Anybody?
God!
I'm
Come
like,
on,
yeah,
now. Operation
take
Mind
those.
Crime Live.
He didn't know. I'm like, it's Queensryche. I'm like, oh, fuck it, I'll take it. So that night, I go to see Poison with it was Poison, LA Guns, Great White, and I think Faster Pussycat.
Oh
I'm
my
probably
God!
wrong on
Come
that.
on now.
But no one else wanted to go, and Will came with me, and I'm walking past the backstage area, and I hear a bunch of kids yelling, D, D, D. Twisted Sister wasn't together. Widowmaker wasn't playing, but there's D. Snider. He was emceeing the night because he had just started his nationally syndicated radio show, House of Hair. So they had him emceeing this tour. And I see him, I wave. He pulls me over the barrier. He goes, "How's your movie coming?" I'm like, "I shot half of it, and my boss caught me, and now I don't have the equipment anymore, and I can't finish it." And he goes, "Do you want to make cable commercials forever?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "So what are you going to do?" I'm like, "I'm going to keep stealing the equipment." And he goes, "That's right." So I finished Coffee and Donuts, gets into the Smoky Mountain Film Festival, wins the festival. I come back out. UTA signs me now. I now know they're called UTA, not UTA. And I write Hatchet. I give it to them. Everybody passes. Sarah says, "We should just raise the money." We make the mock trailer. We raise it independently. The creepy tall dude at John Beekler's effects shop, Rob Pendergraft, who was the foreman, I had told this D. Snider story at some point while we were in the effects shop. He never said a word. And then one day, Hatchet gets into the Tribeca Film Festival. And this is a big deal because UTA, when they saw the finished movie, refused to represent it. They're like, "We represent film festival movies. This is like a Sci-Fi Channel movie at best." And these are my reps. These are the people taking 10% of my money.
Fuck them, but yeah.
And Rob Pendergraft says to me, "There's somebody you should tell that about Hatchet making it into Tribeca." And I'm like, "Who?" John Beekler had done a project with D. Snider years earlier. Rob went into John's computer, lifted D's personal email address off of it, and he's like, "That story you told about Twisted Sister, I have D. Snider's personal email address. You got to tell him that you did it and that your movie's in Tribeca." So I write a letter, and I'm like, "Not sure if you're going to remember me. We met here, here, and here. You were always encouraging. I just wanted you to know I did it. I made my movie. It's now called Hatchet, and it's playing at the Tribeca Film Festival. I couldn't have done it without all your positivity and encouragement." So I go to the festival, and I'm terrified. I see like a red carpet. I'm watching acquisitions executives walk in. There's media. I've never done any of this before. And I'm in the pizza place with my girlfriend across the street, and my phone rings, and it's D. Snider. And he's like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm at the Tribeca. I'm at the," he's like, "I know where you are." He's like, "I got your letter." He's like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm across the street in the pizza place." And he's like, "Look outside." And this gray limo pulls up, and he gets out with the whole Snider family, and he walks me down the red carpet to my first premiere. Right. And when people see him, like VH1, MTV, they all come like running. And he made the whole thing about me. And he's like, "This is Adam. Tonight's his night. He made this movie. It took him like his whole life, but he did it." And so before the movie starts, I have to introduce it. And normally at film festivals, people get up there with a list of names, and the only people who care are those names. Nobody else knows. They just get on with the fucking movie. So I made a choice to not do that, especially because none of those names would have been there. And I told a 2-minute version of this story. And I ended by saying, "So tonight, what you're about to see is not just a slasher movie. You're seeing a little kid with nothing but a Twisted Sister tape make all of his dreams come true." And the place goes fucking nuts. And then after they settle down, I'm like, "Oh, and you'll never guess who came tonight." And D. Snider stands up. And that was Hatchet's arrival on this earth. And so the next day, D takes me to lunch, and he goes, Now you need to hear my side of this. And this is all on the Hatchet Blu-ray, if you get the DVD or the Blu-ray, where it details his side. And he's like, when you met me that first night, I had just found out I had a fourth child on the way. I was bankrupt and I was driving the van, but you couldn't see that. You saw the big rock star. He's like, I was loading my own equipment in and you couldn't tell. He goes, but you put my words back in front of me and made me believe in myself again. He goes, then I made a movie, Strangeland. It was a bomb. People hated it. And then you're one of the first people through the line to tell me to keep going. And he goes, you kept putting my own shit in front of me. And that's why I kept going every time I wanted to stop. I mean, and now he's one of my closest friends. Obviously, he's part of Holliston. His son, Cody, was there that night at the premiere of Hatchet, decided he wanted to be a filmmaker, became my assistant on Frozen, PA'd on Hatchet 2, was in Holliston, directed stuff for Holliston, the music video for Love It Down Your Throat. And now he was
also in Hatchet 3.
Was in Hatchet 3, yes. So this crazy friendship, and I mean, we're like best friends. He officiated my wedding, which was hilarious. Anyway, so my point is, wherever you find your inspiration, for me, it was a 1 or 2 hit wonder, depending on what you want to say Twisted Sister was, but a group of cross-dressing, here and gone overnight metalheads, and I'm who I am because of it, because I got the right message, and I didn't get into drugs, and I didn't become an asshole, and I wasn't treating women badly, and I respected people, and I respected myself because he did, and I didn't give up. So whatever it is that you're trying to do, whether it's music or entertainment, whether it's just being the best fucking mom you can be or the best dad, whatever it is, if there's something that inspires you to do that, just hold on to it and don't let it go, and don't let anybody negate it or take it from you. But don't give up, and don't let the assholes break you, because they're all going to try to break you, and they can't.
Adam, I have to say, the entire the raison d'etre, my whole channel is about exactly what you said. It's all about aspirational, like, you can make whatever you want to do. Like, make cool shit. Let's do something awesome. And we live in a world now where everyone is so goddamn cynical, and I don't quite get it, because we have amazing technology and amazing we can talk to people around the world.
But even if you don't want to be the one making this stuff, that's okay too. But celebrate what you love and be positive about it. You don't need to only comment when it's bad. And that's what social media has become, because you don't get attention by saying something positive. Right now, I can't see your chat, but if somebody was to write, "Fuck this guy, I hate,"
no one is saying no one's saying
but if
that.
someone did, it would get a big response. People would be like, "Hey, shut up," or whatever, and then it would. That's why people do it.
Here's the thing. I would like to say that my whole channel, the reason I went on YouTube was to celebrate work. You know,
and the metal community, metal fans and horror fans are usually not like that. But we all see it on Facebook, on other things. The more negative somebody is, the bigger the response is. They fight.
Look, man, I gotta say, I disagree with that, because my channel's not about that. If I wanted to do that and make it about, I think that this channel, this community, the Post-Geek Singularity, these people are all about positivity and celebratory. I look at the chat right now. People love that you're here. They love the work you've done. And every one of them has something that one of your things that they love, whether it's Frozen or whether it's Victor Crowley or Hatchet, whatever. They're so excited you're here. And that's
you guys. That's what you attracted, because that's what you put out, and good people find each other. But look,
but dude, you know what? People they love your work, man. It's the work you had to have made. Like, for me, your Godfather is Frozen, just because I love that movie. I love Frozen.
I think that's my favorite movie of mine as well, or
But
my
I mean,
best, I should say.
Hatchet. It's amazing. Like Dave got you come here, but you have to understand, people love. It's the work, man. It's the fact that whether it's Holliston or Frozen or your Victor Crowley trilogy or whatever. It's the work that matters. People love the work, and that's all that we can. That's all we can bank on, right?
Yeah. And putting yourself out there. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Let people know who you are, what you're about, and because no one's going to do it for you. And believe me, I never wanted to be the face of these things. Like when Hatchet came out, and I found myself going to every convention that would have me and getting up on stage and telling my stories, and that's not what I thought. There would be commercials. I thought there would be billboards. I thought that I wanted to be an artist. I didn't want to be a car salesman. But when I realized, when Anchor Bay explained what they were going to do, well, first of all, just to get it sold, because nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted Hatchet at first. But then when Anchor Bay was like, we're going to put it on 80 screens, and I'm like, but what is the advertising? How are you marketing this? And they're like, how are we what? And I'm like, so it's just me? And I'm like, all right, here I go.
I'm right there with you. Yeah.
But you have to. Why did you go through all of it to throw it out? And I knew it wasn't going to do well, but it did on home video. But anyway, regardless, I won't tell the Steven Tyler story now because it's so late.
Right.
But
hang on. There are people. I know it's late. Can you hang out?
Just do the chats, because you've been getting a lot of them during the D. Snyder story.
Yeah.
We'll do the chats. But there's a documentary on Netflix, or if it's not on Netflix, it's on Prime. It moves around. The Steven Tyler documentary, Out on a Limb.
It's amazing.
I tell the story in that. Amazing that Steven asked me to tell it, and that it's right before Dream On.
Yeah.
Incredible. Or any episode of the Movie Crypt podcast ended with this story for 150 episodes before we retired it. But it's out there. You can hear it. It's way shorter than the D. Snyder one. And if you want to hear the D. Snyder story again, Scary Sleepover, the end of season 2, it's here on YouTube. It's on the Ariscope website. It's free. There's a better version of that, much shorter, with pictures and all that stuff.
Rob, ask these chats. Give me a minute. Go to the
Dave,
dual
you
screen.
do it.
I'm going to do some business, and I'll be right back.
So Adam, one of my favorite people on this channel, somebody I've come to love, Tom Jr. Jackson, has a question. He says, Adam, your thoughts on Kino Lorber releasing To Live and Die in LA on 4K Blu-ray maybe convince Rob to get it. Okay, I before you
Dave
answer
read this one while you were gone. He explained the whole thing.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, what do you think?
Yes, of course. Just so you can have it.
It's been a long. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Cinema Gulp says, just when I thought Adam couldn't possibly be any more down with earth and cool, I agree with you, sir. I'm sorry about your loss. I am with you guys. What do you think?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think so. I mean, Cinema has been a good fan of the channel, and now I have to say, this next comment comes from a girl named Connie Sang, who works for a subsidiary of Samsung, Harman, and her job title is she is the experiential engagement person of Harman, which is Samsung or JBL. And I have to say, first of all, she is a very cute, funny, attractive person. But she sent this to me. Got this sent to me. This is a mixing board for my YouTube.
What?
Bruh, dude, what can I say? I mean, it showed up today. It
Wow.
is their Notepad FX. She
She
sent
just
it.
said, you can't say that for much longer. What, Connie, you're moving?
Okay. Dave, Connie sent you things too.
No, I know. No, but she just said, Rob, you can't say that for much longer, which means she's moving on.
Okay, here's the thing about Connie. She's
in
like
demand.
she's like the girl I wished I'd met when I was 25.
Yeah, you got to stop saying that. You're with someone. You're going to get yourself, you're going to be living in the Robservatory. Rob.
No. She's
Just-
smart. She's funny. She's effervescent. And she has access to great electronics.
Great tech. Amazing tech.
I'm
Connie,
just
you're
saying.
amazing.
I'm just, yes. So Dave, yeah, as you know, she sent you shit too.
Oh, I use it every single day.
I know.
One of our
Well,
movie crypt listeners sent me a PlayStation because he works for PlayStation, a PlayStation 4, back before the 5 existed, obviously. But yeah, incredible. Some people are so generous. Thank you guys for taking care of these guys.
Oh my
Thank you,
God!
Connie.
and Connie's saying the experiential engagement division of Harmon. By the way, she can actually take what I just said and clipped it out and put it in.
And I've been engaged. That's for sure.
My God, Connie's saying, and if you meet her, man, is she cute as a button. She's just.
Oh, it'll happen.
I would comment on that, but I don't want to get canceled.
Right, but so
I don't think we're allowed to even say we're attracted to women anymore, can we?
Wait, hang on, no. I'm being I'm from a perspective of like.
I know.
I'm done.
anyway, what does Connie have to say? Rob.
Connie said, "Great show tonight." That's all she said, and she did give us a little medal thing. Now, that's all she said. What was she supposed to like quote you like the poetics, Aristotelian
please.
poetics? What?
Please, Rob. If she's recording anyone tonight, it's going to be you. I barely spoken tonight. My plan worked. I had to do very little tonight.
Well, Dave also knows how to wind me up and just let me go. Like, it's
Look, I would
So,
just
sister.
look beyond that. Let's get on point, gents. Let's talk about the fact that we have a
yes, sir.
fantastic guest, and Connie has done right by us. But I have to say this: Cinema Gold says, maybe I read this before, but just when I thought Adam couldn't possibly.
I read that one.
Oh, you read?
Yes,
Oh, you read that one.
I read that one.
and Rob just read it too.
Well, yeah, no, this is what happens, Adam, when it gets late at night. He goes back and reads the last 6 that have already
Okay,
been read
you know
before.
what? I just want to make sure people send in. Okay, so how about Ron C? Do you read Ron C?
After Cinema Gulp, it's all new.
All right, so Ron C says, "Gentlemen, morning metal, Rob, Adam, and Dave, what 80s films would you have remade with your own money?
Shocker.
Name one A-list actor."
Oh, okay. Ooh,
I
so
mean,
you're saying
Shocker? Yeah, that was what, late 80s, Wes Craven. Okay. Really?
Yeah, and
That was 90s,
well,
sir. That was 1990.
What?
It was
Or no, 89. 89.
Yeah,
89.
come
was
on.
89,
What
sorry.
the fuck? Are you
Hey,
correcting me?
hey,
I said
hey,
80s,
hey,
man.
hey,
80 You're
hey,
like, what?
hey.
Oh, Rob, that's 90s. It's 89. Just
but-
saying.
Mitch Pileggi is so amazing. I wouldn't recast him. And yeah, it's hard when I say, instantly I would remake Shocker. It's because Shocker, the first hour of Shocker is so good. So good.
So
and it's
good.
Wes Craven just killing it. And then when he tries to make a new Freddy Krueger, it just fucking dies.
But it gets so experimental with all the TV stuff going in the TV and out, which is really awesome
Yeah.
in the second half of it. But I agree with you. The first half is better. Rob, what would you do?
Yeah.
What 80s one would you do?
Oh my God, I have to pee so bad.
Go for it.
Okay. Right back.
Rob will take a while for this answer.
Why am
you
I?
can
This
you
is
can
my show.
pontificate.
You're dissing me on my show. It's our show,
Wait.
dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you always say it's our show?
It's our show. It's our show. It's our show, Bear.
It's our show, baby.
No.
Would you make talk radio?
No, but yeah. But hang on, Dave. That's actually a very interesting. You're asking a very legit question.
Are you going to do a movie that was bad that could be improved?
No, you know what movie The Wraith.
Oh, that's
If
a cool one.
if I could remake,
Really?
yeah,
So interesting.
yeah, because I mean, Sherilyn Fenn's in it, but I would remake The Wraith. I think I could make it better.
I would have picked you doing like Two Moon Junction.
Dude, Two Moon was fucking perfect. What are you
I know.
talking about? Come on. No, I mean for me, I am a big genre film guy, and
But that's an interesting one. Now, what A-list person would you put in The Wraith? Would it be Sun Kang as the Wraith?
No, I don't think it's A-list. Dwayne Johnson. And
Dwayne Johnson.
And here's how
I want Adam to hear this. So Rob wants to do a remake of The Wraith with Dwayne Johnson as the Wraith.
because you asked. So
Anything with The
here,
Rock is going to get made and do really well. So
yeah, well, that's the thing. But here's what I would do with The Rock, because he's always playing the same thing. So you asked me, Dave. So I've given you The Wraith with Dwayne Johnson.
With Dwayne Johnson.
And the thing is, Dwayne Johnson.
Night of the Demons already got remade.
No.
Sorry.
Yes, it did, by Adam Girash.
And Victor Crowley's in it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
he is. And so is Billy, the Jigsaw puppet, and a couple other people. Sorry, Rob. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No. So my idea is that in The Wraith, Dwayne Johnson's dead. He's the dead guy.
Right.
And I would have him be the spirit that narrates the story.
Can he have one leg and jump upwards from one falling skyscraper to another?
Oh, dude,
If
no!
so,
Oh my
I'm
God,
in.
my God! It's funny.
I've never seen Skyscraper.
Oh, dude.
I saw it.
It's amazing. Someone said we should make Die Hard in a building.
Oh,
Sold.
I know, right?
You could walk into Fox and pitch that,
Right.
and they would buy it. Joe Lynch has the greatest story ever about when he did Wrong Turn 2, and they were showing him the posters, and the tagline that Fox wanted him to use was, "In the forest, no one can hear you scream." Now, the Alien poster was literally right outside the meeting room in the hallway. And Joe's like, "Are you kidding?" And they're like, "We think it's pretty catchy." And he's like, "Yeah, because it's that one. It's that one." And they're like, No, but this one says forest."
No,
and he's like, "Forest? What is it, fucking Fern Gully? Woods." In the
No, it should have
forest,
been,
like,
in the forest, no one can hear a tree scream.
no one can hear them eat you. I don't know. But
No one
fucking-
can hear
what
a tree fall.
They don't even know. They don't know. Like,
No.
you could pitch Die Hard in a building and they'd be like, interested.
All right,
but
so Rob picks The Wraith.
And what do you pick, Dave? Something wicked this way comes.
Well, I did mention that,
80s.
but I think Tim Burton should do that. He's kind of like the perfect person, like Sleepy Hollow era. Tim Burton should do.
What if
something.
Tim Burton did it and you get Johnny Depp
As Mr.
and
Dark?
and Helena Bonham Carter?
No way. No,
Just put them in a
Ava. No,
movie
no,
together.
no. Ava Green. Ava Green as the Dust Witch.
I just want to see Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter in the same movie.
I know we never
Like-
get that. No, I would pick.
But
this.
wouldn't it be cool?
Okay.
Look,
Did you
wouldn't it
ever
be
see
cool
Life's Too Short? That
Yes, yes, yeah. With
With
Ricky
Johnny Depp.
Gervais. Yes.
and Johnny Depp says, I'm working on a new film with Tim Burton right now, and I can't tell you anything about it. You'll never guess who my co-star is. And Ricky Gervais goes, Helena Bonham Carter. And
Like,
Johnny Depp goes, who told you?
So, well, see, my whole thing is I would pick movies that I love, but were not great. And I would actually, Adam, you can help me with the A-list stars because I'm terrible with casting, and just look at my movies and you can tell.
My hero's D. Snyder. I don't know anything about A-list anything, man. Like I
do
like what I like.
I do strangely. Oh, that's not an 80s movie. I can't do it. So no, there are two they're one I pitched one time, which was Rawhead Rex.
Mm,
I'd love to do a real proper Rawhead Rex, but
yeah.
Trick or Treat, the metal Trick or Treat, but I don't know who I would cast A-list wise. I don't know that.
I think an actual musician would.
Well, that would help.
If Marilyn Manson wasn't canceled,
that would
and
have
if it
been
was 20
good at the
years
time.
ago,
right?
and he was still good.
Yeah, or something like that. Or the funny one that I would remake is Neon Maniacs.
I don't remember that one.
It's it's kind of a cool idea, not a really good movie, but I love it because it's cheesy. And there's just all these crazy sort of like slasher type killer people in it. So it's almost like a group slasher kind of movie with like a bunch of them. So I would probably do that. Or see, I keep picking. Chud would be another one that would be so much fun to do.
Yeah.
Chud would be great.
Yeah. I love Chud.
I do
because
too.
I saw it so many times growing up.
Mhm.
It was always on USA, but I love Chud.
The assault on the diner is so great in that, when the shit really hits the fan. But man, I'll tell you that I always like the opening, which is kind of like the poster. That opening just before as the credit comes on, and she's walking her dog, and they both get dragged in the sewer. It's like, yeah, that would be really great. So, but I don't know who I would cast in those. Rob, I just said I threw a whole list out there. I said Neon Maniacs. I said Trick or Treat, the heavy metal.
Neon Maniacs, really?
Yep. Trick or Treat, the metal one, and Chud.
Wow. That's a very eclectic list, Dave.
Well, I like to pick movies that you could actually like do some improvements on. I think not to take away, because I love all those movies, but
okay, let me ask the two of you this question. Obviously, Hollywood has been making a lot of money rebooting franchises, and the one franchise they haven't. Why haven't we seen the Burning remake?
Because the Weinsteins.
It's the Weinsteins.
Oh, okay. Forget the. No, bad,
that was the first
bad.
Weinstein.
Okay, I understand.
movie.
Bad.
And
Okay,
Bob
bad.
Weinstein wrote it,
Right,
too.
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And Harvey, they both came up with a story.
Okay, you know what? I stand corrected. I meant,
I could be wrong,
I meant no. No, you're all right.
But that's why.
No, I was going to say, I have a feeling that Harvey Weinstein is going to get in trouble one day. I don't know if you've ever met him or worked with him, but he rubs me the wrong way.
Oh God.
Why?
Okay, you know what? I didn't.
Someone said, why didn't anyone say Killer Clowns from Outer Space? Because that doesn't need to be remade.
And they've
tried so many times to
been-
do a sequel, and Adam's been connected with it at one point too.
Yeah,
At one point, we were like far along with MGM too. Yeah.
Okay, I feel bad because I've now derailed the conversation about the burning. My only point was everything's being remade, and of course we've had Friday the 13th. I don't understand why New Line it's like trying to make Fetch a new thing. Why are they trying to make Texas Chainsaw a thing? It's not a slasher film. It's a different
No,
thing
but
entirely.
because the original is so powerful. That's why they keep trying to
I
remake
get
it.
all that, but
And it's a
not-
title now.
it's
now
not
now,
fun.
now
It's
it's
a
a property. It's a
Texas
property.
Chainsaw
it's
isn't
an IP.
fun.
It's an IP. But the thing is,
But
they've
but
never-
everyone knows.
But that's
Yeah.
the thing. They've never the problem with and I love some of the sequels that came around.
Look,
And
man.
I think the remake is actually a good movie on its own.
It's my
But-
favorite remake.
None of them have had the power that original has, and never will.
No, but if you're gonna remake something in this, remake. He Knows You're Alone.
No, God, why?
No, Dave, because in this modern age with our social media,
But
He
can't we
Knows
do-
You're Alone could be really cool.
He not only knows you're alone, he also knows your social security number.
Yeah, how,
Yeah,
He
how
knows-
about don't answer the phone or don't go in the house?
Yeah, well, no, look, look, if you can figure out a way to update it, and I think the
Someone said
Look.
remake Cujo. You're crazy. Cujo's perfect.
Yeah, you can't do better.
But you're not going to do
cannot
better. You're not going to do better than
No.
than the original
And they'll
Cujo.
they'll do a CG dog.
Oh my God!
because-
Yeah,
terrible.
because
they're
they
lazy.
yeah.
Cujo is a perfect film, and every time I see it, I can't get over how perfect it is. The performance that they got out of
And-
dogs in suits
And
things-
D Wallace. D Wallace.
Yeah.
That's a powerhouse performance.
Same
That
thing with
is-
the little boy. The
Yeah,
little boy
yeah,
as well.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Oh my God, it's traumatizing. That
And so that
movie.
was her husband
yes,
at the
Chris
time,
Stone. Chris Stone.
who
Yep.
who passed away, and Danielle Harris has a series called Common Terror,
Yeah.
where she sits people down. I did the very first episode. We did Frozen. The microphones weren't very good though, so I hope she's taken it down because it was hard to watch because the mics are rustling. And anyway, but she sits down with Dee Wallace and she picked Cujo. Danielle picked, not realizing that Dee hadn't seen it since,
Oh my God.
and all the stories that came out about her husband who passed away and stuff, her ex-husband who passed away. Yeah. Anyway, if it's still up, definitely check it out.
Yeah.
It's
Mondo Bizarro also brought up another favorite 80s movie that at one time I was definitely talking with, because I am friends with Paul Ehlers, who played Madman, and his son Jonathan, and they wrote a remake or reboot of Madman. But unfortunately, the producer is kind of delusional, so that probably will never happen.
Yeah.
Someone said The Beyond. You can't. I'm sorry. I would love to do a movie in the spirit of Fulci, but I would never touch any of Fulci's stuff. It's
Okay,
just-
Dave, let me ask you this. I mean, I feel Italian horror is kind of sacrosanct. We don't want to touch it. But why wouldn't you touch The Beyond?
because it is so. It's his epic. The Beyond is
Yeah.
Lucio Fulci's Lawrence of Arabia. It's his Gone with the Wind. In a weird way where you're never gonna catch those moments better than what he did. And I just, it's like, here was a guy who was very much like us. These Italian sort of things were doing well at the time and everything, and they were notorious. I just wouldn't. Yeah, I couldn't touch them, and that one
Well,
especially. And the thing is, you would never be able to get that sort of nightmare, just the sort of nightmare feel of it, where it's like if you tried to do that now, where that with the movie that makes just no logical sense,
Of
and
course.
it was these set pieces, people would not embrace it the way they do now.
No,
And it took a long time for that movie to kind of get the reputation that it has now.
So here's my question for Adam. I mean, Adam, you have made films that very much deal with the here and the now. You're not dealing with the beyond, like there's a gateway to hell or whatever. I mean, you're like, people are in peril now. There's a killer. There's something going on. I'm stuck on I'm in the middle of the goddamn mountains, 50 feet above the world, and the thing is, if I fall off, gravity will kill me. It's not there's no supernatural entity or whatever. It's gravity. It's the actual physics of the world that will make me dead. So I ask you, how in this modern age where everybody is postmodern and everyone is so cynical and we've just come out of a global pandemic, where does horror go now? How do you make an audience scared? What is it? What is, like, we all want to die. There's a psycho killer. We don't want to die with a knife. And if we're standing 50 feet above the world, dangling from a... but it's how do you scare the fuck out of people? How do you make people want to, like, run away screaming in terror?
It's easier now than it's ever been, because now everybody has been forced in these last 2 years to face mortality. It became very sobering watching hundreds of thousands die and millions get sick, and the way it's affected everybody's life. So I think that these days, no matter what you're going to do, whether it's a shark, whether it's a survival thriller stuck in a chairlift, a ghost, a guy with a creepy mask on, people take death a lot more seriously than they might have 2 years ago. When if it wasn't you that was sick or dying, or someone you know, didn't even think about it. Until most people are like that. Until they get sick or a loved one dies or something, they don't think about death every day. Yeah. They put it off. But now it's very real. So any type of mortality that you're seeing on screen you're gonna feel it a little bit more than you did before. But I also think people want to escape more than ever. They don't want to hear about a pandemic. They definitely don't want to hear about politics. The things that they want to watch, like the crazier, the weirder, the better right now. That's what I think.
I think, the thing that I keep thinking about too is, while still trying to make something fun, the nice thing is now I just finished the editing project that I was working on. So I have a month off, and the month is going to be dedicated to writing.
Cool. Do you want to write a video game adaptation?
Fuck yeah, let's do it. I'll come right over after we sign off.
Which, speaking of, so a good friend of ours is people we know very well are moving tomorrow, and they're coming by here to say goodbye before they leave forever. And they're coming at like 8. Oh no! Which is in like 3 hours, so I really have to go to bed soon.
Wait, who?
Well, hang on. Let's let Adam go.
Oh no! What I was going to say is, what I'm working on, the balance is going to be making it fun, but also the thing that I'm excited about is it has a really strong emotional core, which I normally haven't done in my stuff. And even the cool thing is the short that I just did, which I did quickly, that someone came and gave me the idea, has a pretty relatable emotional core, which I was like, oh, this is something really different. And I got really excited to do that. So that's kind of interesting and cool.
Can I just say, let me just fire in a few things to Adam. And first of all, Adam, thank you. so much for being here. You have been.
Thank you for having me.
My God, you fucking rule, dude. So cool. Thank you so much for gracing the channel with this. And I mean, I would spend an afternoon talking about Frozen, but we won't do that. We'll do that later.
Well, if you guys ever have a guest drop out at the last second or something and need me to come back, I'm more than happy to do it.
Oh my
This was
God.
a blast.
Well,
I love this.
Yes,
you
and
so
let
much,
me.
man.
There are just a few more questions people have asked. So,
Okay.
Let's get those quick.
66 Starship Alien sends in a tip and says, "I love this stream with Adam. Thanks, R&B and Dave. Where to in the next 2 years for you, Adam? We know what brilliant things you have done. What metal as fuck movies do you have in the works, or dreams of what you would like to do?"
I can't announce
Talk about it.
any. I can't talk about them, but okay. So obviously, there's this video game adaptation thing I'm working on. Then there's supposedly I don't believe a fucking thing until it's done.
Me
and
neither.
also, I stopped in like 2013. I stopped announcing things when I have the control of it. I don't want you guys to know anything. At this point, everyone knows I'm always making something. I don't feel the need, like some people, to constantly have to keep making everyone think, look how busy I am. I'm busy. But I would much rather be like, guess what? Here. As opposed to announcing it, and then you got to wait a year for the thing to get made, and then it's going to be 8 months before it comes out, and then there's a teaser and a poster and another poster and another. So with Digging Up the Marrow, I lied and said I'm making an art documentary so people wouldn't be interested, and they all went, yeah, don't care. And then surprised
Blu-ray's
everyone with
good.
that. Victor Crowley, no one knew it was coming, and then boom, there it was. So
Which I got to
whatever.
say, when Adam did that, because what he did, I'll just quickly say, so everyone was invited. I was one of the few people who knew, but when everyone was invited, it was for a 10th anniversary screening of Hatchet, and it was at the ArcLight. And then Adam goes up to make a speech before the movie starts.
Yeah.
And he tells the George Romero story, and he tells everything. And then there's a moment where Adam goes, so we're not here tonight to see Hatchet. We're here to see a new Hatchet. And it was a packed audience. And it was so exciting, Rob, because
Dude, they must have gone bananas.
the people lost their minds because they didn't know. And it was cool knowing, just to sit there in anticipation, knowing that all the people around me didn't know, and to like genuinely see everyone's reaction. They were already excited to see Hatchet again.
Yeah.
So to get something new, it was so. It was one of those times that you always wish, like, everyone had goodwill and they were so genuine about their excitement that there was something, this gift that Adam was giving them.
Well,
these were fans who waited for hours to get a seat, thinking it was just going to be a screening of Hatchet. So when they found out they were about to see a new Hatchet movie that they didn't know had been made, you can, again, it's on the Blu-ray, it's on the special features.
Yeah.
You can probably find it on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of people were filming, and then the tour started the next day. So I'd already booked the tour claiming it was a retro screening of Hatchet, and then switched the tickets to Victor Crowley. So,
And
but
even the step and repeat changed after it was announced.
Yeah,
It was
I know.
Really,
Amazing.
It was really,
Amazing.
really
I
cool.
mean,
it was a really special night. It was
Sure.
really
there's
cool.
a shot of it, the marquee in front of the actual theater doors that people walked inside. It said Hatchet, and then it switched to Victor Crowley when the doors closed. So if you were outside, but again, you wouldn't have thought, because Victor Crowley's the
No,
king.
why
It
would
must
you?
just mean
Right,
that.
right.
That's showmanship, sir.
No, I mean,
that's-
Adam
it's,
now with the touring and everything else has become is sort of the modern day William Castle, except
Yeah,
he doesn't have a
we-
plastic
we-
skeleton flying out yet.
which is exactly why. Let me.
Which
just
is great because that's the stuff that we love.
Well,
Yeah,
are you
love
kidding?
that
I mean,
stuff.
this is what we live for. Amazing.
Yes.
And
But it's me and the fans. It's me and the audience now. I don't want any. I don't care about Hollywood. I don't care about I just want to make cool shit for my audience.
Hollywood
And
will not
they're-
make you money. They will fuck you. I mean,
Yeah.
it's they won't. They
and
won't.
I'm not going to make much this way either. But I would rather go directly to the fans and have our moment and our understanding of each other and our thing, and everybody else can eat a dick.
Well, and let me.
You
just- let me-
can't. You only have to end it on that, Rob.
No,
I mean,
let me
come
just
on.
get. There's just a couple more things people are saying. 200 Watt Studio says, Adam, what an incredible story. Thank you for sharing that.
That was the D.
Thank you
story.
for listening.
That was the D
And
story.
Comic Quirks with Jimmy says, this
Oh, I love
just
this one.
inspired me to start shooting my own short film. I've been wanting to
Awesome.
shoot
That's
for a while.
the greatest thing about tonight.
Yep.
This whole night was worth it for that.
For that, yes.
thank
I
you.
am
That's
not.
always
He
what I
says
wanna hear.
he's not even done. He says, I am not giving up on my dream. Peace
Good.
and love.
Awesome.
Come on, man. That's the thing. And I would say that a Purple Valkyrie says it became a member of my channel. Purple Valkyrie is a girl that lives in England. She is delightfully intelligent, funny, awesome. She is a moderator on my channel sometimes. She's an amazing person. And she became a member of the channel because of this stream. So thanks.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank
She's
you.
great. Adam, you have gone above and beyond. Thank you so much, sir. It was just an awesome, an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I hopefully we'll get to do it again pretty soon. But this was a blast. And thank you to everybody who watched tonight and interacted and listened. So appreciative, and thank you for supporting these guys doing this because they're two of the good ones. So you picked a good channel to follow.
Well, I mean, what I love is that you're a man who gets things done. And thank God for you. So thanks for coming here.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Adam.
All right. Bye, everybody. New short film for Halloween will be out in like 3 weeks on the
Yes.
Aeroscope YouTube channel. So just go over. type in
Actually,
Aeroscope
Adam,
and
where
like the
where
channel.
where can people find you? Please tell us every place they can find you.
The Aeroscope channel right here on YouTube is just ARIESCOPE.com. Dave can type it or something, but you can follow the channel and you'll get a notification when the Halloween short comes out. Aeroscope.com. Every short film, there's hundreds of them. Web series, Scary Sleepover, Horrified. It's all there. All my movies are streaming everywhere movies are streaming. They're all available on DVD and Blu-ray on Amazon. And I am on Twitter and Instagram at Adam_effin_green, Adam fucking Green. I don't really use social media very much anymore. I'll post stuff, but I don't look at the timeline. It was making me hate human beings too much. So I'm still there though. I do still have them and I will be back more often. But if I don't respond to your question or something, I'm just not seeing it because I'm not looking. Sorry, I'm just trying to get through this like everyone else and hunker down working to make you guys new stuff as opposed to reading about people eating horse manure or whatever the fuck they're going to do this week.
Lots of fiber.
Yes.
Well, sir, I cannot thank you enough for coming on Midnight Metal. You've certainly you've graced us and you have made us better people. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me. Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
See you
sir.
guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
So, Dave, wow. What,
Epic.
I mean, first of all, let me
Epic.
just thank you.
Epic.
I know you're friends with Adam. I did not realize what a
Delight.
what a delightful guy he is. No, seriously. I mean,
no,
you know what? My whole channel, I didn't know that my brand was positivity because I'm just positive in general. Like I love all this shit, but it's really great You know, it's funny to me that you.
Oh,
I
here we
don't
go,
think-
guys.
I know. I don't
For-
think
for-
I'm telling anyone anything. I'm not telling tales
for,
out of school.
for those still staying up, listen carefully.
I would say, Dave, that would it not
You
be
misjudged
wrong?
me.
No, I would say I don't miss. But wouldn't you say that your go-to position is not necessarily positive?
No, Rob, I will take umbrage with that
Okay.
now, because I'll say this. I'll say this, Rob. I think that was true at one point. But I will say this. I think, especially since I've been doing this show with you, that I've had the privilege of being able to do this show with you, and that you and I get to have fun with you. I get to bust your balls, and I get to interact with these people. That has changed dramatically.
Wow.
And that's due to you, and that's due to the people that are watching. It's really doing this show has really turned a lot of things around for me. And I love being able to bring friends like Adam on, and Jeffrey, and then now new friends like CK, Smile, and our guest next week will be someone very cool too.
Yeah.
But doing this has definitely re-infused me with a lot of drive, passion, and desire and excitement. And I have you to thank for that.
Wow, Dave, I have to say, first of all, thank you so much. But I have to say that doing this show with you is a testament. Like, I bet you we've known each other for a quarter century.
No, we've known each other now, because we're old, 30 years.
Yeah, 30 years. But I have
We've known
to say,
each other now for 30 years.
Yeah,
we have been friends, and we have gone through the
hell
ups
on
and
earth.
down. You and I have we've fought like no one has fought, and still come back and remain friends. And that's just because there are very few people. Adam is one of them, and so are you. There's very few that I know at the end of the day I can count on, and that's something really, really rare. The fact that I know that you honestly are thinking about me and thinking about opportunities where we can work together again, which there's not a lot of that, and in this business and in our group even.
Well, look, Dave, first of all, thank you so much for saying that. And secondly, I mean, I've always respected you and liked you as you're a singular creator. I mean, I learned working on Hills Run Red. I mean, my God, your vision of a psycho killer, like, it was amazing. Like, we're working in the late aughts, and someone has to create a new slasher character, and for those people who don't know,
and the thing is this: most people think that's a very throwaway thing.
Whatever, dude.
But the thing is this: what I take,
no.
I'll take great pride in what I've learned, looking back on things that I've done, whether the movies are whether they're good or not. What I found out that I really do enjoy is creating characters.
Yeah, well,
that are memorable. I mean, even back to my first movie, The Dead Age Living, I couldn't do a horde of zombies, so I wanted to make a couple zombies that were memorable. Whether the movie was good or not, I wanted to make a couple that stood out. The same thing with Hills. I want dream, of course, was to make someone who could stand up to the big boys.
The Hills Run
And-
Red got made because of your vision of Babyface.
Right.
And you brought in storyboard artists and work that was done. I mean, it was what sold the movie. And by the way, I would say my perspective as a producer, like I told you, we had the equipment editorial stuff. I said, "Hey, man, you gotta use what we have and make a story reel or the thing." And you did it. You did
had to
it.
do a crude animatic, and then I went above and beyond because, like, I could have just taken the storyboards that were done for the teaser.
No, yeah.
But then I decided I wanted to have it in color, so I painted them as well. Because that's the thing. The thing is this, guys. I just want to say, when you're passionate about something, the amount of time doesn't matter. It's just like, if you're into it and you just do it, and again, that's why I said earlier that filmmaking is the biggest addiction that I have over anything else. And thing is, the frustrating part, and when I get down, is the not doing it. That's changed now. Even when I started doing the show, I started making short films, a couple short films. I've done 2 since we've started the show. And even that, because the opportunity to make features is not coming at this moment.
Right.
So I have to do what I can do. And if I can make short films and do something, even just as practice, that's, at the end of the day, it's fulfilling. And the nice thing is, people who have seen them have responded at least positively. And they're very simple. They're very simple short films. I mean, that's the thing. I haven't been able to do anything that is visually what I would like. And that was the frustrating part with Hills when we made it, is that we were sort of hampered down on certain things where stylistically I couldn't do everything I wanted to do. But the nice thing is that the killer, the slasher character, I was able to get that through.
Yeah.
And not just by the look, by the very important moment of when he actually speaks, which he only speaks one line.
Dude, and
But
by
to
the
be
way,
able-
that's
but
one of
to
the
be
great
able to-
moments of all slasher films in all of film
Right.
history.
So
It's great. And
so
by the way,
that-
brilliantly
that-
done.
that was, I can look at that and go, boom, there's that moment. And the thing is, a lot of the time when you are smaller filmmakers, you have to just sort of look for the moments.
Yeah.
But then moving on, when I did Tales of Halloween, I wanted to create a character, so I created Sweet Tooth, and it was different, but it was like, still, the nice thing was that when reviews would come out or people would look at it, they a lot of the time would point to that one. Now it's it's a very straightforward story.
Dave,
but the nice thing is this. That story,
We should make that, by the way. I mean, what can we do?
right? That
No,
was,
right. What?
Hold on. Well, yes, but originally, just so you guys know, if anyone has seen Tales of Halloween, and since October is coming up, you should. It's not Trick or Treat. It's not Mike Doherty's Trick or Treat, which is a brilliant fucking movie. It's a very
Let's make lots of money. Let's go Pet Shop Boys, dude. Come on.
But it's very Tales of Halloween is a very fun Valentine to Halloween. So if you love Halloween in the season, you're going to find something in there that you like. Sweet Tooth was originally going to be the next to last short. It was going to be my short and then end on Neil Marshall's. And I had no say in this. The rest of the group of directors all decided that Sweet Tooth should be the first one because it's sort of
because it's good.
sort
It's
of,
fun. It sets a tone. It's great.
It set the tone, and that was very flattering.
Sweet Tooth.
So there you go. So yeah, it's just but again, Rob knows me better than anyone, and So we've seen the ups and downs,
Yeah.
and
yes, we have.
and we haven't even gotten to my D. Snyder stories, who has had a very similar influence on me.
Well,
to
next
Adam.
week, Dave.
But the nice thing is, doing the show has really reinvigorated a lot of things with me, and it's changed me dramatically.
Which
doing the show.
To hear that's
And-
fantastic.
and that is all due to Rob.
Well,
I can
wait,
say that.
hang on. I appreciate you saying that, but let me give you a retort. I mean, here's where I'm at. I mean, I'm like, you and I are people that create. We make shit. Like, I've known you for 25 plus years, 30 years.
Yeah.
And the entire time I've known you, all we've wanted to do is make things. And whether we get paid for it or we're going to get we're going to get a great distribution, whatever. We just want to make things. That's what we want to do. That's our raison d'etre. That's what we
That
are
is
tasked
why we're
with.
here.
Yeah, well, I would say that even you, I keep going back to, I learned an editorial lesson from you, and it was cutting the Spirit of the Night trailer, and you were the person. I laugh all you want, but it was
You
when
really got to
showed-
find that and put that on your channel so people can see this example now.
Well, so you were the guy that said the swinging lamp could be a cut point and use it, and I was like, I didn't, and you were right. Like, you knew something I didn't know, but I wasn't like, fuck you. I was like, oh, he's right.
It's funny. I'll tell you this. So, and I think I think I probably mentioned it last week, but just with this short that I just did, I shot it linearly. I shot it in a linearly fashion. Boy, I'm having trouble with that word right now. Sorry.
Linearly.
Thank you.
Listen,
Thank
this
you.
is
So-
let me just think.
So I wrote this thing
Right.
in order, and then I cut it in order of the scenes, and then I had my friend Buzz Wallach come up and take a look at it, and he said, "Have you thought about intercutting all this stuff with this one section?" And as soon as he said it, I was like, "Oh my God!" It allowed me to use the actor all his best takes and not have to worry about continuity. It opened the whole thing up. My point being is this: you never stop learning. If you're
No.
if you are open to it and you're open to listen to people, and the thing is, you don't always have to take everything
No.
that people
No.
say, but if you're open to it, you can improve something so dramatically. And it's a short. It's not like the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I guarantee you it's
Well-
so dramatically improved from what it started out as, just from that simple suggestion.
I would say, Dave, the lesson to be learned is that we are always being reflected back lessons or something. I mean,
Well, just you never be open and never stop learning.
yeah, that's exactly right.
And
I mean,
and the funny thing is this actually reflects back to a panel that Rob was the moderator on at San Diego Comic-Con in 2012, where Rob asked me, my producing partner and star Yvonne Jarovic, Charlie de Lazarica, and then unfortunately this director, I don't remember his name, who directed this much bigger budget movie than any of us were talking about, called Branded.
yeah.
And we went down the line, And
we were in Hall H, right?
we were in Hall H.
We're
of
in
Comic-Con.
the biggest, gigantic Comic-Con. And I was asked to, like...
Yeah, and it was amazing. But, I mean, we didn't have 6,000 people in the room, but we had a lot of people in the room.
Yeah, we had 1,000 people in the room.
Given that this was a panel on independent cinema, it was pretty amazing. But you asked a question of, like, us, and I remember my answer was like, well, I don't think you ever stop learning. And
Right.
it was funny because the branded guy who was at the end, who had just done his first movie, which was a much bigger budgeted movie, he goes, well, I didn't learn anything. And it was just sort of like, it was kind of shocking. It was like, because he came from a marketing thing. It was like, oh, you don't get it. And that movie came and went, didn't do well. Not that any of the, and not that any,
never heard
not
of
that,
them again.
not that anyone on the panel did anything that has like had any like lasting resonance as far as the exact movies. But the thing is, like Charlie and I, we both like, yeah, you never stop learning. And the thing is, guys, whatever you want to do, just go do it. Like, if you're passionate about it, do it. It can be a script, it could be a book, it could be a graphic novel, it could be animation, it could be a movie, it could be a music video, it could be a short film, whatever. Do it.
Dave, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, what it really comes down to is that what is it you want? What is it you want from your life? I mean, for me, I have a movie I edited and produced in a theater.
And the fact is, you have an independent movie that is in a theater that is doing well as an independent movie in a theater right now. That is the thing is, most people will not get how significant that is.
Yeah, well, they won't.
But it's massive. It's huge.
And what's funny is, I'm like, here's what I find interesting is that, like, I don't walk around going, oh, let me just tell you about my theatrical release. I don't say that to people. I'm like, what is the next, what's the next project? I mean, I have one. I have a project I'm really passionate
I
about.
I know you have an amazing idea for a
No,
script that you've been talking about.
Yeah, no, that's different than what there's
What you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, there's one particular project that I love, and it's Oscar bait. It's incredible. It's amazing.
But that's the thing, you guys, you have to realize too, Rob talks about a lot of things. The thing that Rob has in his wheelhouse that you might not realize. I mean, obviously, you all know how intelligent he is about
Thank you.
the industry and films. But Rob has really incredible, interesting, unique ideas that have not been done.
Well, Dave, I appreciate that.
And for Rob, because he is so busy, it really is about finding a writer who connects with the material that can execute what he sees. Because if nothing else, Rob is a really great idea person. He's a good writer too. But again, I get it. There's life, and there's so many things. And the things with the show and everything that you do, that there's just not enough time. So you have to defer to a writer that you trust who can really bring these things out.
It's true, and that's happened. And there is one particular project I've wanted to make for a long time that I've been rewriting that I'm very excited about. But yes, I mean, what David said is true. The idea, like, here's where we're at. We all want to make great, beautiful, awesome stories. And when you want it, when your desire is to make great stories, it is the stories that drive what you're doing. It's not like you can't go to a bad story and go, I want to like impose my will and make it this good. That's not how it works. Stories are self-evident.
The thing is this, I think if you, for all of us, including everyone watching, it's about having the opportunity. And I think the thing is, I think when Rob gets the backing, financial backing and everything else, Rob as a producer coming up with ideas
Well,
and getting the right people together,
yes,
he can create groundbreaking stuff.
I thank you.
And Richard, I know he's got a show in a few hours, and I never expected to stay up this late either. But again, tonight is a little special.
It is, and
Thanks
Dave,
thanks to Adam and thanks to Rob. Tonight is a little different.
but
And
Dave,
it's
thank
like-
you for saying that, and I can't thank you enough. And what by the way, can I just say that part of that, I mean, I look back at the Hills Run Red, which was it would not have happened without your vision. I mean, really, to be honest, I mean, I always like to say, well, I produced a studio movie. But the reason the movie got made was because of your vision of which is kind of funny, your vision of a psycho killer.
right.
I mean, laugh all you want, but the only reason that The Hills Run Red got made was not because people called and talked about us or whatever. The reason it got made was because we made and I will take part in this. We made a great trailer, but the real thing that got Hills Run made was that Dave Parker created a psycho killer that nobody. They're like, oh my god, this guy's he's fucked up. Let's make a movie. I'm like, yes, god damn it, let's make that movie.
Well, and let's not like forget that we also had the writer of The Crow.
Well, no, of course, yes, we did.
Back this up with a very interesting script.
Dave, of course, absolutely,
Of course. So,
But
I'm
in
just
this,
saying- no,
I'm just
it's
saying
like
this particular
credit-
conversation.
But no, credit is due. That was Dave's,
Oh my God.
David
And-
Scow had a huge part in playing.
Don't think I'm not going to exploit him and make him do me
No,
a lot
I-
of work for it. Don't think that. Come on now.
Anyway, we can rhapsodic. Right, that's the word, sort of. But-
Wax rhapsodic, Dave.
Rhapsodic,
So,
yes. Wax
so
rhapsodic
so-
till the sun comes up, which is going to be very soon. But I think
we have to.
I think
like,
now we have to we've made it through. We've made it through another amazing one. There's still over 100 people watching, which I cannot believe. It's always incredibly humbling. Honestly, it's incredibly humbling that we have this many people watching late at night, and I thank you guys.
It's only late at night if you're in North America, Dave.
No, exactly. Everyone in Europe, God, I wish I was there.
Me too. My God.
I wish I was there.
I'm moving to Europe.
Me too. We're all fleeing to Europe when we can. After we get our real IDs.
God.
Guys,
Oh my God.
Rob, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Dave.
very much. Everyone,
Dave Parker, thank you so much. I mean, what a
Bunyan,
great show.
Bunyan, the Richard, Purple Valkyrie, Darren Seeley, thank you guys so much. You guys were amazing tonight. You really held it all together. I really appreciate it. And once again, Thank you, Adam Green. You really made a very special show.
What a great guest. I mean,
Yeah.
I too have to second your emotion. Adam Green, thank you so much for being on Midnight Metal. You were such a gracious guest. Thank you so much for all of your insight and
inspiration.
yeah, it really, yes,
Yeah.
inspiration. You talk, I feel like I'm gonna go conquer the fucking world.
We all can.
Yeah.
So remember that, guys. We can all do it. And I can't wait to see you guys next week.
Oh my God! On Midnight. By the way, Dave. Next week's Midnight Metal is episode 50.
Oh man!
And
Or are we going to be 51 because you're going to do Friday?
no, well, that's what
Oh.
I'm saying. I think we need to do one blowout episode. I mean, I can't.
Well, we have another guest next week.
Yeah,
that's
well,
going to be very cool.
I know. I think I will forego Friday's episode. I think we'll bring in and I think Saturday nights, the 50th episode of Midnight Metal. We have to make
Amazing.
it epic, right?
It will be. It will be.
All right, sir. I want to thank you, Dave Parker, for being here. You have been a great guest. I want to thank Adam Green for being here. My God,
I was kind
mean,
kind of a host, but I'll take the guest thing.
okay, you know what I mean, right? Look, we couldn't have.
I know.
This show is as much you as it is me. I mean, so thank God, Dave. My God, if it wasn't for you as my you're not my co-host. You're actually my co-entity.
There we
Like,
go. Oh,
it's our show. It's together. It's us. And you brought in Adam Green. Thank you so much. It was
And guys,
amazing.
all I can say is this: if you want blood, you fucking got it.
Dave, isn't it great to have the audience we have?
Without them, we are nothing.
We're nothing.
Without you, without all of you, we are nothing.
I want to thank everyone.
We have more endings now than Lord of the Return of the King. So,
Oh my God. Thank you all for being here. What a great show, Dave. Do you have any wise pearls? End of the day.
do what you love, believe in yourself, and keep fucking metal in your heart.
Dude, fucking
Be like Dio. Be like fucking Dio,
fuck
man.
yeah, dude. Fuck. There we go. I'm done.
All right.